Yeah? Okay, theme tune coming.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa.
Hey.
Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. About the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
The heat is on the street, inside your head, on every beat. And the beat's so loud, deep inside, the pressure's high just to stay alive. Glenn Frey was singing in 1984 a song that could be applied to a test match in 2025 as the game has exploded in those last few minutes last night. The temperature has risen, the mercury has gone up in the thermometer, and we've got controversy to go with a pretty good test series so far. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and I am joined, hopefully, now prepare your ears, because just a few minutes ago when we were getting ready to come on air, and our two men in remote parts of the world, remote from me that is, Messi Jez in his weather cave in Perth, and Nindo Dutta in his hospital room in Mumbai. They were breaking up very badly indeed, and they were sounding like Daleks, and it was doing my head in. If you one of you gentlemen would like to whisper in my ear, let us see how you are coming through to me. Speak, somebody. You're both muted now, it seems. Can't hear a word from you. Typing. Oh, hello. Someone speak.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You sound a lot better.
Speaking.
Oh, there's a little bit
Yes.
of there's a little breaking up, more with an Indo than with Messi. But welcome, gentlemen, to what day is it? Day 4. Day 4. The Sunday of this Test series. The scores were level, would you believe, after the first innings, and there was a little bit of chit chat going on about Zach Crawley and a little bit of gamesmanship last night, but it's added some spice. It's added some spice to this Test match, which has been attritional, really. So let's get the views of Anindo in Mumbai and Messi Jez. Anindo, how are you feeling, first of all?
I quite enjoyed the little kerfuffle yesterday. Crawley in the first 5 minutes out of the first 8 minutes wasting time, and then getting hit on his hand and pretending he was shot by a bullet. But
you know.
But what I loved most was Shubman Gill going up to him and saying, "Grow a pair of fucking balls," because I think that's really nice. Because with the way the Duke's ball is behaving, you certainly need a nice hard pair.
Certainly do. I am in partial disagreement with you, as you know, Anindo. There's been a lot of time wasting in this Test match. Everyone does it, and to be honest, although there was a long discussion this morning on Sky about not getting your overs in and whatever, it's been 33, 34 degrees for most of this Test match. After the new ball has gone soft, it's been hard work for bowlers and batsmen. And, Test matches so close together, you've got to get down to Edgbaston, from Edgbaston to Lords, and get ready within 3 days. The mental toll that must take on these guys compared with days gone by in Test cricket. As someone pointed out, I think Sudahu, about having a rest day up until about, I think, 1997, 1993, depending on where you were in the world. I think it's not surprising if people have boiled over a little bit, and that includes spectators, because they've seen a lot of time wasting. Messi, your thoughts? Good to see Australia bowled out for not very many in the West Indies pink ball test. Always enjoyable, but I suspect they'll come roaring back. Yeah, what do you think? Where do you see it going?
I like that. I'm getting feedback. Are you?
No, I mean, you sound all right to me, but if that's making it difficult for you to actually speak, then we might have to recalibrate you in some way.
I'm going to try restarting.
Okay. You're a bit like you're like sort of some sort of AI machine. It's rebooting. England.
Do I sound okay, or should I do this?
No, you sound fine. Actually, you sound clearer in hospital than you do when you're at home. So, to be honest, maybe you should
better Wi-Fi, I guess.
Yes, that's maybe you should stay there for when you come on Guerrilla Cricket, or book a room. Siraj in, bowls to Duckett. First ball of the morning, is down the leg side, may have brushed the pad. It's gone wide of the keeper. In fact, it's all the way to the boundary for 4 byes. England will be quite happy with that. So Duckett, that was Duckett's first ball because of the shenanigans last night. Just out of the reach of Jurel. Is it Jurel keeping? I presume it's not Rishab. And that's a whole different argument, isn't it? Here comes Siraj, bowls, driven on the up, a little bit aerially, but right through mid-off. And, well, I thought that would go for 4, but it's really slowed up. They've turned for the third. Duckett has got down to the non-striker's end, and England moved to 9 for no wicket. And it's pretty easy arithmetic. That means they lead by 9.
How much do you think England will want to put up before getting India into bat, assuming they're not for all out?
Well, Tony was very pessimistic in the car this morning. He said he could see England subsiding to 80 all out. I really hope not, but you never know. The other thing about getting all excited about Crawley is that the fact of the matter is that Crawley will probably be there for 3 or 4 minutes maximum this morning. So
one of my mates on another group was telling me, it's great to get Crawley riled up. Not that he's going to be around longer anyway.
Exactly, Siraj over the wicket, a little bit of hinted away swing, but actually a fairly straight, good length delivery, which is well played by Crawley. Back to him, 9.
But he is the great white hope.
Not for us, he isn't. I really don't.
For McCallum, he is.
Well, I think McCallum is mildly deluded. But, he's had his moments, hasn't he? And there's always that hope that he will have another of those moments. And that's what keeps him in the team. But they are few and far between. Here comes Siraj. Bowls to Crawley. He's beaten by that one outside the off stump. Maybe kept a little bit low. Had him stooping, groping for it. And through it goes. Crawley 2, Duckett 3. Another sunny morning. As we were coming over, it was really quite cloudy. And we were speculating whether this would have any effect on the ball. He was very late on that, wasn't he, when you see it from side on? Terribly late. But the cloud is lifting here in Lewisham. It certainly has in northwest London. It looks quite bright and clear now. In comes Siraj, bowls, nice drive, but he can't get it through the offside. India aware that they can't let England's batsmen get off to a fast start. And they've got 3 men in the ring on the offside. That was actually one of Crawley's more fluent drives, to be honest. Probably deserved a run or two for it. We've got 2 slips and a gully, backward point, extra cover, stroke cover, depends how you call it.
An angry-looking message as back with us.
Oh dear, right, that's the last thing we want. We've got a very bored Ben Stokes, who's captured yawning up there on the England balcony. This is another straight ball played up to mid-on. That is the end of the first over of the morning. England have moved on to 9 for no wicket. Now, if Messi Jez has stopped being angry, I can see the smile. I can see the smile returning to his face. He has rejuvenated. He swapped places with you on the monitor, which is confusing. But Messi, who's joined us? Have you got that far?
Yes, I have. I'm getting feedback, but if you're not, that's fine.
That's fine.
Suda Who says, "Morning, you grumpy bastards," which is a case of him looking in the mirror, I suspect.
I'm not grumpy.
Stephen Kelt says, "Hello there, everyone from the back of the church." He's doing other stuff, but he's listening on the sly.
Right.
Suda Who says, "Looks like Zoom needs restarting." Harvey 22 says Zach is due a big score.
Oh, stop it.
And Suda Who points out the 220 was a lot on that pitch for Australia. It was a very, very lively pitch.
Well, I watched. I watched a couple of overs just before the first break, which was tea, effectively. Bumrah is into Duckett. Duckett has a go at that outside the off stump, chops it into the offside, doesn't really time it, won't get a run. Let me just jingle up the bowler.
And now then, Marty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
Yeah, no run. But Bumrah is operating from the nursery end, which means that the slope would take the ball into the left-handed Ben Duckett. But he's skillful enough a bowler to get it to move up the hill as well. And here he is coming in that idiosyncratic way onto the legs of Duckett, tucked behind square. Jadeja around very fast indeed to prevent a second around about long leg, deep backward square. Duckett moves to 4 now. Here we go. Here will be the fun. It's Zach Crawley up against Jasprit Bumrah, and it could be lively. I imagine there'll be a sledge or two going on out there.
Yeah.
And of course, I mean, Crawley, if Crawley can get a good knock under his belt, then he will be able to cheer up a few things. And if Bumrah or Siraj gets him early, then I imagine he'll get a bit of a send-off. So it's all good fun. 3 slips and a gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on and a mid-wicket, I think. Long leg, no doubt. And Bumrah just walking into that run-up, that gallop, gathering pace, in, bowls to Crawley. The first ball he receives at that end has wrapped high up on the bat. The reverberations have got him shaking that hand where he got the knock last night. Nice theatre from Zach Crawley. To be fair, that has risen, and it's hit really high up. Not like last night in the sense that it didn't really wrap him on the bottom hand, but it certainly discomforted him. Stands there with bat aloft, waiting for Bumrah again. He's in, and he gets that one to nibble away quite nicely and rises into the hands of the keeper. But well left by Crawley.
Is Jurel keeping by?
I'm trying to work that out.
I think he is.
Which to me is interesting.
Punt's hand was, yesterday was clearly hurting.
Yeah, and I mean the thing is though, and I don't know what the ruling is on this. Okay, you can say that he's slightly disabled by the hand, but if he doesn't have to field, I mean, shouldn't he have to field? Bumrah in, bowls, nicely driven again, but straight to extra cover. I mean, in terms of, it's a difficult one. In terms of concentration level, if he's off the field, I mean, he is resting, isn't he? I mean, I know he's got the problem, but I think we need to find out what the ruling is on that. I don't know if someone can go and decipher the laws and regulations, because
well, when any batsman is injured, right, and finishes his innings, doesn't feel.
Oh, now that has knocked the bat out of his hand. The ball has looped up. Bumrah dramatically raced forward, thinking that he might be able to enact a caught and bowled. It just dropped short of him, but Crawley in massive discomfort from that. Bumrah's glasses slipped out of his pocket as well as he dived for that one. But that was vicious. I've never seen that before. The bat was I was going to say the bat was literally knocked out of his hand. I think he dropped the bat because that wrapped him dead on the top hand. So both his hands are taking a bruising right now. And oh my goodness, that was technically a chance. It's just right at the fingertips of Bumrah as he dived. That has risen horribly from a good length. That's extraordinarily worrying for any batsman. 80 all out might not be a bad call from Tony if it's going to keep doing that. Wow. Messi, anyway, who's with us?
Well, I'm just going to try at Aninda's suggestion using my microphone from the computer. I'm still getting feedback.
It is.
But I don't know if you're hearing it all right, are you?
Yeah, not too bad. I thought you were better on the microphone from my point of view.
Okay,
but
I'll go back there for the next one.
Okay, Siraj started a new over. Duckett plays a one-handed drive out to the cover boundary. They take a single. Crawley might feel more comfortable at that end facing Siraj, to be fair. I don't think anyone's going to enjoy batting against Bumrah from the nursery end. And this has been true of this pitch.
He was very lucky not to get caught.
It was a good effort. It was a good effort from Bumrah. We completely lost sight of the ball. I think the cameraman did as well.
So did Crawley. Crawley had no idea where it was. Yeah,
and the only person who did was Bumrah. Now, Siraj brings that one back into Crawley, wraps him on the pad, no problem. It's going down the leg side. But it's been from the start of this test match, if there's been life, it's been from that nursery end. Even if you remember Joe Root batting got one from Jadeja that turned and bounced to almost like chest height, and that discomforted Root. I mean, for a few balls afterwards. But if it starts doing that more often, it's going to be a really tricky proposition batting. Siraj into Crawley. Crawley defends a straight ball, half stopped by Siraj. Now everyone's hurting their hands, to be honest. He's now rubbing his hand as he tried to stop that one.
It seems to be the case with Lodge this summer, right?
Well, I haven't really been at Lord's at all this summer. I don't know.
No, but Steve Smith got his hand hurt as well, right?
Steve Smith this summer.
Yes. World Test Championship.
Oh God, sorry, I'd forgotten about that already. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm trying to think what end that was from. I mean, obviously a different pitch, but anyway, Siraj in again to Crawley down the leg side. He tries to whip it, but it doesn't lay bat on it. Hit on the pad again, but will be annoyed at missing out. And that was a rare. Wayward ball to a certain extent from Siraj, and one thing you notice about Siraj, and you can compare this with the England bowlers yesterday, is how straight he's bowling generally. So any mistake that the batsman makes, he's got a chance, hasn't he? He's got a chance of an LBW, he's got a chance of a bowl, he's got a chance of an edge if it does a little bit as well. Let's see what he does here. Coming in with 2 slips waiting. That's again right on the money. Tucked up to mid-on by Crawley. But there is no run. 11 for no wicket. Crawley 2, Duckett 5. Messi, can you tell us a few names that are...
Indeed. Mog is with us. Says you're sounding somewhat pessimistic, which is surprising.
Me? I'm
Jamie Wilson's with us.
Hello, Jamie.
West Aussie Leeds says this is Crawley's last chance saloon.
Yes, well, you might think so, but I don't know.
And Ted Don't says, good evening from a Brit in Oz.
Hit on the pad, that's got to be out. No? Oh, my word, they're surely going to review that. It's Paul Rifle who's turned that down. As I said, bowling straight is the way to go. You miss it, hits the pad, he's in trouble. I think they're going to have to review that, surely. Yes, they are. I think that is extremely close. And I think that Crawley is a few seconds away from getting the mother of all send-offs from the Indian fielders. Let me just... play the review jingle.
That was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
He's really not moved forward at all.
He might be saved by umpire's call, though.
He might be. There was a little bit of
yeah.
movement. Looking at ultra edge. Very close to the bat, but not close enough as far as Crawley is concerned. Wraps into just below the knee roll on the inner part of the pad. I think that's... Ooh, that is missing. It's missing. Would you believe it? It's one of these. I can understand.
Very
Siraj.
like those two that Wokes missed out on yesterday.
Yeah, very much like that. And it's the slope. Maybe it's the slope that
the
is...
Akash Deep ones, right?
Yeah, that's right. Akash Deep twice in 2 balls, wasn't
Twice in 1 over.
Yeah. 11 for no wicket. It was a maiden. It was a good over. But India have lost a review. It wasn't even just clipping. It was actually missing. It does do a bit off the pitch. And that's what's possibly saved him. But there you go. Messi, let's have some more tweets.
Cal Stevens says, is it my setup or are those jingles massively loud?
I think they are a bit loud. Let me see if I can... how do I turn them down? I think there's a little knob here. There's quite a few knobs here, to be honest. Yeah, I'm turning it down. It's gone. Good. I've turned it down from 50 to 34, so we will see how that has worked out in a minute. Bumrah around the wicket to Duckett. Duckett onto the back foot. Plays that neatly through the offside. Finds the gap. They're going to hurry back for the second, and they could have been in trouble, but Washington Sundar has lost control of the ball out there. I suppose about 20 yards short of the grandstand, so that the second was quite easy in the end. And, Bumrah has switched to round the wicket for the left-hander. And that was a nicely controlled shot. He didn't try to do too much with it, Duckett. Just picked his spot. And, well, I think every run, whether it's a boundary or just a couple or a single, could be quite critical. 13 for no wicket. Duckett settles down again. Waits for Bumrah. 3 slips, and he turns this neatly off his hip. Again, he might be thinking of a second, but it is Jadeja. And where Jadeja is, there is always Jadanger. And so they just take the one. 14 for no wicket. Let's have a look. Shubman Gill is changing a field placing. Now, I have a theory about Shubman Gill, which I aired this morning on the Gorilla WhatsApp, that those runs for Shubman Gill have given him a much more forceful attitude, in my opinion. I may be completely wrong about that. He may be that sort of guy anyway. But I think, coming into this series, and there were, doubts over him, let's put it that way. Whether those were merited or not, I'm not sure. But I just feel that those runs have given him more of a sense of being in charge. Maybe an Indo,
which is not surprising, right?
No, absolutely, absolutely not. He's a very young guy, and he's finding his way, and he's doing a very good job. Bumrah into Crawley. Oh, God, astonishingly good leave from Crawley. That fired back in towards him up the hill, but cleared the off stump and flew through to the keeper. We still haven't worked out who's keeping, have we? Let me have a look here. No, that's definitely Jarrell. It's definitely Jarrell. A thinner build, or less stocky build, should I say, than Rishab. If someone can find that playing condition, that law,
the playing condition effectively allowed someone to be off. I mean, you consider someone like Lathan Lyon able to bat but not to field.
Oh, driven in the air, just past the leaping, diving gully. Wasn't far away. Another full shot from Crawley, but it brings him 4 runs. The drama of the morning heightens.
Great guns, I hit the ball. 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
Yeah, he wasn't in control of that shot. It's just out of the reach of the gully. Is that Akashdeep? Is that a normal position for Akashdeep? Not sure. Anyway, it's 4 runs. England moved to 18 for no wicket. Now we've reinforced the gully field. We've got 2 slips and 2 gullies. There's a wide gap between that second slip and the first of those gullies. Bumrah in again outside the offside. This one dies completely. Runs through to Jarrell, and Crawley has every right to think, this isn't fair. What's this pitch doing to me? I mean, it's hard enough being Crawley in that respect.
Well, he shouldn't have played this morning.
Well, I mean, that has gone through at half stump height. He's going down the wicket to sort of prod, but I'm not sure that he can find anything significant. Bumrah again into Crawley, and Crawley again, I think he overplays that one. That did jump on him a little bit, and he played it quite well, but the reaction was I think more than it merited. Anyway,
one of these days he's just going to kick the wicket by mistake while jumping around.
He is hopping and jiving and dancing. Messi.
Muttley says, woof, morning primates, love and sausages. Ecas Stevens has some very important information. He says, the bear told me that sending super chat it cures male pattern baldness.
Yeah, it's been scientifically proven. Absolutely right. So get your super chats in.
The J Thang says, "Good morning, gentlemen. Sleepily watching from the city of Bellingham on the west coast."
Ah.
Farong says hello. Jamie says harumph. Mog says, "Oi, don't go turning down that jingle gold too much."
Jingle gold? What?
The sound of the jingles.
Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, now that's interesting from Duckett, who comes down the wicket, heaves into the onside in quite an ugly manner, makes absolutely no contact. I think maybe Siraj took pace off that one, an Indo.
Yeah, it could well be. He certainly missed it completely.
No, maybe not. Looking at the replay, it's a horrible shot.
No.
That's a horrible, horrible shot. What? There I was in the last over praising Duckett for not trying to smash balls to the boundary necessarily, but just pick off the runs where they're available. And I don't know what that was all about at all. That's a better shot. It's half stopped, but deflected by the cover to extra. Shubman Gill ultimately completes the fielding, and they don't run on the misfield. 18 for no wicket. The GPL is...
Shubman Gills are out there.
There seem to be lots of them. I think they're breeding, and possibly because he scores lots of runs, that's quite a good thing for India.
So you were going GPL?
Yeah, I was going to go to GPL. The cloning Shubman Gill is going on. Siraj in. Oh, I'm not sure I like that, but it will bring 4 runs. Goes right across his crease. Plays the little flip shot. He does normally time it pretty well, does Ben Duckett. But it has got him into problems once or twice. But it's one of these. Oh, it's pitched full outside his off stump. And he's kind of laid his bat down like a tray, really, and allowed it to come off and loop over where a leg slip might be, down to the fine leg boundary. So some innovation from Duckett, but I don't know. I'm not sure I like it too much. Siraj into Duckett. Duckett has to get down low. He signalled that kept down a little bit. 22 for no wicket. Duckett into double figures. He's gone to 12. Yes, the GPL is open. The Guerrilla Prediction League, the competition of skill, judgment, and no limit to luck. You have to estimate how many runs will be scored in the day. You pay us £1 for the privilege. You can have as many goes as you like, and you get it on the nose. At the end of the day, you get what's in the pot. What's in the pot, Messi?
£57.
£57. The more of you that take part, the bigger that pot becomes. The last win we had was worth £210, would you believe? Siraj in, bowls pulled by Duckett, and gone. Awful shot, and really aggressive response from Siraj, saying, "How dare you take such liberties with me?" And Duckett has
but Siraj was quickly pulled away before he could.
Yeah, that was getting really quite ugly, I have to say. Almost as ugly as the shot. Horrible. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. He's right in Duckett's face. Duckett, shoulders met slightly. Duckett didn't look him in the eye, just kept his head up. And this game is just taking a turn from the spicy to the slightly nasty. But we will see what happens as the day goes by. 22 for 1. What do we make of Duckett's approach in that over? Can anyone explain it to me?
I don't know. I think there is a temptation just to go for the baseball thing and see if we can't hit our way out of trouble.
I don't think it's the kind of pitch to hit your way out of trouble. I really don't.
Yeah, and you've got 2 days.
Yeah.
If you've got to do baseball, it's now. I guess that's what they're figuring.
Well, yeah, and I suppose they think, but I suppose the other side of baseball is that you transfer the impetus to your opponent. That's what I've
Yeah,
always
and
felt.
this is not a baseball pitch.
No, not at all.
100%.
I wonder, again, we talk about these various mind games and whatever, that England felt that they fiddled around too much in the first innings. I don't think they did. I think they did quite well in the circumstances, but it's almost like, because there's been some press about Bazball has been, halted in its tracks to a certain sense. Maybe England
You've
are
got to
feeling like...
adapt, right? I mean, what is the point of a strategy if you don't adapt to it?
I totally agree with you and Indo. Anyway, it means that Ollie Pope, the skittish Pope, the rather more fallible Pope than we're used to.
The unholy one.
He's got plenty of holes in his technique. He's going to face up to Siraj over the wicket. Oh, he brings that one back a long way, but it's bouncing quite harmlessly over the stumps rather than threatening to hit them. And Pope actually survives the ball, doesn't try to do something silly. That is the end of a successful over for India. England are 22 for 1.
Right after the send-off for Duckett, Shubman Gill called everyone into a huddle, and I think he just told them to just keep calm and try and take wickets and not go.
I think
aggressive.
that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
Or he said,
David Durrell says, afternoon from Beijing. It's 37 degrees C here, and we're doomed.
I hope you've got air conditioning wherever you are, in a nice hotel. Bumrah in to Crawley, beaten by 1, moving away from him outside the off stump. How many times have we said that about Crawley in his Test career? No run. He's got 6 from 24, 22 for 1. Messi, carry on.
Jamie Wilson said, you've got to love a thick edge for 4 when you're under pressure.
You do. You do.
And he says, I got beer in the fridge. Thumbs up.
Very true. Actually, I have to go and check on the beer situation. I don't think there's a lot in there today. Bumrah then in to Crawley. A short mid wicket has come in and he's wrapped on the pad. That one is bouncing more than the batsman would expect, but in a sense that actually makes him more secure because it's not going to hit the wicket as it wraps him on the pad. 22 for 1. Vigorous shine being put on the ball.
Morning all. I hope Siraj and Bumrah are fired up after yesterday's shithousery by Crawley. I got to say, shithousery is one of my favourite words.
Listen, I do agree there was a bit of shithousery, but he's not the only person to have been indulging in that in this game.
Yeah,
so I don't
course.
see why it's so anti-England.
I think it was
in that
just
respect.
the time.
They take a
In the
single.
middle of the day, it doesn't really matter.
Well, yeah, you can argue that. Defended in to the offside, and they take a single. Crawley moves to 7, brings Pope down to face Bumrah. I just think everyone was a bit hot and tired, weren't they? I think you can put that down to things like that to an extent, because quite frankly, when it gets on here, I get quite angry. Or your temper frays a little more easily, doesn't it? 2 slips and 2 gullies for Ollie Pope. He needs to be aware of that because he does play away from his body. He does play uppishly in that area. Bumrah in. Oh, and that's flown off the shoulder of the bat. Fortunately for him, it's gone squarer and dropped short of the man at point. But this is a really testing little period. And Bumrah is getting the ball to fly, and already Pope has had to take off his glove and is shaking his bottom hand. So all sorts of raps being taken at the moment by pretty
Right
much everyone.
hands are the target at the moment.
Indeed so. You've got every right to come forward to that ball, and it's just flown off a pretty good length. And actually, he's done well to have any control over that whatsoever, Pope. However, you may criticise him for playing across the line at the beginning of his innings. That's a really difficult ball to play. England have just got to get through this session, really. Bumrah in, bowls. Again, he finds the edge down into the ground and to the finer of the 2 gullies. And this is why the Bazball approach may be wrong, because we've seen what's happened when the hardness has gone out of the ball. And while I suspect that India are bowled much better than England in this match, the fact of the matter is that the scores are level after first innings, and everything England can get is another run, obviously, that India need to get. And if this pitch, it's showing signs of deteriorating and being more difficult to bat when you're facing from the nursery end. I mean, it has been a bit difficult at times, but now so many balls are spitting, and that spat, oh my goodness me, that is spat. It's taken the shoulder of the bat, it's looped over the slips and the gullies by quite some way, and it's gone down to the third man boundary for one of these. Hit me, baby, one more time. Hit me on the hand one more time, it seems to be at the moment. It's time for a change. Tony and Jason are coming in. We're welcoming Krishna. Thank you, Anindo. Thank you, Messi, for now.
I probably won't see you tomorrow because I'll be checking out of the hospital at the time.
Well, good luck. Hope you're feeling good when you get home.
Thank you.
And we'll see you for the next test, hopefully. Yep. All right, it's over to Jason.
Well, it has been an interesting half hour, hasn't it? The ball is doing all sorts, leaping off a length, scuttling through. There's a bit of aggro because of Crawley's activity last night, and at the end of it, a wicket for the dismissal of Duckett with a slightly injudicious shot.
Good morning, gents. How are you both?
Doing very well,
hot and bothered, I think.
Well, not too bad. We've got the studio doors are open, the windows are open. We've got the lift shaft, where the goods lift is. That's kind of near to our door, so we've got a bit of a breeze. We've got all the fans going.
Apparently, it was a bit like a sweatbox when we first came in this morning.
When we came in this morning, it certainly was.
Air conditioning problems? Is that what the issue is?
No, it's just very warm.
We've got east-facing windows, and they're very big windows. People are moving around fairly gently. Doesn't seem to be any urgency in them starting play again.
Well, this has been the whole debate, hasn't it?
Had a bit of maintenance on his hand. Yesterday was just a fabulous day, right? It's midpoint of the series, and both teams finished on 387. How poetic was that?
I can't really comment because I didn't see anything of yesterday. I was actually playing cricket, but I thought that was a pretty good effort by England to keep them down to 387, despite the fact they're fairly toothless. Anyway, here comes Siraj, and that's a fairly nondescript shot from Pope. He's not used his feet at all. He's just thrown his hands at the ball, and it's gone away just over the top of the end of the bat. Bit swing, but there was no point in trying to play that shot at all.
What score do you think England will be comfortable with?
Whatever they can get, I think. I'm not sure they've necessarily got
it's
a
feeling
target.
about 220. I would have thought they'd want about 320, but it's a feeling like a 220 wicket, and it'll be
another
less.
ultra aggressive but no footwork shot from Crawley.
I heard an interesting stat on the Final Word podcast. 9 times in history have the two teams finished on exactly the same score after the first innings.
Tony's been doing a lot of research on that in the last
and
half an
on
hour.
each occasion, the team batting fourth has lost.
No, one occasion the team batting fourth won, which I think was
really?
2003 West Indies against Australia in St John's.
Okay.
Here comes Siraj from the nursery end. That's nicely tucked away. Splits mid-on and mid-wicket. Akash chases Fields. They'll get 2 for that. England move on to 29 for 1. Crawley, for once, plays a shot that isn't a complete yahoo outside off stump.
No, I mean, Crawley's got himself into all sorts of a pickle. He's their main target, even though Duckett
Well,
was the
he
wicket
made
that fell.
himself the main target, I think you have to say.
Yeah, it's. I don't know where Krishna stands on that. It's. It was all a bit of handbags to me.
Okay, here comes. That's a nice shot, driven pleasantly by Crawley, but with no real timing to mid-off.
I haven't thought that Crawley's been an antagonistic character so far in his career.
Well, he antagonises
So-
people who like their opening batsman to be at least technically competent. Whether he's a difficult character on the pitch, that's not something I've
Well, I think he
heard.
he let off a mouthful to Shrub and Gill, apparently.
Yes, in response to being sworn at.
And that's angled into the pads, that just dribbles out into the leg side. There's a shy by Jarrell at the bowler's end, wide, and it's very well backed up in the end by the man at mid-off as they run a leg by.
Well, for a young man, I mean, there's a lot of criticism that he gets from all quarters of how he copes with that. I think is fascinating. What it does to his psyche.
Well, it's the heightest thing, isn't it? You see someone who's 6'4", 6'5", you think they should be in control, and they should be able to command their emotions to some extent. And when they don't, it's quite interesting. Another ball that swings away, and Pope has more sense than Crawley and doesn't chase the ball.
If he has, I mean, obviously he does, the absolute backing of McCullum and Stokes, he'll feel confident in what he's doing.
Certainly does. Right, 30 for 1. I'm not sure where Messer's got to, so I'll go with Mayank. Crawley isn't good enough for county cricket, to be fair. What does Crawley have on Rob Key? Mayank wants to know. Jake Grover says, morning all, sorry for the lion. Can I just say a ninja is mint? Yes, he is. Good morning, Leah. Let's make that a competition. Whoever can come up with the funniest compromat wins. I don't know what that means.
Compromat.
Shravan Reddy Gadam. Sir, as an Indian, I am an England fan, but England should need to bat all 2 days. I want to see India on the field. Well, if they bat 2 days, mate, it'll be a draw, which is not in either side's interest.
Angled in by Bumrah, and that's just chipped off the bottom corner of the bat, past the man at short leg. He chases back, and they take 2. No, I think compromat is the stuff that probably the Russians have on Donald Trump, which is making him their puppet.
Ah, yes, entirely true. Stephen Kelk, of course, has a very philosophical view of everything, particularly the dismissal of Duckett, because apparently it gives him more time to perfect his bowling in the practice nets. We're going to need him in the 4th innings. There you are.
Well, yes, if Bashir can't bowl,
Well, there is a doubt about Bashir, as we know.
we'll be relying on Root and Brook and other part-timers. And that's the Surrey drive, the Vatican slice. It flashes past the stumps from wide on as it gets the inside edge down to the boundary for 4 runs.
4, 4, 4. F-O-R.
I mean, he's moved on to 16, is it? And
16 fairly streaky runs.
Only 2 of them, can I think, that's right, Krishna, were from a legitimate shot, and that was last night where he clipped a couple off his toes.
He had a nice clip just now for 2.
All right, okay, so 4 of them out of 16. The rest have been streaky
Yahoos.
bacon.
Crawley ready to face Bumrah. Slightly wider and tempting, and Crawley is not tempted. He just lets that go through.
Is he just playing a numbers game? Like, why did he leave that one versus some of the ones he's gone for before?
Maybe length, it was just rising just a little bit more. Maybe just that little bit further out, saying it suggested to him, I'm not going to be in control of the shot if I play it, so I'm not going to play it. And we're just looking
They're
at.
showing some vision of Siraj losing his cool at Duckett. Do you think that?
Yeah.
Did you see the little bump he gave to Duckett as he walked past it?
Well, the Duckster, I think, that was a 50-50.
And that's wide outside off stump again and left by Crawley.
So does the ICC step in and fine him or give him some demerit points?
I think they might do for that.
I think they'll both be in the headmaster's office for a bit of a chat.
Yes and no. I mean, the poor old ducket, all he did was, he's just been out, all he did was just pause for a moment, and he's got a completely maniacal Siraj up in his grill, screaming at him, and he's trying to walk off. So I think there was only one aggressor. It's a bit like Russia and Ukraine. There was only one aggressor and only one trying to defend themselves.
Again, tempting outside off stump buff for Crawley, but it's rising and Crawley shows some modicum of restraint.
I should point out other war analogies are available.
What?
But the principle is sound. I mean, Siraj, I understand it. Temperatures are high. In terms of attitude, temperatures are high on the pitch, which makes it worse for the players. There was all the kerfuffle last night where I think Shubman Gill was out of line, but Crawley was just shithousing.
That's the one that's on the stumps. That's well defended by Crawley, who just drops a bat on that and just knocks it back to Bumrah, and that's the end of the 9th over. England are 36 for 1.
Yes, indeed. Jay Grover likes the non-sweary Stokes jingle, brackets Mog Genius. I prefer the term housery because of its implication. Mayank is convinced there's something to do with Rob Key and a chair in a hotel room. I don't know what that means, and I might move on just in case it means something terrible. Jay Grover, Jason, you are apparently all order. Jason is looking sharp. There you go. You've dressed to impress. At least you've impressed.
Not that sharp. It's the same shirt I had on Friday when I was here.
Well, has it been washed since?
It's been, yes.
Oh, good. Just
Might
checking.
know if it hadn't been.
Well, Mike says, I hope Cat put a bet on the first innings yesterday. Jay Grover, Mike, don't encourage him. Even Messer's feigned tolerance has a breaking point. I don't quite know what that discussion was. Anyway. Jay Grover, Jeremy Henderson, whenever I feel lonely and autistic, the gorillas outdo me, top lad. Okay. Leah's telling me off for not knowing Compromat from Russian spy novels.
It's going to be the very angry Siraj to continue. That ball is swinging away. Pope leans into it and lets it go.
But I mean, it's a 2-day test now, effectively. 2 days left in the test.
2 days,
scores were even. It's the home of cricket. The series is even. It's going to be feisty. And there's one or two feisty characters on both sides.
Absolutely. I mean, how many gingers do England have on their side?
2 that I'm aware of.
3.
Ooh, who's the third? How have I missed?
Oh, and that's gone straight through Pope. Oh. How did that miss the off stump? Siraj has bowled a ball. Pope's played an expansive drive. I think that's beaten him just on the inside and just missed the top of off stump.
3. Where are you getting 3 from? Stokes and Pope. Who have I missed?
Oh, Crawley's a bit of a blonde-headed boy rather than a ginger, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't think he doesn't fit into quite the Stokes and Pope category. Working on degrees of gingerness, you've got Stokes at the top, Pope second, and I think Crawley's barely conference.
Yes, because then you've got Crawley's a golden-haired boy, and so's Cast a little bit. That's another attempt by Siraj to follow up, and Pope this time shows a bit more restraint and lets it go through.
Messers says, good to see that Crawley's employing the A23, also known as the Crawley bypass. Well, he's taken 2 raps on the hand. Siraj is really, really fired up.
I'm just wondering what's going to happen in the next 5-10 overs when the hardness starts to go out of this ball and the lacquer comes off. Will it become easier or harder to bat, I wonder?
Well, he's dropped the ball on his way in there.
Well, that's a dead ball then, because he's not even got to the delivery stride. You no longer can go out and whack it.
Bowled well this morning.
He's been a man on a mission, a man with a purpose, a man with focus. That focus is to get up somebody's nose, I think.
I mean, Krishna, the scores were level, as we were talking about, but India seemed to have bowled the better of the two teams by a long way for me.
That's a slower ball that just dies in the pitch a little bit. Pope is not tempted again.
And that's why I think England are in the better position. India needed to get 50 to 100 run lead, I think, to feel more comfortable.
And for Bumrah to have a nice first spell where he knocks over 2 or 3 of the top order.
Yeah.
Ideally. Pope playing a very watchful innings at the moment. He's watching all these rising balls that are trying to tempt him to nick off into the slips.
Well, I think he knows the pitch takes a bit of adapting to, and I think he knows that Crawley at any minute might not be there to keep him company. So I think he's doing the right thing.
What have the British press been saying about Archer's performance first innings?
I don't know, Tony.
Sorry, I missed the question. I was looking something else up. What was the question?
Chopra Archer's performance in the first innings, which
Bold,
I thought was
bold,
commendable.
very well
what
indeed.
What are the British press saying?
The same. I think there's generally very positive. His opening spell and the fact he managed to take that last wicket and his economy and his ferocity, all good.
And another leave or just watch as the ball rises past outside some stump. And that's the end of the 10th over. That was a maiden.
36 for 1. Classic Crawley cut, says Suter Who. Behold the edgelord, says Stephen Kelko. I think he's referring to Crawley. Paul Stratton. Technique not top test level. Okay for Bazball against Zimbabwe and one-dayers, says Paul. Probably fair enough. I mistyped compromat as compliment, which I suggest Leah should use as a Brechtian musical, says Jay Grover. 418 for 7, in fact. I'm not quite sure what that's relating to.
That is the West Indies chase to win, I think. As Bumrah comes in, and that's one of those things we call a good leave. That wasn't very far away from off stump by the end of it, angling in from Bumrah. But Crawley has elected to let it go through, and it's just missed the off stump.
Well, I can tell you the first of those tied in the first innings tests was back in 1910. That was South Africa versus England in Durban. South Africa chose to bat, scored 119. Aubrey Faulkner and Tom Campbell scores in the 40s.
And that one snaked away by Bumrah. He is a master of his craft. Now that's hit the deck and seamed away. Crawley's played the original line, and in the end it's missed it by quite a long way.
It did. England collapsed after a pretty decent start from Hobbs and Wilfred Rhodes to be out for 119, obviously, and South Africa ended up winning by 95 runs thanks to a ton from Gordon White. The most recent was Headingley in 2015, England versus South Africa versus New Zealand. I'll tell you about that in a second.
Bumrah tries to attempt the same shot ball again, but the ball dies in the pitch a little bit and just lobs through to Durrell on the bounce.
England won the toss and fielded, even though it was well before Bazball. New Zealand made 350, 50s for Latham and Ronke. Stuart Broad took a 5 for. Lyth made a ton, Cook made 50 for England, but then they fell away and New Zealand won by 199 runs.
All hail the Ronke Donkey.
The Ronke Donkey.
That's the inducker, and that was actually played off the inside edge of the bat and the pad through mid-on. In a slightly odd scenario, trying to hit it to the leg side and finding it going cannoning off the pad through mid-off at some pace.
So if you think about all of the tests that have been played, which is what, 2,590 something?
Yes,
50
over
something?
over 2,500.
Yeah, it's 0.3% of therefore being level after the which makes the next stat I've got for you even more nutty or unusual or bizarre.
Bumrah again attacking the stumps and squirted into the gullies where the finer of the two gullies fields.
And that is that of all those test matches, and only 8 ever having had tied scores at the end of the first innings, 2 of them were literally at the same time on the same day, or the same day, not the same time. New Zealand against Pakistan were playing in Auckland. West Indies were playing Australia at Sabina Park. So, you know, since whenever the first test was, 1870, whatever it was, 2 of those tied scores were on the same day.
That's ball this over. That's too far down the leg side. That's gone off the pad to short leg. Short leg's giving it the quick shot at the stumps and forced Crawley to turn and make his ground quickly. That's the end of a testing over.
Shravan Reddy Gadam says, Sir Bashir will come to bat or not? That's a good question. How much he'd contribute is also pretty questionable, Shravan Reddy.
We've just seen him having a bowling net.
Yeah, it's his
bowling difficult.
It's his left hand that's injured, so it's not his bowling hand. So he should be all right to bowl. It may definitely make him a doubt for Old
Next
Trafford.
test,
Yeah.
On traditionally a spinning wicket.
Oh, hello,
Comparing
hello.
this pitch to the WTC final, and this seems to be far more difficult. That just seemed to get easier and easier to bat on as the game progressed.
As is the Lord's way.
Siraj to continue. That's angled in, attacking the off stump. Pope plays a textbook defensive shot. Off to mid on, and there is no run.
Ooh, right. Now we've got a super chat, which I shall.
Super check cash.
Yeah, I should probably do that, shall I?
Yeah, I think we've got time for
Super chat.
It's from the fabulous Jay Grover, who says, trying this, the bank might still think I'm mental. Who's donated us £2, for which we're very grateful indeed. Thank you, Jay.
Pope awaiting Siraj, who's that's a better ball. That's going to hit the stumps. That's well played in the end, in front of his pad by Pope, and the man from mid wicket cuts it off as it goes into the onside.
So they were showing vision of Morkul on the balcony as the bowling coach of India. I just wonder what sort of guidance he gives a brilliant player such as Bumrah.
Well, I don't think he needs to give Bumrah any advice at all. I think Bumrah's got his game well in order. Slightly slower, and that's nicely played. And unfortunately, Pope has just managed to hit the fielder at cover, which is Jaiswal, who fields smartly to stop what was potentially a boundary.
Yeah, the Jaswell's fielding has not always been exemplary, but he did a good job there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like he's been banished from the Flips region. He was.
He has, because they've had Reddy in there, they've had Deep in Gully. I think he's been shown that he's a bit fallible at Gully, and therefore he's better off chasing leather around the pitch. No, give the job to the youngster, and that's beaten. Pope played a shot of that, and it's cannoned into his pads, but it's too high. I think that's going to go over the top and possibly down the leg side as well.
India's just got to hold their nerve here, don't they? They're getting frustrated, I think.
Well, these two bowlers have been bowling for about an hour now. I think it's about time that they've probably got relieved with Deep.
Even that can carry risk, can't it? Remember what happened in the first innings when
and Reddy,
Nitish Kumar Reddy came on.
And that's flicked off his pad down the leg side. Jurel makes an effort to stop it. He gets half a paw on it, but they've still got enough pace to go to the boundary.
I think he's given it as buys though.
Yeah,
it was 4 buys.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Yeah, it was one of those awkward balls down the leg side where it's just pitching before you try and get your mitt on it. Jurel had to put in the full dive. He got half a finger on it, that wasn't enough to stop it from going to the boundary.
Question for you, gents. Michael Goff, I thought he was an outstanding umpire, but he's been dropped from the ICC panel.
There's a whole
political
reason for that, which I'm not sure I've got time to get into. I have to remember
now
it all.
you've piqued my interest.
Oh, and that one's
that's out.
snaked down the hill. Big appeal by everybody.
Well, mainly Siraj.
And they're going to have a convene and think about whether or not that's worth.
That looked out to me.
That certainly beat the inside edge of the bat, smacked into the pad. I wondered whether they'd done too much, but they have reviewed.
Well, you have two schools of thought. Shubman Gill, who was suggesting that it was probably too high, and Siraj, albeit hot-headed and slightly bonkers that he might be,
saying no.
He was quite clear in his argument that in as far as he's concerned, it simply wasn't.
Here comes the enhanced replay. That's swung back. That's on the knee roll.
That looks out to me.
And I think that might be umpire's call.
I think it's...
if we're lucky.
I think that's out. Where do you stand on it, Krishna?
It will be umpire's call, I think, on high.
Okay.
Out to me.
Here comes it. In front of middle, and it's hitting.
Said he was out.
So, a good review. Siraj is congratulated. Makes the pose. Walks the walk. And so does Ollie Pope. He has to go.
He does indeed. He's gone.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at?
I mean, he was beaten by... It's a bit unkind, that jingle, because he was beaten by a terrific ball, I thought, on that occasion.
Yeah, it seemed in.
Again, his balance is all over the shop.
Yeah, his head is falling over to the offside. Yeah, if you look at it, his head is outside the ball by quite some distance by the time it impacts.
The body language.
He's waiting for his teammates to come around and hug him, and here they come.
Yeah, he was. At least he demonstrated a little bit better grace than when he dismissed Duckett, which was genuinely quite unseemly. It's a long old walk back when you haven't made many, isn't it?
Yep.
The applause in the long room is a polite ripple rather than thunderously
and he
welcoming.
Would be thinking,
he
why does
would
Crawley
be
have all the
thinking,
luck? And
yeah,
I think he'll be thinking Jacob Bethel's going to get a chance soon.
Well, yes, I fear he may well be thinking that. Right, what's the score, Jace? 42. 42-4-2. Dave Durrell, as I've said, we're doomed. The collapse is on. Yeah, it may not be, but it's certainly not an ideal start for England. Jay Grover is also with me. He's going, please tell us the story, Jason, because it confused me. Mind you, he had also said two messages earlier, oh shit, the shrooms and booze have worn off. I'm not repeating yesterday's profligacy, mind. I think that's referring to his very generous super chats. Sumit Singh is absolutely with us on Pope's technical deficiency at the moment. Gentlemen, I'll repeat myself again. That's tautological. But that's fine. If we're going to pick hairs here, Sumit, but I don't wish to be pedantic. I'll repeat myself again, which I've now just done as well. His head falls over the line 80% of the time. Yeah, well, that is definitely a problem. Mark Spooner, New Zealand versus Pakistan test in Auckland in 73. Pakistan 402 in their first innings. New Zealand 9 for 251 in response. Hastings and Collins then equalled the then 10th wicket record, putting on 151.
Richard Collins, I think, got 173 in the end.
So yes, you're absolutely right. Thank you, Mark. Get rid of the passengers, says Sumit Singh. Crawley, Duckett, Ollie and Bashir out.
A bit harsh on Duckett.
I think that would be harsh on Duckett.
Yeah, he's been a banker.
Duckett is one of the best three openers in the world at the moment, I think.
Yeah, well,
doesn't say much about the quality of all the openers.
So there's a question we've asked ourselves, which was Dhruv Jurel keeping. Does that mean Pant can't come in until number 11 in India's second innings? I don't think that's
No, we have to
true at all.
5 wickets down, 7, I think.
So he might have to come in.
Five wickets down or 2 hours.
Well, I think at this rate, it's.
Message yes, Jordan. Does that mean that we are due a change?
I think we are.
Yes, we are.
We are due a change. Who's on? It's Messers, obviously. I think Hendo's coming back, and I think Kat should be joining us, but someone will need to let her in, so I shall go and do that.
See you later,
Thank you,
gents.
Tony. That was the bear asking that question. He lets us know. Shamit Singh says Duckett goes out for being a bad influence. Talks nonsense. Well, I think he's very low on the list of likely losers in the England team, to be honest. But Crawley, I know we've asked this question before, but surely he must be close to the end of the rope that has been allowed to him, and he has hanged himself. We have Joe Root facing up, and our Cat's coming in.
Are you on your own there, Mickey?
Yeah. No, me.
We have a strange echo as well.
Oh, it's a nightmare.
It's often from using fresh air for your microphone instead of headphones. Here's my IT 2 cents worth.
It's been going on with Zoom today. There's something weird for the settings, and Indo and I were both getting it.
Oh dear. That means probably no one is to us, because I would turn it off. Is it coming through on the broadcast, I wonder?
You sound fine to
Anyway,
me.
This one's been slashed to point. Am I doing ball by ball, or is someone else coming on to do that?
Can you not see the screen? Can you not see what's going on very well?
I've got a much better, large screen than what we have here on Zoom, so I'm fine to do it. But I'm not sure who's rostered.
Oh no, you are rostered.
Lovely. I may be a bit ahead of you.
Right, that's fine. Most people are.
We're in the middle of a drinks break, if anybody's wondering what's happening. And no, Kat, it's not affecting the way it comes over on the YouTube or the player that we've got on the website.
Fantastic.
Mike says,
So we're
Kat,
back
please
live?
tell us that you placed a bet on a first innings tie. It was the first thing I
Yes.
thought of when I saw that score.
I usually place a bet on the first innings tie. In fact, it isn't a usual bet. It's just an occasional bet that I place on a tie, and I really wish I had this time. I often do.
But there's an expectation on you to accelerate the collapse. At least there is from Leah and some others.
Apparently, you're not coming through, so I'm going to have to take over.
So we are back live now.
No, but Kat, you're not coming through on the broadcast for some reason. Onto the back foot goes Root and defends that one.
There's a big problem with Zoom then.
Sorry, that's not correct, and Kat is coming through on the broadcast.
Gary's
Just
telling me that the cricket was going on and we weren't talking about the cricket, but that wouldn't be a first.
That's because I think we went back live, and then Messi said we were still on the drinks break. But we are back live. We haven't had a wicket though.
Oh, stop saying that. Hang on, Kat.
Touch wood, not yet. Anyway, we've got Root, who has faced 2 balls. Ready is bowling. This, in fact, is the 5th ball of the over, and they take a single. Crawley is on 18. Root is he still on nothing? He's on 1 now. It's a very slow scorer we're dealing with here. The lead is 44, of course, which means it is 44 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, Reddy took those 2 wickets in the first innings, but I suspect there might be a little bit of relief to have seen off the first burst of Bumrah. And it's not Bumrah that's been taking the wickets, is it? It's Mohammad Siraj.
That's right. Bumrah's not furious enough to take wickets.
That's true. That's true. He hasn't been infected with the fury.
Yeah, we have one slip now as Reddy bowls short. It's punished by Crawley. He sent it sailing out to the mid-wicket boundary. It will dribble over the rope for 4.
2 + 2 is on man.
Yeah, it was a good shot. It was poor ball, good shot. But also, when I saw him play it, I wouldn't have been surprised to see someone grab it at mid-wicket. It wasn't that far away, was it, from Washington?
No, Washington, was it?
Yeah, I mean, it's fair enough. It is. He's never going to catch that. But when you see those shots go in the air and you think, oh, that should be 4 runs, and then someone intercepts it. If it's the team you want to keep wickets intact, then that's always a sad.
We do have a super chat
to say. A super chat. Well, we'll do it after this ball, shall we? It's the
We'll
start
keep
of a
you in
new over.
suspense on the super chat.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll see if I can guess who
Siraj
it's
is
from.
getting another go at these batters, fair enough, with the figures of 2 for 10 from his 6 so far.
Yeah, really good spell. Really good spell.
He says, I want to keep bowling. I don't want to stop at all. We have 2 slips now, and Root is defensive, coming forward onto the front foot. No run.
Yeah, I think Root's actually coming down the wicket to the 87 mile an hour Mohammad Siraj. He's trying to take an LBW out of the equation as far as he can. I mean, he's starting a good 8 to 10 inches outside his crease, and then he's advanced. By the time he's contacted that, he's probably 2 or 3 feet down the wicket.
Good strategy too, because I guess your standing keeper is unlikely to come up to the stumps to Siraj.
Yes, that would be asking a bit much, wouldn't it? Haven't seen Akash Deep this morning, have we? That's another interesting point.
Yes, indeed. This one's outside off stump and taken on the toe of the bat by Root. Siraj does his own fielding.
I need to ask if people are hearing Kat okay, because she's coming through as a Dalek again to me. We're going. What we think is the problem is that
we've got lots of people say they're fine. They can hear Kat fine.
It's only just started, Messi. It might be to do. We have to put ice under the computer because it overheats.
It might be the computer at your end there.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Satellite computer world as Root again defends another ball from Siraj.
Yeah, I mean, Root played that one where he came down the wicket, and then the next ball he got one that was swinging away from him, and he went after it like Crawley, and it. I mean, if Crawley gets out that way, you just say, well, that's Crawley. But if Root gets out that way, you're going to be a bit cross, aren't you?
Yeah, I've just checked the sound. It's dreadful for both me and Kat, and to a certain extent for you, and
what, it's dreadful or it's okay?
Dreadful.
Okay, whose sounds best?
Yours.
Shall I take over for a little bit while we see if the ice kicks in?
It's just improved.
It has improved, yeah. Okay, back to Kat. It's all a bit technically challenging, but we're not used to this.
We've still got a fair amount of echo, but that's.
Go ahead, Kat.
So Siraj is bowling in his 7th over, and Root spanks this one out into the covers, and there's no run.
Yeah, just did that thing Jadeja at square point where he grabbed the ball. I mean, I don't think it was a catch. It may have been a little bit uppish, but he tossed the ball in the air as if he'd taken a simple catch and to set off the alarm bells.
And nobody in the crowd was fooled.
Nobody was fooled. I was fooled, but I was potentially fooled. I felt a sort of a little rush of adrenaline.
Yes, it's worth doing for that reason alone. A little bit of swing in the air now Siraj gets as this one is pushed to cover to hit off, and they get 1 run.
And that's the end of the over. Messi.
So I'll do Jay Grover's super chat.
Oh yeah.
He sent us £2.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
He's very inclusive. He says preemptive backsheesh for any of Cat's pets.
Ah, right, of course.
Whichever one's in easy reach. I have 2 of them pretty close.
The cat's over here not liking the heat. A lot of cats going missing at the moment. If you follow me on Facebook, which many of you don't, most of you don't, you'll see that I'm just putting up, sharing constantly cats that are going missing in London or various areas.
Do you have a studio cat?
Not now.
Okay. Well, another ball's pushed into the covers by Root. He's now moving to 3. The score got to 49. Oh no, it's just clicked over to 50. That's 2. This is Batman here.
Batman? Oh, there he is. That's not that. I hate to tell you,
excellent.
Cat. I hate to tell you, Cat. That's not a cat.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, he's very, very cute, though. Very
You're
cute.
very cute,
indeed.
Batman.
Yeah, lovely.
Crawley is on strike. He hasn't been hit in the finger for, at least 2 overs. Just the one slip in place. And Reddy is bowling. Keeper up to the stumps. And there's no run.
Oh,
Then coming?
Crawley threw his bat at that, and you're looking to the boundary for that one. He's completely missed it. A very good take by Jarrell. The blade flashing in front of him like that.
And now Bobbin's going to help with the ball by ball.
Hey.
Excellent. Oh, I've got to give a super chat now.
Oh, good, of course. Yeah.
I've got to put them so close to my head, otherwise the screen at the back takes over. Anyway, this next one's wrapping Crawley on the pads, but it's outside the line of leg stump, so no real risk there. Good practice appeal.
I've just thought, with regards to Jay, that he could save time by just sending us an almighty super chat at 11 o'clock.
He does from time to time.
Well, worth about £100, and then he could relax for the rest of the day.
Oh no, that's a fun in that.
Well, I don't know. Maybe we get a day's interest on the money.
Speaking of super chats, we have one from Muttley with £2. He says, import a studio cat from Sugar and Spice.
And
So Crawley's facing up, and this next ball is lofted out towards short third into the gully, and it's been caught. That is the end of Crawley. He's out for 22.
Listen, I have to say that shot demands that Crawley be dropped from this side. That really...
Even before the jingle, people. We're dropping him before we've even played the jingle.
That he has to go. He has to go for that. Clever move by Jarrell to stand up to the stumps, which restricts him from getting out to the medium pace of Reddy. And Reddy good for send-off as well. And to be honest, I think this is completely out of order now from India. They know what the situation is. They don't need to be doing this. It's ugly. It leaves a bad taste. And I don't care if you think I'm biased, because I just think that is, after what Siraj did to when he got rid of Duckett, which in itself was unnecessary. And I know there were problems with Crawley last night. But this is just going to put a bad taste into this series, to be honest. I think that's awful. I mean, Reddy, he's not exactly Mr. Fast Bowler, is he? Let's be honest.
No, a send-off does seem a bit unnecessary when it was really all Crawley.
Yeah.
Maybe a tiny amount of a contribution from the bowler and the
it's
person
just
catching it, but
I mean, if you can't control a medium pace swing delivery like that, and you can't keep it down, in this situation, you have no right to be opening the batting for England, and or for any team, to be honest. And if he keeps his place after this, then there is something very wrong and mildly corrupt.
So who are you selecting in his place? Who are we popping in
Well,
there for?
there are various possibilities. Talk about Jacob Bethel, don't we? I mean, it's a big and difficult thing for him to do if they bring him into open. He's hardly played any red ball cricket this season. But you might even look at going back to someone like Alex Lees, who's been having a really good season for Durham and has had Good seasons for Durham since he was dropped from the England side, to be honest. And, Sibley, but he won't get in, even though he's having a great season for Surrey, because he's considered too slow and too dull, even though he has upped his game in that regard. There is one other that I'm thinking of. It's just escaped my mind.
All good
for the time
ideas, and
being.
I guess we're going to jingle up the new batter in a moment, but he's already squaring up. We still seem to have two gullies here in this position, and this first one bouncing. It's a little bit nasty to Brooke, and it's taken by the keeper, and he doesn't make contact with the bat.
Oh, that was a genuinely good ball. In a sense, you would have said if he took a wicket with that ball, well done. But the previous ball. Does Crawley ever look at the field? I mean, did he not see two men positioned for that shot?
It was wonderful captaincy, though, because there was one slip there just a minute earlier, and then all of a sudden, two slips and two gullies, or was it one slip and two gullies? Something. It was a great fielding position from the captain. Wonderful. This next one is glided just through point. Brooke is off the mark there with a single, and that score has moved to 51 for 3.
We've had 3 wickets today. There may have been a slight technical deficiency in Pope's dismissal, but the other 2 wickets have just been thrown away by England. They should be 51 for 1, not 51 for 3. Messi.
Yes, I've cashed in my draw bets already. Another super chat from me.
Oh, good.
$5 for a puppet interference fee.
Oh, lovely. Good work, Bobbin.
And Jay reckons it's two quid. It was the best 2 quid he's ever spent.
It's the best 2 quid we've ever received.
Look at Bobbin's bottom, because she's got a little black patch on her bottom, which is very cute. Not as cute as her face, but
I'm not in the habit of looking at dogs' bottoms, but there you go.
well, let's say the flank, maybe not
the flank.
Right.
Yes, I prefer that. That's definitely.
Mayank says, "I swear nothing works in England. A little bit of heat, systems fail. Bit of autumn, leaves on the track, shut down trains. Moderate rain, shut down the city."
Yeah, it's a shit country, Mayank. It really is.
Anyway, we have. Finally, we have Deep coming into the attack. We are well behind on our jingling. Just imagine the jingles here. We have new bowler, first ball of the new over, and he's actually getting some movement. And doesn't look that comfortable. He's not leaving these balls exactly. He's kind of shaving his bat with them.
Yeah, he's got to be. That was a horrible shot, to be honest. It was just way outside the off stump, and he just has a little flick at it. This is the jingle. It's quite short and sweet. There you go.
Oh, fantastic. We have 2 slips now. Always important to keep track of them. And Brooke is advancing, and he sends a ball to mid-off. And there's no run, but that looked a bit more confident.
Yeah, he came down the wicket again, like Root did to Mohammad Siraj. And Siraj has finally been rested. He's done a brilliant job this morning for India. Really has. Notwithstanding maybe the overreaction, but then it's got him fired up, and he's done a job. So worked for John McEnroe.
They might be 300 for 3 in a few more overs. This one is hitting Brooke on the pads, according to some of the fielders. Looked like he got bat on it to me, but anyway, no run taken and no appeal.
Looked to me as if it came off the bat as well. I'm not sure why, if anyone would have got excited about that. But then you look at it and you think, oh my goodness, it's down to the 2 Yorkies again, isn't it? To try and repair, below the waterline for England.
And they will, I'm sure they will. I have loads of confidence in these 2. Loads of Yorkshire confidence here. This one is angling in towards leg stump. And Brooke just plays it to short mid-wicket. No run.
Have you got any Yorkshire heritage, Kat?
I do indeed. That's where my family comes from.
Right. Whereabouts?
Well, it's mostly ugly parts of Yorkshire. I shouldn't say that. Kind of Middlesbrough.
Right. Okay.
region.
Yep.
Yeah. I've been there many times, all over.
I do think technically it's been moved out of Yorkshire now. Boundary changes, maybe because it's ugly. Oh, God.
And Brooke takes a wild
Jeez.
swing. He advances down the pitch and he has an agricultural shot at something that it's very embarrassing. And quite rightly, all the Indian fields laugh at him.
Well, what is the point of having world-class batsmen? What is the point of having the number one batsman in the world if he's going to play shots like that and get out for one? Okay, he didn't get out, but
he should have. I think we should
probably should have. Yeah.
for that.
I just don't know what to make of it.
Just singing the praises of these Yorkshiremen. They were just getting their eye in, and this one is defended. Yeah, back down the pitch. Much better.
I mean, I think there's enough in this pitch now. It's misbehaving enough for England to think that if they get a half-decent total on the board, that they can still win this game. But they're playing as if they can't. They're playing as if there are so many demons in the pitch that the only way to score is to just try and swipe everything. It makes no sense to me.
Yeah.
There you go.
We got 2 super chats.
Hey.
Mog sent us $5. He said, I reckon Australia would take Crawley as an opener at the moment. God, Constance and Khawaja played and missed more than I've ever seen last night.
Yeah, ball was
And
moving.
Jay Grover sent us £2.
Thank you.
Oh, wait.
I can't hear you, Cat.
Excellent. Oh, yes. Back. And we've had one ball for Reddy. Brooke is on strike at 1. Root is 4. And the score 52 for 3.
Yeah, I think we just missed but I think you may have missed
Missed
a
a
ball.
ball?
Yeah, Root got a single out to deep point, which is why Brooke has come back down this end.
But they're not exactly steaming ahead now. They're settling. 52 for 3. It was overs and overs ago that they brought up the 50. And a wicket ago. This next one is shorter and it's flailed at by Brooke dangerously in the air, but it has gone all the way to the boundary. Just by a miracle, nobody caught that, and it's 4 runs for Brooke.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Yeah, it's connected with that pretty well, hasn't he? Actually, I mean, I did worry that he might have holed out, but the point. The point saving the single is almost like a catching point rather than a man on the single. So he hit it in front of him, or in front of square rather than square.
He's confident, Brooke is. But this next ball is excellent line and length and converged by Brooke. That's very close to his pads and definitely got his eye in now. 3 for 300 is what I'm predicting, Hendo.
Are you trying to do a reverse psychology here
Not at all.
to get England bowled out for the 80 that Tony suggested they would be dismissed for this morning?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I have no bets on this match, so nothing in it. Nothing riding on it.
Well.
Another ball angling onto leg stump. Bull and dug out by Brooke. 56 for 3 is the score.
I should mention Jay Grover's super chat, £2. He just said Yorkshire, more importantly,
Hey.
Sheffield.
Yes, indeed, Sheffield.
Yes, we want to know which towns in Yorkshire you're coming from. Actually, my favourite town, my real town for my relatives is Redcar.
Redcar.
So, on the beach.
That's Cleveland, effectively now. I think is what Redcar is known as. Is it not?
Cleveland, yeah.
Cleveland, yeah.
And another one defended by Brooke.
Well, they just changed the name, did they?
Well, they changed the county boundaries. I think. I mean, Hull was.
It's always been Cleveland, but
Yeah.
All right.
But I think they changed the. They
it's
changed the boundary.
the
Hull
structure.
was Yorkshire. Now it's Humberside. I don't know what it all means, to be honest.
Bit like taking Manchester out of Lancashire.
Yeah. Yeah. take Manchester.
I'm sure it's all done to get the football teams into some kind of order. Another ball, back of a length, wrapping Brook on the pads, only it probably was just his thigh pad and it was a bit high.
Yeah, it's probably going down the leg side. I think, but he didn't really move Brook. I mean, whether it shot back so sharply that it took him a little bit by surprise, he didn't really try to play any sort of shot at it. WinViz has India on top, 44%, England 35%. The draw is 21% still, Messi.
Yeah, when I put it on, the draw was 4-1 against, so it's a good time to cash out. I think this wicket's going to get very capricious. Mayank says, ugly parts of Yorkshire? You need to narrow it down, I'm afraid. Well, you got to say, given its area, Yorkshire probably has more area of beautiful land than any other county.
Oh, it has some tremendous, really beautiful parts, yeah. Absolutely.
Some lovely
and
scenery.
Stephen Kelk says, big bag of doomed.
We have Akash Deep bowling to Root, and the score does not change.
Yeah, I mean, despite these rather weird and ridiculous slogs that England have attempted this morning, they're still only going at just over 3 and over, which is basically what they did in the first innings when they batted moderately sensibly. And it's basically what India did as well on this pitch.
So Akash Deep is second over. First one was a maiden. This one is defended by Root. He just offers a very floppy bat at this one and it dribbles to the offside. Seems to be a bit of sledging still going on. What do you reckon, guys?
Well, I think, it's the marker has been set to an extent, and it could get increasingly unpleasant. If England do get a decent score and it becomes very competitive in terms of who's going to get over the line, then I can imagine that England will certainly give as good as they get.
Back of a length, pushed backward of point, taken by one of the gullies. I'm not sure how many gullies there are now. They're not in camera, so they're just outside of what would be a conventional gully.
They quite often now have, someone like Duckett, who favours the sort of chop behind square, quite often have a gully and then a backward point who's obviously more distant than the gully, but also not that far in terms of width from the gully. So there's, they've almost got 2 chances to take anything that's offered in the air around that region.
Root is on strike. Another ball is defended to that gully. And it seems like Gill, who's the captain, was happy about this bit of argy-bargy and happy for his bowlers to be up in everyone's face. So if the captain is endorsing it, nothing's going to change unless they have a word from the umpires.
If there is a continuation of this and if it's given back in kind by England, I think there will be some match referee involvement once the game is done.
Yes.
Maybe the send-off from Siraj would be fine.
Yep.
Root is on the drive. He's sending Swan out to the cover boundary. That's 4 runs. Very convincing stroke.
That is the shot of the morning, unquestionably. One ball remaining in the over, then we will have a change. Gary is moving into the ball-by-ball chair, is that right? No, he's ball-by-balling. Is it someone...
Tony is ball-by-ball.
Tony's coming in a minute, okay. That was a great shot from Root. The other thing is that with Root advancing down the wicket to Akash, Joel has come to stand up to stop him doing that.
And he is planting his feet a little bit more, but doesn't seem to be stopping him. He clips one down to backward square, heading down towards the fine leg boundary. They get just the one. Root is on 9 now, Brook on 5. And the score at the end of that over, 61 for 3 after 18 overs. Over to you guys.
Yeah, we have one more super chat from Lockie. He sent us $2 Australian. He says, you guys can have my cash bat wiggings. Doomed. Well, and Jason, I'd suggest starting with Jay Grover a couple of before that.
Yeah, well, it's been tough this morning, batting, particularly in the first half hour, batting before midday in England, I always find is very difficult. And there were some deliveries that were just completely unplayable. But I want to just talk about the 3 dismissals in a moment.
This is Kumar Reddy over the wicket to former captain Joe Root, who steers this easily enough out to mid-wicket, no run. Gary?
Well, all 3 dismissals were characterised by the position of the batter's head, in that Duckett was fetching a ball from wide of the off stump to mid-on. Ollie Pope was yet again falling across his front pad, trying to work it to leg, and Crawley threw his hands at an extremely wide one. Joe Root, on the other hand, is playing the ball below his eyes, and Harry Brook looks a lot better when he's playing the ball below his eyes. It's fairly orthodox batting, but
Ready over the wicket. Root just pulls out late. Thing he thought about looking to either glide that through third man or maybe dab towards point, and saw a better way, and through it went to Jarrell, who's standing up, of course.
I don't want to say I told you so, but I did talk about the fact that the Indians, particularly KL Rahul, played the ball below his eyes. So it's easier to leave the ball below your eyes. It's easier to hit the ball straight below your eyes, and it's easier to have your pad as a second line of defence from the ball that goes through the gate as well.
Reddy turns, and he's full, and it's well defended again by Joe Root. There was no run. You described Akash Deep, Gary, in a little chat we were having just now, as being a very English style bowler. He seems to pitch it up, kiss the surface, and look for a bit of movement.
Yeah, I mean,
both ways, doesn't he?
I think I wrote this at Edgbaston that Akash Deep looks like an English bowler, and he got the kind of returns you would expect from an English bowler who just seems to bowl a little bit this way, a little bit that way, but always asks the batsman to play.
Heavy offside field, 2 slips, a very deep backward point, gully, and that one's cut on the bounce, and it's the man at second slip diving to his left who can field, but it dropped well short.
Yeah, it's a good piece of fielding, though. You've got to anticipate that. As soon as you see Root go back and put his weight on his back foot, you know that late cut is on, and you know that you have to be able to spring one way or the other. So good technical fielding there.
It was. I think the other thing you can say about both Reddy and particularly probably Akash Deep is neither played at Headingley, and India look a better proposition
much
with
better.
them both in.
Yeah, much better.
I mean, Akash Deep at Headingley, of course, was phenomenal. He'll be bowling the next over. We'll have a little think back to there. Then that's wide of off stump, taken by Jarrell. Keeps Root honest.
What was
and there's no run.
Yeah, what was the case at Edgbaston is that Shubman Gill didn't really trust Nitish Kumar Reddy with the ball, so
he only bowled 6 overs.
Yeah, he didn't
Number
trust
29.
him. But he's on a pitch here where, and I think this is why England will be in with a chance if they can set anything above 150. 220, 240 would be nice. 150 will take a bit of defending, but if you can just get the ball on that 4th stump line, there's enough natural variation in bounce and in a bit of seam, and that variation will be difficult even at 78 miles an hour, never mind at 88.
Nitish Kumar ready, in he comes, inside edge. Goodness me, Root's going to get a single for that. He's going to keep the strike. And safe to say, Gary, I don't think he knew a thing about it.
No, well, that's pretty much the point. He pitched it up. There was a little bit of in movement, but he was going with his hands instead of with his feet and his head, and therefore
he might have been signalled as buys, so
he did.
Come off
Is
his
buys?
Yeah,
went straight through, and
straight
Jarrell.
Oh well, I take that all back. Still beat Joe Root. But yeah, it was Jarrell that it hit. He's falling away to his left.
It beat everybody, certainly.
It did beat everybody, including my eyes
and mine.
So we must have had
Kept
number 88.
Low. Really low.
It did keep low. We must have had number 88 in terms of Nitish Kumar Reddy bowling to number 88 in terms of Brook a few times.
But I mean, that is an illustration of the point I was making, that even at the pace of Reddy, when the ball is shooting like that, you can get out to it.
Well, it is going to be Akash Deep. He's bowling from the pavilion end. Joe Root was just organising the sight screens where he wants them. That's left. Thuds into the standing up Jarrell's gloves, no run. Jason, if you do have messages,
I do.
Dive in every so often and appraise us of them.
Jacob said to Cat, red car looks like a Blade Runner S dystopia. I'm sure Jeremy loved the Elysian Fields and Seven Hills of Sheffield. And we get a shout out from Tindakal Pandey from Yankee G-Man, who really used to enjoy his ball-by-ball commentary.
Well, yeah, he's doing. We're not sure what he's up to these
and
days.
Interested to have just as the only ugliest in Yorkshire is the attitude of the people.
Akash Deep, left by Joe Root, who again had started off as though he was looking to shoulder arms and then quickly
he's
turned it into pulling the bat inside.
He's doing what Duncan Fletcher used to refer to as positive leaves, because he's getting himself into a position to play the shot, and then he's sort of almost 3/4 of the way through before he pulls out. But that's better than being kind of late on it or being surprised. So this is good batting technique, I think, from Root. And although Akash Deep's got his hands in the air like he don't care, I think Root was in control of that leave.
Holding up the ceiling. That one is steered by Root. Down to deep backward point. There is a man deep down there. As we said, quite a heavy offside field. They will take a single.
Yeah.
And we're going to get how deep is your Akash to the Babbling Brook.
Apparently
63 for 3.
Apparently, and maybe listeners familiar with some continental naming conventions can confirm this. Apparently he is Akash Deep. He's not A Deep. He's not Akash first name, Deep second name. He's kind of Akash Deep, not as a single word, but as a single name.
Oh, so his first name and surname are all one entity?
Yeah, separated by...
Two slips and a gully. Akash Deep in to Harry Brook, who's not seen so much of the strike. He's ramped this, falling away to his right. It's going to go down to the fine leg boundary, and he's going to get himself 4 runs. Inventive as ever, and I think a safe enough shot.
Only just.
Only just.
Well, he was aware that there was no fine leg, and it was outside of his off stump.
Anytime you play a shot with your head so far away from the line of the ball is a risk.
Well, the other thing when you play that shot, and I always think it of Rishabh Pant, and I thought it of Brook there, is the chances that you might roll back on your wicket seem very high. He's done it again, and he's going to get the same result again. Yep, just short of that boundary sponge, 1 bouncing over it. 2 balls, 2 fours, both ramped to fine leg. I wonder if Shubman Gill, Gary, is going to try and close that particular door.
Well, would he dare to do it 3 times in a row?
Yes.
Yes is the answer. What I do think is that somebody will show figures that say that the ramp shot gets you 90 runs per dismissal or something like that, and I think there are figures of that kind to do so.
He's doing it now, look, there we go.
But when you have to premeditate it to that extent, you've got to be relying a little bit on luck in terms of the ball going where you want it to go.
71 for 3, last ball of the 20th over, bullseye Akash Deep.
Now there is a fine
He's been
long
ramped
leg.
twice, but yes, Shubman Gill has now done that. And that's absolutely smashed for 6 over long off by Harry Brook. That is smited like an interballistic missile. It finishes the over with one of these, and it was a belter.
When you can play a shot like that, why are you bothering with ramps and stuff? Because it was a full, it was a half volley, but you can't connect any better than that, and it ended up in the committee room.
Well, it was. I mean, you say that.
In the long room,
the fact is, he played it twice knowing that there was no fine leg. They put in a fine leg.
Yeah.
So his answer was to launch it over long off.
Yeah.
I don't think you can complain.
No, I certainly don't. Is that Matthew McConaughey in the crowd there?
Anyway, Jason.
Leah says she should get a job as the German sledging consultant for the national team. Paul Stratton is having an each way bet. He says, no, sorry, that's Mayank. He says, I've got my Kindle India test shirt on with my snug England long sleeve sweater.
Right, Nitish Kumar ready to Joe Root, who works him towards mid-wicket. Fielded by Jadeja, and there was no run. Sorry, was it Jadeja or Jaiswal? Oh, it's Bumrah. I just quickly saw from a distance the J on his back. I suppose Jaiswal, Jadeja or Jasprit. And I forgot that Jasprit has his first name rather than his second name on it, on the back of his shirt.
Dave would ask the question, what's the most you would get paid in a fine to give a batter a send-off?
Good question.
And which batter? This is, I presume. No.
Right, a slip.
Here's a tenner. I've got 3 more in
It's
the bank.
interesting. It's kind of a slip and effectively 2 gullies here. So this is also an interesting plan. It's driven by route to wide mid-off though.
Slightly reaching for it, but not trying to hit the ball too hard.
But is this the plan, Gary? Because you have the slip and then 2 gullies, and you're throwing it wide. Are you looking for that mistimed drive?
I think you are.
With the away swinger.
I think you're expecting hard hands at the ball, which for Joe Root is less likely than some of the other England bats. But when you go with hard hands, then the ball will carry and it will go more square than it would do to, say, second slip. So
good old hard hands, the famous
we have a super
Frankfurt
chat, by the way,
bouncer.
boys.
Oh. Okay, after this ball from Nitish Kumar Reddy. And he comes. Full work nicely by Joe Root in his calm and untroubled manner. He's going to deep backward square. They can jog 2. Move on to 79 for 3.
YouTube super chat.
Jay Grover sends £2 UK and he says, in support of me, oh lordy, Gary's on comms. Good luck, Jace.
Well, he's on comms, but he's in the slightly more troublesome position of analysis rather than ball by ball.
Yes.
So you might have the occasional opportunity there, Jace.
Leah says she's got a shirt on with the LV426 logo and the style of Jurassic Park logo.
Ready in. Kept a little bit low on leg stump. Root steers him again to mid-wicket. He's played that shot a lot. It's being a fruitful little avenue of untroubled runs for him.
He knows there's a possibility of the ball keeping low, so he doesn't commit too early, watches the ball all the way onto the bat, and then just uses the natural inside portion of the bat, or maybe just a slight turn of the wrists just to work it into the gaps on the leg side.
80
single and off strike.
Yep, he's done that well. We should remind you,
GPL.
you have until lunchtime for the GPL, so you've got about another 17 or so minutes before lunch
to make your best guess of
so
how many runs will be scored in the day.
Yeah, remember England started. We'll just hold this thought. That's driven. It's quite full and floaty and on leg stump, and Harry Brook flicks him down to mid-wicket and will get himself 4 of the King's finest.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
I mean, they're bowling quite full, these two, but because they're not as quick as Siraj or Bumrah, but that was overpitched, I think, for me, Gary.
Yeah, I think he's hit 18 off his last 4 balls.
Well, he has those 2 ramps, that gorgeous, absolutely smacked off drive. Nitish Kumar Reddy didn't quite go full Mark Wood. But he went most of the way down before he kind of did a press up to get himself back up again. And he comes, well defended by Harry Brook. Back to him. Better ball, better line, better length.
Just on what's likely to be
84 for 3. Jason.
Oh, Jason.
Lockie6 says, don't want to say I told you so, but that comment is priceless.
Which one's that?
Whatever one of us said when they said I don't want to tell you.
I was talking about me talking yesterday about playing the ball under the eyes, and 3 dismissals today, all of which were played with the ball not under the eyes.
Seahawk 7 is a traditionalist. I refuse to acknowledge batter as a sane term.
Yes, I'm coming to terms with it. It's no. I put it this way: when you wake up,
it's
in
so
the
hard
morning,
to do it. I mean, I remember I played a match against an all women 11 last Saturday, and we kept on saying new batsman in. I think no, it's not. It's a batter.
Nicely whipped away off his toes again by Joe Root down to deep mid wicket. They come back for 2. I don't think they'll come back for 3. They won't. 84 for 3. Well, I was sitting watching. Who was Spain thumping Portugal? I think in the women's Euros. And my lovely.
They don't call them footers, do they?
Well, my lovely other half said to me, "Blimey, Spain are all over Portugal here." And I said, "Yeah, it's men against boys," which, given the line of work and all the work my other half does,
that would have gone down well, I imagine.
Equality, put it this way, I wasn't popular. That one's cut magnificently, but there's a man at backward point. It's Jadeja, who is definitely a man or a bearded lady. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure where is a man. And the throw comes in, and they take a couple.
Given that we
Oh,
all,
just take one, didn't they? And Brook on strike, 87 for 3.
given that we all are quite happily saying bowler and fielder, I think there are bigger problems in the world.
Yeah.
They're getting upset about batter.
I was going to say, I went off on a bit of a mental walkabout, but I look at the things that really trouble the world.
Yeah.
And being
Being called a batter is
having
not
to use
necessarily
the
the
phrase
highest on
batter
the list.
isn't on, really doesn't make the top 10. Deep, and he comes. Oh, he's bowled him. He's absolutely Harry Brook falling away, looking to put work to leg, and it was just full and straight. Harry Brook, that was
Swept
an
a Yorker.
absolute shocker. He had tried to sweep a good Yorker, and I'm sorry, that was a shocking shot. I can hear harumphing from the green room. That must be Hendo's head will explode, and it was an absolute shocker of a shot. Akashdeep is triumphant, but at least he's not up Brook's nose triumphant.
Well, we said earlier on, or
87 for 4.
just 2 overs ago with the ramps, the danger is the premeditation. And there's the premeditation. He's down, about to sweep. The ball is a Yorker, which I suggested. You bowl against the premeditated shots, and it gets him out. And you really think there comes a point between pragmatism and self-belief where you have to think, I've got away with it twice. You know, the numbers are going to be against me.
Time to run it in now, yeah.
Yeah,
well,
and you can't premeditate. If in Test cricket you could premeditate every ball, then, you know, it would be a lot easier a game, but you can't.
England 87 for 4. Akashdeep, for the third time in 4 innings, has dismissed Harry Brook.
Just bowls too straight too often.
Yeah.
Shall I get through some messages?
I think you should. 87 for 4, not good for England. Over to Jason.
Ted Don't says, somewhat, I don't know whether it's tongue-in-cheek, who's the middle commentator? His voice sounds very familiar, but I can't place it. Maybe it's an accent thing.
Very good.
Lockie6 says, battered cod is great, battered cod's not so.
Right.
Jacob asks, Mayank, doesn't Delaware have a cricket team?
New man to the crease. England's captain. He's made
And
Lords
also
very much his own before. Ben Stokes.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
Just think what you've done with your career, Ben Stokes. You've got 5 more runs on your average. You'd have about 7,500 runs now instead of 6,818, I think.
Yeah, his is a career that's not about averages, as we know. It's about
momentum and impact,
inspiration, game changers. Well, he needs to change this game. England have found themselves on a tricky wicket against some good bowling, but all 4 dismissals. There is significant culpability in the part of the batter.
100%.
I have a dissenting view from Syed Nizamuddin. He says, ball changes make the difference. Yes, but we haven't changed the ball. Maybe England want the ball changed.
They might do one that they can hit easier. Right. A man who's played 12 times at Lords and averages 44, I think. Around the wicket. Beaten past his outside edge. That one was a superb ball again. Welcome to the crease, Ben Stokes. Just moved away from the left-hander.
Well, there's the English seamers game, isn't it?
Yep.
It's the English
You're
seamers
absolutely
game.
right. Attacking the fairly full off-stump line. We're watching Harry Brook again, and that was just such a... I don't know. He can be so fantastic.
Well, I'm going to enjoy discussing that with my friend tonight. He's going to be absolutely apoplectic, I think.
Is he a Harry Brook fan?
Not necessarily.
Akashdeep round the wicket, defended by England's captain Ben Stokes, who, as Gary said, with a surprising degree of understatement, has something of a job to do here.
Yeah.
Formulate your thought, Gary.
Well, all he needs to do is to bowl a ball at middle stump, and that's out. He cannot get a Harry Brook I'm talking about here. He cannot be in that premeditated position and hit the ball if it's on middle stump.
Round the wicket, left by Stokes. No run.
And if you're saying to a bowler, bowl a ball at middle stump and you'll have my wicket, I'm not really sure that's good enough.
He does like playing Australia here.
what did he make? 155 in 2023, 115 in 2019. And that one is. Oh, we're watching Harry.
There's
Brooks,
two other hundreds,
aren't we?
isn't there? There's he scored the fastest 100
Yeah.
at Lords.
101 versus New Zealand in 2015. That was. Oh, we're watching it again. I hope we are. Yeah. Thank goodness for that.
Well, I just want to say about the one of the main topics this morning.
87 for 4.
To add a little nuance, I think Siraj was out of order, and I think he should get a demerit point for, say, getting up in
Well, here's an interesting change.
Ben Duckett's grill.
I agree. Coming up to lunch, Jasprit Bumrah's back into the attack. This one jags away from Joe Root, who leaves, and there is no run.
I think Nitish Kumar Reddy was okay. I mean, he was excited to get the wicket. He did sort of make a face, but he was nowhere near Zach Crawley when he was giving him the send-off. And I mean, it was on the edge of what's acceptable and not acceptable, but I think if we take that reaction and passion out of the game, I think it's diminished. It's to do, I think, with proximity and the likelihood of Ben Duckett, who has got a bat in his hand, raising his bat. Because then all chaos breaks loose then.
For Root. In from the nursery end comes Bumrah, worked away to mid-wicket by Joe Root. How many times, Gary, have we seen that shot today?
Well, yeah, it's relatively safe because he waits for the ball, he watches it all the way onto the bat and then just turns it to mid-wicket. And he's not decided where the ball is going to go before the bowler has delivered it.
Just thinking of people who fronted up with bats in their hands. Javed Miandad and Merv Hughes.
Famously, Javed Miandad and Dennis Lilly, I think it was.
Dennis Lilly, sorry, yeah. And also Dennis Lilly, when he had the aluminium bat, being told he couldn't use it.
Ryan to Root, taken
not very happy at that point either.
Yeah, I think what irritates me is that when a bowler does go as close to a batter as Siraj did then, you're kind of relying on the batter not being provoked. You're relying on their good temperament not to react. And I think whether the batter reacts or not, the bowler has invited it, and the bowler should be punished for it. That's what you've got demerit points for, of course.
Bumrah over the wicket. Again, just bat dropped on it. That one sort of middle and leg has dropped down to fit the. You can imagine the shortest possible leg slip. That's where the ball landed. We did just see a little film or
vignette
of Harry Brook walking up the pavilion steps, meeting Ben Stokes in the pavilion doorway. A little tap on the shoulder from Ben Stokes. I suppose you do that as a captain.
You have to, I think.
Despite, and what your public. That's your public persona. What your private persona says about it is another matter entirely.
But lack of, we'll hold the thought. That one's left by Joe Root.
So again, it's a positive leave. He moves towards the ball, sees it's too far outside off. It's not a kind of half-hearted leave where you're not sure if he's going to play the ball or not. I mean, Root looks significantly better than the rest of the top five in this match.
Well, which he is, technically speaking. I mean, the troublesome thing for England, as we'll wait for Bumrah, I'll carry on that thought. This should be the last ball of Bumrah's 7th over, 23rd. That's well defended in front of his off stump this time.
Yeah.
To gully, and there was no run. The interesting thing, I mean, I'll discount Pope and just say it was poor technique.
Yeah.
He's out. The other 3 wickets this morning, I think, have all gone in pursuit of quick runs, but all with not particularly well-judged shots in the process.
Yeah, just to say about well-judged shots, the last ball of the over there from Bumrah, Root got an inside edge, but it went straight onto the pad because the pad was close to the bat. We have seen other England batters where that's gone onto the stumps or indeed flew away to fine leg because there's too much distance between bat and pad, and that's the advantage of playing with the bat close to the pad.
Round the wicket, 2 slips left by Stokes, and it remains 87 for 4. We probably have 2 overs left before lunch. Akash Deep is bowling one of them. Jace, do feel free to jump in every so often.
Mayank's Dumas says we're going to lose before lunch tomorrow. Stokes and Root have to bat the day now. Draw is their best scenario, and also Stokes should stand around and waste the rest of the session or the next over. I'm not sure tit for tat techniques would be necessarily.
Akash deep in, left
approved.
by Stokes. I don't think he's of a mind to take any risks before lunch.
Just to say, I mean, it's been a big topic. I won't. I'll please message Jez by not talking much about it at all. But we've seen no ball change, have we, in this session?
We've not. No.
Seen nobody treated for injury, and we're going to have 24 overs.
Well, as if to taunt us, we saw India's coach holding up a ball there, a bright, shiny, nice round.
He does hold on to one. It's a bit of his comfort blanket.
It's his security.
Akash deep in, defended by Stokes. Bit of a double hit and a completely unintentional one. There's no run. You have, folks, this over and possibly one more to jump onto the GPL. Perhaps Messers, if you're listening, can you tell us how much is in the pot? That would be helpful. GorillaCricket.com/competition. Register, and you simply have to estimate the runs that will be scored in the day. Remember, England started on 2 without loss. They're now on 87 before. Akash deep in, edged and taken on the bounce at second
short.
slip. Akash deep puts his hands on his head. And
57 pounds.
57 English pounds are in that pot to be won. See if we can push it up to 60 or more.
He was on the walk, wasn't he?
By
There,
lunch, he
Ben
was
Stokes.
on the walk. He played it, as I say, with soft hands.
Yeah, he does play that shot a lot on the walk.
And it was, well, I say well short of second slip. Who is that? It's KL Rahul, isn't it?
KL
Second
Rahul.
slip. Left by Stokes, no run. And resoundingly India's morning.
I'm kind of throwing this forward to the afternoon, and I know I've said this before as well in this test match. You get the feeling that if India win the next session, they win the match. And if England win the next session, they're in with a chance of winning the match.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. I think India have carried over the aggression, shall we say, the sense of purpose, the sense of being wronged into their play in a very good way this morning.
Wow.
That was a horrible shot from Stokes, but it's going to go for 4 byes as it swung back to the left-hander. He
Didn't
smeared
really get
and
up
missed.
either.
Jarrell missed it. It goes off towards that.
It's really starting to play up this pitch now.
Oh, hang on. I don't know why I'm playing KL Rahul. That wasn't intentional at all.
Paul Sprusson says the prediction from yesterday all out 220 is now looking a bit optimistic. Our batters' test techniques are shocking at this level. Well, I don't think it's necessarily the techniques. I think it's the attitude and the.
What it was one of these.
Just four.
Two. So we are going to see an over of Bumrah. That gives you this last over to get onto the GPL. Bumrah from the nursery end has 2 slips and a gully.
Well, Ferrong's having a good time at lunchtime.
We've seen 12 byes this morning, and it is really difficult keeping wicket here because some are coming through chest high, others are bouncing twice on the way to the keeper. As a keeper, you've not just got the slope to deal with, but you've got this bounce that could be anything really.
Bumrah is going to be in over the wicket, flicked by Joe Root. No one down there.
I think he missed it.
I think he did miss
that's
it.
just gone on
16 byes.
Umpire Shafadullah signals byes, and 4 of them it was.
Just swung away down the leg side.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
I mean, that was one of those balls that you do see in England, that the seam stands up straight as it's going through to the keeper and it swings.
Yeah.
Old Trafford next test, it sometimes does that there.
Bumrah up onto his toes goes Root, steers past Gully. He's going to get himself a single.
But there's the difference between the dismissal of Crawley. Crawley went at almost the same ball with hard hands and was caught at Gully. Root is happy to wait for the ball, watch it all the way onto the bat, just drop hands on it and go through for a single.
Well, also playing totally different shots.
But
one was
both shots were on.
a drive,
yeah,
and one was waiting just to guide it back at a point.
It's
in more of a cut.
Crawley's failure and Root's success were both in conception and execution.
Yes.
Can you guess what George McPherson said?
Doomed.
England doing what they do best, giving away wickets. A big partnership is needed. England are going to lose this match.
Yeah, it's been very, very, very disappointing from England this morning.
Which Lockie 6 responds, England need to lay off the B-shit lager.
Bumrah. Oh, he squares up Ben Stokes. It squirts off his outside edge down towards third man.
You're never in on this pitch. You're never in on this pitch. I know Stokes is just starting here, but he was through the shot so early there, and that's how he ended up getting the edge. Just trying to turn the ball to leg. He only just got a bat on it at all because it was so slow off the pitch.
Frong set for a good lunch. Well, actually, whatever time it is where he is. He's in need of rum. Approaching 7 p.m. Went to the shop. Got a bottle. Then another shop. Got another bottle. I have 2 bottles of rum in my backpack. How did that happen?
Round the wicket comes Bumrah. Stokes defends in front of his off stump.
Well, when it comes to England this morning, it's been a bit of a rum do. 4 wickets have fallen. There's been some good bowling, but the 4 wickets are largely bad batting.
Yes, well, I think we've agreed that.
Yeah.
And I think 3 were poor shots.
Yeah, and I think Paul Stratton's nailed the answer about the ball changes. No ball changes because they're taking wickets.
Well, there is that.
Well, that would be very true indeed. A bit more cloud today.
Little bit.
We're looking at
there was
the
some
ankle-high view
rolling through yesterday as well.
Oh, good stat from Messages. I'll come in with it in a minute.
Stokes leans back, lets this go through to Durrell. It was slightly shorter.
It was head high as well.
Not since
Durrell.
July 2020, says Messages, versus West Indies, have England played a series where the first 3 tests have gone to day 5.
Well, that is very true, and I think that there's a number of factors. Certainly the weather and the wickets have been a contributing factor. The softer dukes have been a contributing factor.
I'll just say this, though. This one hasn't gone to day 5 yet.
No.
Well, no, and there is a chance England could completely collapse. Bumrah's going to come round.
Or India.
This should be the last ball of the morning. It's well defended by England captain Stokes off the world's #1 bowler Bumrah, 85 miles an hour. It means that almost certainly the bails will be lifted.
They were dropped.
Score at 98 for 4. So we've seen 96 runs scored this morning, but we've seen 4 wickets fall. Crawley, who really had been put to the sword, was caught on the drive off the bowling of Nitish Kumar Reddy. Ben Duckett was attempting to, I think, smash through mid-on, wasn't he?
Yep.
Cross-batted, and he lofted it to Jasprit Bumrah. Ollie Pope falling away, LBW to Siraj. And then Siraj had also given the Duckster a fine old send-off. Harry Brook had ramped a couple, smashed
cameo,
a 6, and was looking in good aggressive order, but full a straighter Yorker, which he attempted to sweep, and he lost his middle stump to Akash Deep. The not-out batsman, well, that's Joe Root, almost inevitably 17 off his 40. Captain Ben Stokes, 2 off his 13. Siraj, probably pick of the bowlers, 2 for 11 off his 7 wickets each for Nitish Kumar Reddy and Akash Deep. Jasprit Bumrah, the only one wicketless, none for 26. It's feeling like this game is tilting India's way, Gary.
Well, yes, the next session is, to use a cliche, absolutely critical. England's 2 most experienced batters are at the crease. If they bat through the next session, England will be favourites. If they are unable to bat through the next session, England will be not favourites. They just have to decide how they're going to go about their work. It should be the best batting conditions of the day in the afternoon. 2 hours batting ahead of you, lads. If you can do that, the lead will be 200. Only 4 down. I would suggest England will be in the driving seat. If England lose another 4 wickets in the next session, it's good night.
It's good night, Vienna. Right, we're going to head off soon, but any final messages?
Yeah,
before we
one
do?
last super chat from Jay Grover.
Magnificent. Allow me to give it the full ceremonial fanfare.
Super chat.
£5 from Jay Rose. He says, I've had a lovely week with my family, but thanks for coming back home for this shit show.
Well,
my da has just questioned my parentage in rage.
well, there you go. And he's a man who should know.
And anything else we need to say? Ty Edward Devlin says, we're all actually, like, you're shocked that England are losing.
Well,
no, I think this is regression to the mean at the moment of the performances.
I rather fear it is, yeah. Anyway, we'll love you and leave you. We shall see you straight after lunch, Gary summarised it
randomizer content to come on in about 30 odd seconds.
No idea what it's going to be. Sit tight and you'll find out, and it'll be as much of a surprise to me as it may well be to you.
Test Championship final, have we?
Well,
and
that's another question.
And now we're going to have 2.5 months of fucking IPL nonsense.
Well, Gary.
Well, I mean, I've passed the crown of dubious points with hyperbolic conviction across the table.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they're here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bands beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire. The Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back, as ever, to the Bishop and Bear. The old Champions Trophy is receding into the distance. Some argue that many people didn't even know it was on in the first place. Can't say that about our listeners because we had loads of you and we were thrilled that you joined us. But I'm not sure how, other than that, how big a splash it made internationally. We'll have a chat about that. We'll have a chat about England and whether they what their recovery plan looks like, what we think it should look like. We'll discuss whether the 150th Test tribute game, centenary anniversary, that's the right word, 150th anniversary, and should be a day-nighter. Crikey. The World Test Championship's going to lose 4 million because India aren't there. That probably brings us right back in a nice little circle to the Champions Trophy. And what else? Where have all the Pakistan players in the 100 draft gone? We think we might know the answer, but it'd be interesting to see what my two friends think. And if we get time, ways to survive the IPL. 2 months and 74 games of it. Our guest in the Bishop and Bear, with the Bear and I, is none other than the Mersey mouth, the tooting trumpet, the maker of occasionally dubious points, but always with hyperbolic conviction. It is, of course, Gary Naylor. Gary, what can we get you to drink?
I'll have, what time is it now? It's, yes, it's only early afternoon. I'll have an Aperol Spritz, I think.
An Aperol Spritz, not a pint of brain skull attack, seeing as you're in Wales. We think that probably be the most relevant Welsh drink. Well, you've come from Wales to the pub. But of course, we're a virtual pub. We can be anywhere we like. Just as a very quick diversion, that comment about dubious point made with hyperbolic conviction. Just for fun, I thought I'd Google it and see what came up. So I did. It's a bloody the top. The only reference to it is at the top of the organic search lists is not Fred Titmus's Twitter feed. Which, I'm not sure we want to encourage people to go there, but that's where it was.
Well, it was coined as a jingle. Dan Norcross did it.
Yeah.
Early-ish days of Test Match Sofa, and they were more innocent times, of course, because it was quite a fun thing. I embraced it and I understood it, and very, very happy to have a jingle of mine own, and that it was that. And of course, now bloody social media and the world is infested with people making
dubious points of hyperbolic conviction.
Whitehead Windsor being probably the best of them.
For the J.D. Vances and the Elon Musks of this world. So now I'm rather less happy, which just goes to show that, like so much else in life, that humour, character, psychological circumstances are situated. So situating it in 2025 is rather different to situating it in 2012 or whatever it was.
Well, we've already meandered off down a curious diversion, so let's try and drag us back. The Champions Trophy, chaps. A little bit of dust has settled. India won it. They were always going to win it. Some acrimony, one feels, in certain quarters about how loaded the dice was. What are our perceptions? Oh, well, there we go. Bear, over to you first.
You can't get away from it. I mean, everyone was putting that story up. I hadn't read it, the one on ESPN by, who was it? I can't even remember what his name was.
Well, it was the heavy roller, but it was actually written by, or the light roller, whichever it is, but written by Alan Garner, Interestingly, not an Indian.
Not an Indian. Yeah, but everyone was saying, it was kind of defending India. But I thought it was massively sarcastic. I mean, he was basically saying, they fucking loaded it. And they did fucking load it. And, you can't get away from the fact, and I was saying it throughout the tournament, I think it's bullshit that they couldn't go to India. There'd have been massive bloody security around them. I just don't think that's a viable option. They'll fucking spout it forever and say it is. I just don't think it's true. Pakistan managed to play in a fucking World Cup in India. They were there for longer, played more games. If it required extra security, I'm sure it would have been there. It's an absolutely ridiculous statement to make. And it's all down to politics, and it's all down to Modi and Hindu nationalism, as far as I can see. And this is going to get me in a lot of trouble during this bloody podcast when whoever listens to it. Well, I mean, I do think. I mean, I used to love India, and I used to think, there was so much going for it now. But I do think, oh God, I'm really going down a path here, aren't I? But I mean, I just think there's a lot of cricketers now support Modi and all this kind of stuff, and the politics has got into Indian cricket and too much money. And look, I understand that they're the driving force behind cricket, and that's mainly because cricket to them is like the Premier League to us.
Something up to 80% of ICC revenues are India generated. That's one estimate.
But I tell you fucking what, they need some fucking else to play, don't they? They can't just fucking play on their own. If they want to play the IPL for fucking ever, they can do it, but it'll be bloody boring and no one else is going to fucking watch it. It just irritates me. We make all the money. Well, fucking the Premier League makes shitloads of money. It's just bullshit. It fucking irritates me. I'm sorry. I'm just fed up with this. We make all the money, so it shouldn't be about us.
I mean, I know you're the landlord and everything. You haven't been behind the bar, just gently tippling.
Well, I might have had half a bottle of whiskey on my way in. It just irritates me that that's always the answer. Yeah, you're very good at cricket. Well, you know, you've got 1.4 billion people who are cricket mad. It's not surprising eventually that they've got to the top of the cricket tree. Although they haven't made it to the Test Championship final, have they?
Well,
and
that's
now,
another,
and now,
we're, that's
and
another
now,
question
and now we're going to have
to.
2.5 months of fucking IPL nonsense.
Well, Gary.
Well, I mean, I've passed the crown of dubious points with hyperbolic conviction across the table, I think. Look, I have some sympathy with that view. I also think the dice were loaded in India's favour because they had the opportunity to pick 11 players who were better than the opposition. So that's the greatest loading.
In the time it takes to boil your kettle, you could find out if you can claim for a missold PCP agreement. Visit claimsforcars.com, answer a few easy questions, and you'll find out in seconds. If you financed a car between 2007 and 2021 and weren't shown different options or discussed dealer commission, you could have a claim. Claims for Cars is helping people get back thousands on a no-win, no-fee basis. Get the answer in seconds at claimsforcars.com.
Ready to launch your business? Get started with the commerce platform made for entrepreneurs. Shopify is specially designed to help you start, run, and grow your business with easy customizable themes that let you build your brand, marketing tools that get your products out there, integrated shipping solutions that actually save you time, from startups to scale-ups, online, in person, and on the go. Shopify is made for entrepreneurs like you.
Sign up for your $1 a month trial at shopify.com/setup.
Here we are. A couple of pints.
Great. Neck oil, yeah?
As requested. So, what did you get up to this weekend?
Well, funny story actually. I befriended this panda, discovered he had a beautiful singing voice, taught him how to harmonise. We got a record deal, went on tour, went platinum in Basingstoke, then broke up due to creative differences.
Right. So that's why there's a panda giving you the finger from across the street then?
That's right, brother.
Stick your neck out. Beavertown. Never normal. Visit drinkaware.co.uk. Enjoy Beavertown beer responsibly.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they're here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what's any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire. The Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back to the Bishop and Bear, and we've got a very special guest today. An author who has written literally the history of England. He's moving on to that. He's of India. Indian spin bowling. He's written about spellbinding spells. He's a man who knows his Indian cricket upside down and inside out. It is, of course, Ajit from Armchair. Oh no, sorry. It is, of course. It is, of course, Anindo Dutta. Hello, Anindo. How are you?
I'm well, Johnny. Thank you.
Other than complaining, already complaining that there weren't enough people on the show. It's always one guest.
Yeah.
Where were you? I don't know where that.
But you obviously wanted Ajit, and I'm a poor substitute.
Well, then we tried to. We got an armchair, and we've got a sofa slouch or
he
something.
He pulled out at the last minute.
Yes. Anyway, what can we get you to drink?
I don't know. It's gin and tonic would be fine. It's the middle of the afternoon for me.
Well, we could certainly give you a gin and tonic. Fever Tree.
Although since I've been in India, there's a gin I've fallen in love with.
Tell us about it.
It's called Samsara Pink. It's made in India. It's fantastic. I mean, I used to be a Bombay Sapphire man for many years, and the Samsara Pink is just an amazing gin.
Oh, well, next time
if you can get it, you should try it. Next time I'm there, I'll get a bottle. Yeah.
I've never been a fan of gin. I don't get gin.
You're obviously not English.
Well, I like. Maybe I'm Scottish. I like whiskey. I don't know.
I'll drink gin with you. I'll drink gin. Maybe that's the day I finally get a train to the studio. Right. Oh, anyway, we've got a lot to talk about. We'll start very quickly, chaps. Obviously, the other voice you heard was our landlord, the bear. We'll start chatting about, very quickly, a quick well done to South Africa. And then, of course, we've got looming in front of us 5 magnificent tests against twice WTC final losers, India, but who are hoping to start the next cycle. Okay, here's my first question, chaps. Suddenly, it seems out of nowhere, everyone's talking about the cycle. I don't remember it being called the cycle for the last 2 World Test Championships. Suddenly, the phrase is everywhere. Has it always been there, or since the start of the World Test Championship?
No, but maybe it's a sign that actually it's starting to have, I mean, like all these things, they start off as a little bit of a joke, don't they? I mean, I do think there's a lot of things that they need to do to make it more of a thing. But the fact that we had actually a great final, and it's the 3rd one we've had, and people are starting to get the idea that we're going to have a Test Championship final. You've got to start somewhere, right? And it grows. So I think it becomes relevant. And I think it becomes relevant at the end of one cycle and the beginning of the other, because you have the final and everyone goes, oh, that was magnificent. That was great. What a centrepiece. Da-da-da-da-da. And then the next one starts immediately. And it's a big start. And England always have a big start against someone big. I mean, the last time we started against Australia in the Ashes and we got shit points out of that, even though it was a 2-2 draw. So, the start of the cycle is also quite important. You get a decent first run at the first series you have, it can kick on from there. And so people are into it. That's my view, anyway.
What do you think?
I agree. I think it's a bit like, people took a long time to warm up to the concept of T20, to franchise cricket, all of that. And it's a matter of it happening a few times for more and more people to get engaged with it and know that it's for real and it's going to stay. So, the fact that it is a 2-year cycle is now an established fact, and that's not going to change because they've just announced for whatever 2031 up to 2031. So which means that there are going to be 3 more cycles. So now that it's a fact of life, everybody's starting to talk about the cycle. And to Bear's point, the moment you have a great final like we just did, a great test match which happened to be a final, that then that brings a lot of enthusiasm in people, I think, and they start looking at the next one. And of course, Bear, to your point about England, well, it's the best chance England has had in 3 cycles to start off with a huge number of points set off the table.
Well, right. I think so. Well, we'll get onto that later in the pod, I suppose. But yeah, I do think that.
We should. I mean, okay. So let's start, if we can, just by quickly nodding back to the World Test Championship final. We talked a lot with Richard in the pub just before the World Test Championship final, and we talked about the fact that South Africa had only played 12 games to get there. England had played 24 in the cycle. Australia had played 19. I didn't count out India's, but the fact that they'd got there. However, not only did they get there, they were just brilliant against what did all of a sudden start to look like an ageing Australian team. And I don't think there's anybody who will walk away from either watching it on the telly or having been at what seemed a very well attended Lords, not thinking, well done South Africa, and it's good for the game. Is that kind of how you felt?
Yeah, it is a fact that they played half the games as any of the big 3, if you like. It is a fact that they had weaker opposition in that 2-year cycle, and they did win a lot in those series to get up to the points. But what I think also helped them in the final is having it in conditions which favored bowling, because bowling is their strength.
Yeah.
And Australia, of course, has equally good batting and bowling, if you like, but probably slightly better bowling. But the fact that South Africa's bowlers were able to, I mean, Rabada particularly was able to get the kind of dominance that he did very early on in the test, I think had a lot to do with how they eventually performed. And as we know, in all cases in such conditions, you just need that one or two batters to really stand up and play an extraordinary
And they had it in
which Markram did.
Yeah,
and Bavuma in the second innings as well. Yeah,
Yeah, and Bavuma in the second innings. You know, I know I was abusing him the first evening because he was just standing there getting slapped left, right, and center. But then, you know, the second day, he did change his whole approach right from the beginning. So maybe it was a strategy again. And what do I know? He's won the World Test Championships.
Well, he has. Yeah. I think Australia's. I mean, Messi says, "Oh, Australia's batting's fine." I don't think it is fine. I'll be honest with you.
I think they have a problem at the opening.
They certainly haven't sorted
They have a huge problem opening.
They got a huge problem opening. Khawaja's done. Labuschagne ain't an opener, right? And they got the same problem.
And Labuschagne shouldn't be in the team at the moment.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's an argument for that. I mean, everyone says he's a great, but I don't think he's great. You know, he's a wannabe Steve Smith who isn't as good as Steve Smith, right? And that's quite clear. You got Travis Head, who normally stands up. For once, he didn't in a final, which was good for everyone else. And other than that, you know, I mean...
But that's only because it wasn't India on the other side.
Well, maybe. But yeah, it's true.
That's true. It was India both times, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. But,
Oval and
but I mean, you know, Australia have got big problems in their batting, I think. They've got a lot of people who are pretty old and a lot of people who aren't performing now. There's nothing to say that they won't stand up and perform when it comes to the Ashes next winter, which, you know, that's time for another podcast. But... you know, there's weaknesses all over that Australian batting order for me. By South African bowling, who bowled really. Rabada was amazing, and Lugi Ndidi finally stood up. You know, in the second innings when he took those 3 wickets, which is really important. You got Smith, LBW.
Any fast bowler in the world injured more often than Jeffrey Archer, it's not Bumrah, it's Ndidi.
Yes, I mean he does spend a lot of time injured too. He's got a beautiful wife, I'll tell you that though. Jesus. Anyway,
we are then. Select him on that basis. I looked at our viewing figures on day 3, which was really the day when South Africa were marching not quite to victory, and it was fantastic. And I looked at the geography of those, and we had an awful lot of happy South Africans who finding us from all around the world, which was very encouraging. We should move on. 5 test. I won't say peak summer series because obviously peak summer is reserved for the more important issue of the 100. but we've got a fabulous 5 test series against India. I found out, Anindo, something you'll definitely know already, that what I hadn't appreciated was since India first played a test in 1932, not 1832, 1932, they didn't win a test match away from home until 1968. Is that right?
67, yes. 67 in New Zealand.
Oh, yeah. Ajit Wadekar made 80. Prasanna took 6 for 94.
Yeah.
And Dunedin.
They won. That was the first away series that they won.
Yeah.
It took a while.
So they often don't travel well, but what has absolutely fascinated me looking at the Indian team, let alone, let's not worry about England for a minute, is all of the names that aren't there.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at the squad now and I'm thinking, who do they pick?
If you were to pick a team to potentially be world beaters, Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, Hardik Pandya, Sirikumar Yadav, Mohammad Shami, Shreyas Iyer, Axar Patel, Ravi Ashwin, you put all of them in it, then I found that another bunch of names are regularly featured. All I did is I went back over the squads for the last India Test series, and I think possibly the Champions Trophy, and I just looked at them with Patidar, Khan, Ishan Kishan, Sanju Samson, Ravi Bishnoy, Chakravarti, Devendra Chahal.
Yeah, some of those aren't Test players.
Those wouldn't.
But we're mixing formats here.
Yeah, exactly.
That's probably one. But Rohit, Kohli, When was the last time Pandya paid a test? Mohamed Shami, for example, they're
So Shami is injured.
huge names.
Pandya, I'm not sure what the issue is with Pandya, but he wasn't. Maybe he's injured. Whatever the reason, he wasn't considered for tests. So I know he's not been playing tests for a while. Ashwin's retired, Rohit's retired, Kohli's retired. The only person you could think of who should have been there, who's not yet retired, is Rahane. And Rahane's been out of the team for a while.
Yeah, although he does have experience in England.
He does have experience in England. So yeah, see, look, I mean, I think like Australia will go in perhaps after the Ashes. India is in a position where there is a transition going on. I think it's going to take a couple of years before the Indian Test squad comes back to the level that it was a year ago, even. So it's one of those things that we know it happens with any team, and that's what India is going through at the moment.
Yeah, Australia, we suspect, are about to.
Yeah.
Yes, right after the Ashes. I think that's what's going to happen with Australia.
You know, to a certain degree, England have done it, haven't they? I mean, they've gone through it and they've kind of found a way with a bunch of
pre-Bazball.
Pre-Bazball and post and the start of Bazball, they brought in a whole bunch of youngsters. I mean, we've got issues with our bowling attack.
Well, that's it. Chris Wokes is 36 now, is he? And he's going to be leading our attack. So.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's at least got experience. You've got some youngsters there. I mean, that's the problem. You need experience. You need someone to lead the attack, right? I mean, we've got a whole bunch of newbies who have bowled hardly anything in Test matches. Great, they've got first-class experience. But I mean, this is the thing. It's the stepping up, and that's what.
At least they're bowling in home condition, which is something.
Which is going to be helpful. I think, you know, if this weather holds, Headingley's going to be a bat in paradise for the first few days anyway. So. You know, Headingley can be capricious when it's wet and grim, but it can be also batting paradise when it's, you know, sunny overhead.
Maybe that's the important thing, that for regardless of the fact that whether it's a batting paradise or not, whoever, for me in this series, whoever wins the bowling wins the test.
Yes.
I don't think it's going to be about batting at all.
No, well, yeah. Well, this is it. I mean, I do worry about. Hold on. I do worry about India's top order. You know,
well, of course.
I mean, there's some.
Which is why the bowlers need to do their job.
Massive potential there. I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see how Jaiswal does in English conditions. I've kind of looked at some of the scores in some of the warm-up games. Hasn't done fantastic. Karen Nair, obviously, last time he faced us in a test, scored a triple ton, so that's going to be interesting.
And then got dropped.
Weird. But apparently he is top first-class batter in India. Currently, Shubman Gill. Didn't do great last time he was here, and then he also got KL Rahul, who did do pretty well last time. He was a bit of a rock, but never really got massive scores, did he? I mean, but was pretty handy last time. Yeah, obviously Rishabh Pant is back as keeper, can be destructive. I imagine Jadeja starts. I mean, you only going to have one spinner, right? And Jadeja. I mean, this is the thing. Ashwin retiring weirdly. I mean, he hardly ever played when he came to England because Jadeja was always a better batter, right? So you choose one.
I would have started with Kuldeep, but for the fact that, to your point, the batting is so inexperienced that you need Jadeja in the middle order to give it some stability in case there's a top order collapse. Yeah. That's the reason why I would play Jadeja. Not because he's a better spinner than Kuldeep.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
And then English conditions. Chat about the captaincy. That would be, to me, fascinating. There was a great piece by, in the Times today, I think, Michael Atherton, who said you can tell the story of the Indian Republic as much through its cricket captains as you can its prime ministers. And you've got Shubman Gill. Bumrah, apparently Bumrah said, I don't want it. I just want to focus on my game, and he effectively turned it down, despite having not done too badly when he had the opportunity.
It's not because he wanted to only focus on his game. I did read the full statement that he made. What he basically said was his medical team has told him that he cannot be playing 5 test series if he wants to keep playing cricket. It's as simple as that. They've just told him that, look, if you do it for a short period of time, you are going to destroy your career. So you make a choice as to how you're going to, time your matches, and which is why he's decided that in the any 5 test series, he's not going to be able to play more than 3, and those 3 will be decided on how his back is doing. So what he said is, while I love captaincy and I enjoy doing it, I cannot put my team through a situation where I suddenly don't show up for the second test just because my back's not doing well. And it's just not fair to expect somebody to step in at that point in time, which is why I told BCCI that I do not want to be captain.
I had the absolute pleasure of speaking to Pamela Anderson, all thanks to the Dove Self-Esteem Project. We speak about the impact Y2K has had on women's body confidence and how Pamela has regained control. The Dove Self-Esteem Project is an amazing initiative supported by science-backed methodology to help us improve our relationship with our bodies. To find more body confidence building exercises, go to dove.com/Y2K. That's Y2K spelt WHY2K.
Find the biggest voices in sport on the Sports Social Podcast Network.
Welcome to Cafe Aficionado, the new cycling show with me, Sir Bradley Wiggins, and my lead-out man, Graham Wilgoff. We're kicking off with a look at cycling's greatest race, the Tour de France.
Joining us for the ride to bring you stories from the saddle like you've never heard before are some of cycling's greats. Geraint Thomas, Mark Cavendish, and Pippa York, to name just a few.
That's Sir Bradley Wiggins' Cafe Aficionado, out now wherever you get your podcasts.
Sports Social Podcast Network.
So they've you're right. So that's actually very practical, thought through, non-emotional reasons.
But what happens?
Making that decision.
I get the problem India are going to have is if Shubman Gill does get found out and does what he did last time, wasn't score a great deal of runs and get done by the moving ball and keep nipping off to the keeper for not very many. It's not going to. He's not
do much. Anderson abroad this time.
Well, he isn't. But it's not going to do much for the team if that happens.
Or he's going to be a Virat Kohli, right? So he's going to be a fantastic captain while he's a very ordinary batting performance, or captaincy is going to raise his batting like he did for Virat. So I think it's a bit binary at the moment. In my mind, if I was to try to pick Shubman Gill as a batsman, he may not even walk into the Indian team.
Yeah, well,
He's an interesting character.
His average is 32 or something like that.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
He showed so much potential when he started, but it's fallen off. Like a lot of people.
In red ball cricket, I think he needs to get his mojo back. So let's see whether the captaincy does that.
He's got big shoes to fill. So what do you think we can expect?
He's 25. So,
yeah, he's 25. What can we expect? And he averages 35, I think.
32. He just got told.
32 tests, average 35. If I look at his averages by country, it's quite telling. At home, 42, Bangladesh, 39, then it goes down in Australia, it goes further down in West Indies, it goes further down in South Africa, until you get to England, admittedly based on 3 tests, where he averages 15.
Yeah.
14
and those 3 tests, Tony, the issue I have with that stat, well, first of all, perhaps we could look at it like you would have looked at Virat Kohli post 2014 England, right? And Virat Kohli post that, when he came back to England, was a completely different player. So let's not judge Shubman Gill on how he performed the last time he was in England. And those 3 tests has been played over 3 different series. He's played it's the 2 World Test Championship 2 years apart, and 1 test against England.
What do you think we might expect from him in terms of style of captaincy? So with Ben Stokes, you kind of know what you're going to get. You're going to always be on the front foot. You're going to look to take the aggressive, positive move. You'll always be expecting possibly funky fields when things are not quite going England's way. There's traits to very obvious ones to Ben Stokes' captaincy. What do you think Shubman Gill might be bringing to a comparatively inexperienced party with an inexperienced captain?
Oh, Messi's sounding like a Dalek.
Look, I've never, obviously, like anybody else, I've never seen him captain a red ball side, right? But looking at the way he's been captaining, so I'm looking at two things. One is the way he's been captaining white ball sides, franchise sides, but also the way he behaves as a player in red ball cricket, which I've observed.
More eyes under the machines.
I'm hoping, I don't know whether it's going to be true, but I'm hoping that he's sort of going to be a combination of Kohli and Rahane, where he has some element of aggression. He doesn't like, just letting people get past without, talking back at them and needling them and getting everyone up and riling. So you should see a bit of Virat Kohli on that, in that respect. But he's also, I think, quite a thoughtful captain who is willing.
And we're back.
I don't know if we got some more cooling we can put under the computers, but it's shit.
Yeah, we've
It's
just
turned you into a Dalek, hasn't it?
We just put a new one in, so
Are
hopefully...
you able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
You can, but you're Dalekified.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping that 30 seconds or so it takes to take effect will improve. Anyway, we're back again for the second session on the fourth day. England having lost 4 wickets in the first session. No, probably 3 wickets of which were...
That's better.
And they're now out and getting ready to play. I'm welcoming Steve, the light roller, who's rejoined us on his northern tour. He's had a very interesting day. He went off to see Hamilton yesterday, and we've been talking all about that and culture in general in the green room. As we go to another cultural event today, and one of many cultural events happening at the moment, with Wimbledon being on at the same time.
It's busy in the Northern Hemisphere.
Yep.
It's more my migration, I think.
Well, yeah, it's your grand tour.
The grand tour, yeah. of England.
If we're going to talk about culture.
I don't even leave the country. It's quite parochial, really.
Yeah, we're looking at the pitch. It's turned very straw-like, and
there's a lot of cracks, isn't there?
There's a lot of cracks now. It's had 3 days of baking hot sun on the wicket, and I think that the net effects of that cumulative weather is starting to take effect. Well, who's going to open up? It's going to be this man, who's bowling quite well before lunch.
Oh!
And that is a bit of a swish outside off stump and dropped by the keeper standing up. Not sure there's an edge on that. No one seems to be remonstrating too badly. And it's a no ball as well. So it wouldn't have mattered in any case. But this man has opened the bowling. Where are you, Mr. Deep? He's not in that list. Oh, yes, he is. There he is.
I think he's Nitesh Kumar. Oh, Rakesh Deep.
But a slightly expansive shot.
It was an edge.
It was an edge, and it was a drop.
Off a no ball. Yes, saved us anyway.
Anyway, Deep to continue. His necklace jangling around. That's defended a bit more under control by Root. Just dropped into the offside. No, there's no run. England resuming on 99 for 4. Scored well during the session before lunch. Just unfortunately lost too many wickets.
Yes. Lost or gave away?
I think a couple of players chanced their arm one time too many. They might need to be more circumspect. And that's off the outside half of the bat as Root check drives to mid on. I think there's good cricket all round. It's probing ball, and it's well played by the batsman, who reacted just in time to avoid something slightly more awkward. It's just straightened off the pitch as it was angled in. And deep, right on the money immediately after lunch. Here he comes. Workmanlike bowling, and that's a route special. He's just laid onto the back foot and just dinked it past gully. It's gone down to the marauding Jadeja, who's on it like a flash and prevents a second run.
Classic route shot, that.
Yeah. It looks so effortless. Like no effort at all, and you get what you can by just gliding it to third man.
Yes, you'd like to see a lot more English batsmen just study his technique.
Well, I think they've done this to death, but Root plays so much more off the back foot than other batsmen.
Yeah, very late, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it's very good because it allows him to control it under his eyes, but it's not a technique that works for everybody, shall we say. Anyway, we now got to the left-handed Stokes. Deep's gone round the wicket. Stokes aims a savage cut. Deep's got one hand in, almost thinking, have you edged that? Have you? No, I don't think we have. But yeah, definitely some intent from Stokes there to murder the ball.
There was a little bit of movement off the surface, but not enough to suggest that
just
shot
bounced
was
a
there.
little bit, I thought.
Yeah, maybe.
And maybe just sat in the pitch a little bit and stopped, so it went over the top of the bat. Stokes gets down, ready for the next ball. And that one takes off on Stokes, who flinches and gets out of the way. That really came off a length. This pitch is proving somewhat capricious now.
Yeah. He did well to avoid that, I think, actually.
Yeah.
Beautiful delivery. Right on the seam. Just shaped away.
Yeah.
A dangerous amount.
That was what saved him, I think, than
Yeah.
just the amount of movement and the fact that he bowled it slightly short of a length, giving it more time to move. Stoutly defended by Stokes off the final ball of the over.
Yes, including the no ball, yes.
So England have got their 100 now, 100 for 4. Testing first over. Messi, what have we got on the socials?
Zippy Tuna says 4 wickets before lunch, Jeremy. 4? That's insane. Root and Stokes should play sensibly here, sir, says Ravan Reddy Garam. And Jay Grover says, hooray! Indeterminable accent, Steve Mint. Welcome, Steve.
Indeterminable accent.
And Farang says, could be a Baldrick session for England. Doomed as a dodo.
Yes, but they have a cunning plan.
Cunning plan would do, wouldn't it? Yeah. Well, I think we do need a captain's knock here. So I think somebody needs to stand up for England. I do think we need to be batting through the day to give us the best chance.
And
I don't feel confident though. Yeah.
It's going to be Siraj.
The real surprise. Sorry.
It's going to be Siraj to continue his bowling from the pavilion end, I think. He bowled well this morning. Got 2 of the wickets to fall.
The real surprise before lunch was that Zach Crawley got 22 runs. It was dreadful innings.
The ball was doing all sorts, and he was not helping it by having a wild swish at some of the deliveries. Anyway, Siraj in. Slower ball, fuller ball, driven ball. Not timed necessarily, so they're going to get. It's going to be hauled in just inside the boundary by Gill. And they get 2. They nearly think about 3, but Stokes sends Root back.
Beautiful stroke.
Nicely in control. It was
just coming forward. Beautiful stroke. Yeah, as you say, he didn't quite time it, did he?
No. Oh, and he slipped as well. That's what stopped the third run. We're looking at Stokes sort of prostrate just inside the crease. And Winvis, not surprisingly, has this as a coin toss at the moment. That's on the legs, and that's whipped away nicely. That's a classic root shot. Again, nice work by the fielder on the boundary. Got it in and out of his hands very quickly to try and prevent the two, but the 2 runs have been taken. And Root continues on his serene path.
Indeed. Very quick running between the wickets again from Root. Stokes looks pretty good still. I was worried about him running between the wickets.
Well, we're just waiting for him to pull up with his back or his knee or his groin or something, the latest part of his body to break down. Siraj, that's the inducker. Big appeal by Siraj, but that ball is outside off stump when it hits the batsman. And he's playing a shot of sorts. I think that Siraj you have to argue quite hard with Gill.
He was a long way forward, wasn't he?
He was.
I'll be amazed if the impact was in line.
I don't think it was. And
No.
I think Gill agrees. I think he's decided this is not worth the risk of an appeal.
I think they've lost one review already, haven't they?
Yes, they have.
So far outside.
That's miles outside the off. I mean, there's an argument that he's hid the bat behind the pad, but no.
Whether the ball
It's
then
not even
comes off
certain it's hitting the stumps.
Yeah, indeed. The ball then did cannon onto the bat.
We've just noticed that I think Stokes just clipped him as he went past.
Root
clipped him as he went past.
Yeah, his arms were out full stretch, doing the eagle, claiming the
not
LB.
not quite the celeb appeal, but he's done
Yeah,
the Vitruvian man. Driven by Stokes. That's a nice flowing shot. Unfortunately, it's straight at the extra cover fielder.
Look like KL Rahul.
It's a good stop. He's sprawling.
Well
Yes.
outside, yeah, I thought so. Yeah, the replay shows it was clearly outside.
A good 9 inches.
And
if not
halfway
more.
down the track.
Stokes slightly crouched in his stance, waiting for the ball, and he goes up. And that's savagely cut this time. This time he's got it past the fielders. It's gone to the boundary. It's 4 runs, and Stokes is on his way.
There's not one more for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
End of the over, England 109 for 4 after 27. Messi.
Andrew Casal says, "Good afternoon, my best friends from the cricket community."
Welcome.
Stephen Kelk says, "Messi's lowered frame rate makes me think of Max Headroom from the 1980s." I've reduced the
and the art of noise
definition to try and include that because the computer and Gorilla Towers can't handle it. Good afternoon, Andrew, says Stephen Kelk. And Lockie says, Root was born with a cricket bat in his tiny hands.
There was a fantastic documentary in one of the last 2 test matches where he showed Root through the years as Deep comes in and Root defends off the back foot and plays a little bit of French cricket, but that's done safely enough into the ground straight away. You saw him batting with Sheffield Collegiate as a sort of like 11-year-old.
Yeah, you forget how long he's been playing cricket, don't you?
He seems to be early 30s
prodigy,
now.
wasn't he? Yeah, he was a child prodigy. Because I know Michael Vaughan was bigging him up before he got his cap.
Well, he would know. They're both Sheffield Collegiate men. Deep. Again, that's that top of off-stump line and length. Again, stoutly defended by Root.
He's bowling at good pace as well, Akash Deep. 85 miles an hour. I think that's going to be troubling. Any deviation at that speed will be difficult.
Yeah, it's fast enough. It's not express.
Yeah, it's not express, but it's...
No, you don't have much time to react to anything that happens on the pitch.
Yeah.
And the pitch's capriciousness. Slightly fuller, driven by Root through the covers. It won't go to the boundary. Jadeja has a long way to come to field that from behind point on the boundary. There's an easy 2 that Root and Stokes jog through. And England are on Nelson. Feet off the ground, please.
Do we have to put 1 foot off the ground?
It's not a Richie Benno Nelson. It's not 2-2-2 for 2. It's 1-1-1 for 4. Anyway, here comes Deep. Inside edge onto the pad. Slightly away from his body when he played that shot, Root. But lucky that he had a second line of defence to avoid the ball cannoning back into the stumps. As Stokes walks away from the non-striker's end. As we're seeing what we look maybe the next matchup to be taken. Jadeja to Stokes, lefty to lefty. That's on the pads again. That's whipped away nicely, but straight to the man at long leg, who is Siraj.
Yeah, there is a bit more cloud cover in London at the moment, and outside the studio and on the TV show you can see. I wonder if the ball will give a bit more swing, but they are pitching it up quite a bit. They're getting more off the pitch than they're getting through the air, I think.
Yeah, this pitch is very different from the last 3 days.
Yeah.
Things are starting to happen with it. Anyway, 1 more ball is over. England 112 for 4. So they've got off Nelson. You can put your feet down now.
Phew.
And Stokes is chewing gum furiously whilst we wait for something to happen with the fielding set up. And it's going to be deep around the wicket, shorter, rising, nicely, safely played into the ground. That's the end of the 28th over.
Gopala Krishna says, how much is the realistic target? I'd suggest anything over 170 is going to be interesting.
It depends on how well England bowl, but I think it's more about time. Though England don't want to let India have too many overs and too much time to get whatever target they manage to accrue. Yes. So I would say they don't want to give them more than 75 overs, 2 sessions and 2.5 sessions.
Yep.
No, if you're going to win, you have to bowl them out in less than that time, or round about that time.
Indeed.
Siraj over the wicket to Root, and that's a very Root shot. Just dinked into the offside. The call is immediate. Stokes responds, and an easy single in the end.
Yeah, pretty comfortable.
And he just has a good grace to avoid Siraj on his run through. Did you notice the side step?
Yes, indeed. That's right. Avoidance, yeah. But I think, talking back to the comment before, I think it is about time. It's not about runs, I don't think.
It's taking time out of the game, I think.
Yeah.
Because there's no weather's going to do that, I don't think, today or tomorrow.
No, there's no forecast for that, yes.
Over the wicket by Siraj, that's defended by Stokes. He's got a really good defensive technique often. Arguably better than some of our top order batsmen.
Yes.
That's just punched down to mid-off, and there is no run. As we see Jamie Smith looking, I wouldn't say he's cool, calm and collected. He's just
looks a little nervous,
slightly apprehensive.
Yeah. He's also chewing hard.
And he's inside when he should be outside, letting his eyes acclimatised.
Customised, yes.
Siraj, Stokes on the move, advancing, driving. That ball skews off the outside edge of the bat slightly through point, but there's no point there. He's on the boundary. So in the end, it's an easy single.
I did wonder how long Stokes was going to wait playing these more conventional cricket, and he's come running down the track deliberately there.
He very much likes to be, dictating the activity.
He doesn't like to be bowled to. He wants to get on top and dominate, whether it's with strong defence or with aggressive attacking shots.
Yes.
Siraj. Again, one-handed off the bottom hand comes off the bat by Root. Ball goes to point again. There's an argument for bringing a point up or having another point there and taking someone out of somewhere else.
Yes, because Root is just milking those singles, isn't he?
Yeah, well, they both are. That's 3 singles
down there
through point this over. Anyway, that's it. And Gill is, I think, he's making that point to Siraj as he walks back. Yes, you're bowling to a plan, but it's not my plan, Mohammed.
It's not the plan we've set. Yeah, we were talking at lunchtime about how little batting Stokes has done as well. And certainly the nets can't replicate this sort of environment.
Well, the last century hit was at Lord's, of course, against Australia.
Round the wicket now, and that's glided by Stokes, trying to do a route through the gully. But that's smartly fielded on the dive by, I think that's, might be Jaiswal.
I mean, you could say that Stokes just isn't angry enough.
Well, is he going to do John McEnroe and pick a fight then?
There's plenty of people to choose from. I think Siraj is a willing...
Yes, Siraj will not back down.
No, indeed.
No, I think very much like the Aussies would never pick a fight with Viv Richards or Brian Lara on the pure basis. It would make them a much more effective opponent. Short, didn't get up, and that's cobbed Stokes.
Middle wicket.
He's been laid out.
I don't mean the real wicket, I mean his middle wicket.
I didn't get up very high at all. It was banged in. Stokes has tried to pull that ball, and I think that's hit middle stump, but not the ones you really want to get hit. And he's just sitting there, sort of contemplating his life at the moment. Jadeja comes over and says, "Are you all right?" "Yes, get up so we can bowl at you again."
Is there any middle stump you want to be hit in?
Not really.
I think it hit him just next to box on the right side.
It might have been the worst thing of all, which is the little uppercut.
Yes. Oh, that's going to hurt. Yes. That would slow you down.
On his left side.
That won't do his groin problems any favours, will it?
No.
Unless there's a specialist treatment for such a condition.
I mean, to be fair, he sat down first. You can see him grinning because he knows the pain is coming in a couple of seconds' time.
He went straight to ground, didn't he?
Joe Root is grinning all over his face. He comes out to see if he's all right or not.
Bastard.
Whilst chuckling at him at the same time.
That was the end of the over, so Messi.
Farong says Brooks' average in the 4th innings would make a Bangladeshi batter proud. 19.71.
Oh dear.
Shite.
Deep. That's defended by Root in his inimitable style. Sort of feet together on the back foot.
Yeah, nice shot.
But
Did they bring point up?
They have, I think.
Yes, I think they have. I think they've spotted the leaking of runs. Bit of a Ricky Ponting after the horse is bolted, I think.
Stephen Kelk said, "Did you know at some stage in his life, Joe Root was the tallest Ben Duckett?"
Yeah. That's a nice shot.
Oh, he got through.
And that was well stopped in the end. He's got a hand on that and stopped it from going to the boundary. They will take 2 as Jadeja comes round from deep point to field. But without Washington's hand on the ball, extra cover, that was going to the boundary and at some pace. It was perfect shot. Maybe I'm being a bit kind on Sundar. I think we really should stop that.
Yes, I think he'd be disappointed. He slowed it down, but yes, he should have stopped that. It was hit straight at him.
Yeah. Deep. Wide of the wicket, angling in. Root plays round his front pad a little bit into the leg side, but it's safe enough and there is no run. He's very at you deep, isn't he? The ball is
He
always
is.
there or thereabouts.
Yeah. He's bowled well.
You could say he's like, not quite the Glenn McGrath, but someone else who's metronomic in terms of making you play lots of balls, so that any mistake
gets punished. Yes.
Here he comes again. Shorter by deep this time, and Root stands tall, rides the ball, knocks it down.
He does vary his length a bit more, I think.
Yes.
And I think he's realised this pitch has got something in it if he hits the right areas.
Well, often the best, on a pitch with variable bounce, often the best tactic is to bank in and see
what it is.
And wait for the one that doesn't get up. Because people will inevitably see the length and play the length, and then when the ball doesn't get up, they're absolutely torpedoed.
Yes, and that's right. The time to react is not a lot, is it?
There's some calisthenics by Deep before he's...
Is that the frog pose? Are you familiar?
I don't know. I don't do that sort of stuff, yoga.
Oh.
And that's full and driven, and stopped by Deep in his follow through. Gets a clap from everybody.
It's a firm shot.
Yeah, those are really hard to do on your follow through, to react, especially as a pace bowler. Less so as a spinner.
I'll take your word for that.
Well, you've got a modicum of more time to react as a spinner.
I guess.
Therefore, your aura, your area of influence is more as a result. Big discussions from Gill, and they're going to deploy a short mid-wicket. And some other changes are coming as Gill directs traffic. For the last ball of the 30th over, and then we get a short ball, which is a bit of a surprise to everybody, I think. Joe Root looks a little perplexed. He's thinking, why did you change your field and then bowl that? Anyway, it is the end
they
of
were
the
listening
over.
to you. I think that's one. He banged it in short, hoping he would get the low bounce.
England 117 for 4.
Kieran Roseblade is a bit mean. It's that very few of this England team are actually good at cricket. Most are pretty good at baseball, but cricket is much more than that, I think. Mike says Stokes won't be having any kids anytime soon, I reckon. Joe Root could do a Sky Master class on getting hit in the nads, says Avis awesome. Avil's awesome. Jay Grover says, getting hit in the bollocks is not funny. Seriously, Joseph.
No, it's not.
It is when it happens to someone else. That's the golden rule.
As long as it happens to someone else. When it's you, and are we live again? We are. Bumrah has come on to attack, and that's whipped off the pads by Stokes, and takes a single. Siraj Fields.
Yes, no, I have had it a couple of times when I was playing. It's not funny.
I've had it when it was fielding. That's even worse.
Oh no! And that's why
off a hard kick off a wicket end.
Yeah. Courtney Walsh used to wear his box when he fielded as well.
Yeah.
For that very reason.
And yes, I had the 3 seconds of when I know it's going to hurt. Then it hurts for about 15 overs. Over the wicket now. And Root fiddles that into the gully area. That's athletically fielded by Jaiswal.
Nitish, I think.
Nitish Kumar Reddy. I did wonder as soon as I saw the peach salmon coloured underarm protection.
Yeah.
As we now have Shubman Cam rather than Kohli Cam for the millionth time. And that's come down the hill. Big appeal by Bumrah. I think that's doing too much. I think that's just going to miss leg stump.
I think that's going to comfortably miss leg stump, actually. And height, I think, was a bit of an issue. Shubman Gill does not look interested.
No.
Neil Burgess says, I suggest again you need a jingle for the ball hitting the batsman's middle wickets.
That's too high.
It's definitely high, DC, and I think it's going down leg. Yeah. There was not a lot to shout for there. Although it didn't stop Siraj being full spread eagle.
Bumrah, I think you mean.
Is it Bumrah? Oh, you're right, yes, Bumrah.
Anyway, Bumrah now. Back on the length. Root stands tall, defends. Ball goes back to Bumrah. Bumrah picks it up, passes it to his ball shiner, his ball waller, to get it into the situation that he wants, the condition he wants. But if you keep bowling it into the deck, it's always going to degrade Jasprit. But you want to pitch it up a little bit. But that would negate the banging into the deck and it won't get up plan.
So see what happens, yes.
And that's again fuller, but it's fired in at leg stump and probably missing leg stump. And Bumrah's decided he's not going to even bother this time. He knows what Shubman Gill's response is going to be.
Yeah, clearly going down leg.
Gary wants to cross. I think we must be due for a change, therefore.
We are.
Which will be me done for the day and for this match. So I'll leave you at the end of this over and enjoy yourselves.
We did well. We didn't lose a wicket.
Yeah. Are we changing now?
Ball change. Okay.
Well, isn't there a ball to go in this over? Yes.
Right, one ball to come.
One ball to come. Yep.
From that staccato style, and Root lays back, chops it into the gully. There is no run. That's the end of the over. England 118 for 4. Stokes is on 8. Root is on 30.
Yes, I was speculating as to whether this is the most experienced English batting partnership that has ever played in Test cricket. Obviously, you've got Anderson and Broad, but they're not batters. I'm talking top 6 here. Joe Root, I don't know how many tests he got, 180 or something, and Ben Stokes 120 or something. So, if you need some experience to dig yourself out of the hole, the experience is there.
As they might say in America, get out of the hole.
Get out of the hole.
Get out of the hole.
Batting does look a bit easier than it did this morning. Batting before midday is always hard everywhere in England. It was very hard this morning.
It was very hard, but they didn't help themselves.
They didn't.
And really, India did help themselves to some easy wickets. 2 slips and a gully for Mohammad Siraj bowling round the wicket. Stokes, he's been out there for a while now. Still only got 8 of 24 deliveries. In comes Siraj, and he drives. That's a very nice shot, deserved more than the 0 it will bring up to mid-off, who's set back, but he's hit it so firmly that there's no chance of a single.
I would have wanted about 7 if I'd hit that shot.
It was really quite glorious,
Did you bring
wasn't
your pillow,
it?
Hendo?
I didn't bring my pillow. I forgot my pillow.
Well, Jay Grover must be watching you worryingly closely, because as soon as you sat down, he just typed "Hendo pillow." Now, I wouldn't say you should be worried.
Yeah. Well, who was it who was likening my pillow to Samantha Fox last week?
Sure, you need 2 pillows.
Well, you would have thought so, wouldn't you?
Akash Deep doesn't look entirely at ease there on the boundary. So he's getting a little bit of treatment.
Well, we've been bothered about Joe Root, haven't we? You think it's a back possibility.
Forced off the back foot this time. He should and will get a single, as Gill has to move to his right at mid-off.
My speculation about Root is that he's wearing a jumper to protect his back. So whether he's had a twinge or 2, or whether the bowling he did yesterday. But he's not wearing a jumper to stay warm, because it's hot. He must be wearing a jumper for some other reason, and that's my hypothesis.
Dr. Gary.
Which will be put to the test in a lab
Dr. Gary.
later on this afternoon. Root on 30, facing up to Siraj, presumably switching to over the wicket. And he comes down the wicket and then decides to leave the ball. Just the 1 slip for a Root. a quite wide slip. He's certainly not first slip.
I can imagine Gary as a sort of a medieval apothecary.
What, letting blood and stuff like that?
Dr. Gary, I think I might have a touch of the plague. Cable knit jumper is what you need.
Yeah.
It's the new thing after leeches.
I was going to say, this leech will do you no harm whatsoever. But don't swallow one. 119 for 4.
I tell you, in my time working in a university and being a trade union rep, I was as much psychotherapist as I was teacher a lot of that time, I promise you.
I think Gorilla Cricket is a very good psychotherapist. Should be on the NHS.
Ooh.
That's a horrible shot from Root. Going down on one knee, throwing his bat at it, and missing it completely. Just dropped short of the keeper.
Isn't one of the skills of a psychotherapist being able to listen and let other people talk?
No, it's telling him exactly what to do all the time.
That would be it then.
Yeah, I mean, we're not like 1-to-1. We're 3 to several thousand, basically.
As I said to you the other day, I think my listening skills are very good. I just don't have agreeing skills. I don't just sit there and agree.
Well, yeah, but then, who does? A few people, I suppose. Defended on the back foot by Root, kept a little bit low.
And if you want to disagree, you have a priori to listen to the case with which you're disagreeing.
Yes, I think that's fair enough. Michael Atherton and Dinesh Karthik in the box having a
always looks
Josh, a little joke.
Sartorially on point, doesn't
Dinesh.
he? Dinesh Karthik, yeah.
Hey,
not so much Athers.
He's a bit of a tart, isn't he, really, to be honest? I think he may be kitted out by someone. Oh, Joe Root aiming another big drive, gets a big inside edge down onto pad and escapes.
Yes.
Hands on the head from Mohamed Siraj.
Just a bit of impatience from Root in this over. He's just got to. I mean, it was there for the shot, but
thank you, Jason.
He just has to bear in mind the match situation. Far better to play out 3 maidens now and be in after tea to cash in.
That was the end of the over, wasn't it?
I'm not sure, but goodness me! I mean, the danger there was not so much the inside edge itself, but the fact that it hit the boot and that almost directed it closer to the stumps.
Yeah, it was.
And it would have done. Oh, we're going to have a break. We're going to have a little bit of a rub down. It seems, and Akash is disappearing into the pavilion.
With the
so
sporting life.
something is
looks like a
is
groin
not right
strain
with him.
Looks like a groin strain. Speaking of groins, I think Ben Stokes is having a painkiller for the hit in the box earlier.
Well, or for his recurring groin adjacent to the box. Yeah. Lockie 6 says, I take no pleasure in misfortune of others unless it Stokes copping one on the grapes.
Yeah, but beware the grapes of wrath.
The grapes of wrath, yes. Fluffy says, golf, the driving force behind Bazball.
Yes.
Let me see.
Bumrah back into the attack. Well, not back into the attack. He's been in the attack for a while, but he's bowling around the wicket. Start of a new over to Stokes, defended on the back foot.
Eric J's gone all a bit Doris Day and Rock Hudson. It's just said pillow talk.
Rock Hudson.
Yes.
Do you know, I was a huge fan of Macmillan and Wife, which starred Rock Hudson in my early years.
Yes,
and at about the age of 13, I wrote a whole Macmillan and Wife script.
Did you?
In an exercise book. Yes.
Did you?
I did.
Did Macmillan come out the closet by any chance in your script?
Bumrah bowls, hits him on the pad, and now they're going for 2 modes of dismissal here, one of which is Washington diving forward at gully to take the catch in case he got an inside edge onto pad. But neither interests the umpire, and neither is referred for review. It's just a dangerous little spell, this from Bumrah.
Going down leg.
Well, it's the 2 best bowlers, isn't it? So they know how important it is to get a breakthrough here. They've got Siraj at one end and Bumrah at the other. This could be the match in this 20 minutes here.
Well, they are cut down if they can't bowl Akash as well. Here is Bumrah again. Another good ball, just leaves Stokes very late, very full. it's a thick outside edge. He played it well enough, but you have to be playing well enough to actually get the thick outside edge and for it to go to ground. If you don't have that technique, you're in all sorts of trouble with that delivery.
You feel that something's going to happen soon. There's either going to be a release shot of a 6 or a crashing extra cover drive or a wicket. The tension, the centre cannot hold, as the poem has, I think.
Bumrah in again, bowls, and he just takes that off stump and turns it into the onside, but it was short enough for him to do so, I suspect. Go on, Tony. What's tickle? Hang on.
I need to wait to the end of the over because it's just so genius.
Okay, I'm going to have to play a little tune if I can find it. Here it is. I'm going to line it up for the end of the over. Very good from Bumrah. Yeah, I mean, we talk about Bumrah. Hasn't got a wicket yet, none for 27, but that can change in a split second, really, with his ability. He's bowling again to Stokes, and Stokes pulls. Ooh, I thought he could be in trouble there, unless he maybe got a bottom edge on that, because he'd come across his crease, he was pulling, it kept a bit low. And I was surprised there wasn't an appeal there, but I'd like to see that again. Maybe there was bat involved. But it's quite high, isn't it? Is that a repeat from?
No, it's the previous delivery.
So that looked like it took him in the Mandy accoutrements as well. As soon as he gets up, he gets knocked down again. Bumrah in, good, solid defensive response from Stokes, who survives to the end of the over. He's 9 not out, 32 Root, and after this,
what's tickling Tony?
We will find out.
Well, yes, it was Stephen Kelk who says, Gary, please share your thoughts on the underexplored links between open air theatre, the character of Oberon in Midsummer Night's Dream, and wicket keeping against spin bowling.
Yes, that'll be coming in.
Please don't encourage him.
That'll be coming in an article on 99.94 at some point in the future.
I think that. I think Chatbot, when it's actually up to speed, would struggle with that one.
We had Macmillan and wife. Now we're having Oberon and Titania. I think that's perfectly acceptable, isn't it?
That is true.
Bit of puck here and there. Farong, Quick Football Manager Cup post-mortem. Any controversial moments, if you're talking about the big pre-season friendly derby?
Siraj into Root, who is then left groping at this one outside the off-stump as it scuttles through low. I think that's another thing you've got to remember about Lords. If the ball does start to scuttle through low and the ball is pitching outside off-stump, there's always a danger that it will come down the slope a little bit. And if it does that, you're in severe danger of being bowled or LBW or even getting an inside edge onto your stumps. That, fortunately for Root, was well outside off.
You're saying Lords can make anybody look like a donkey? Is that what you're saying?
Can do, if it's doing that. Oh, no, that's didn't keep quite as low, but it's really nicely clipped off his legs by Root. Unfortunately for him, there's only a single in it.
A nick bottom edge on it, I suppose.
120 for 4.
Super Chat has loomed under my eye line.
His Super Chat has come. I'm gonna go out on a limb. I'm gonna go out on a left leg here, and say, is it from Jay Grover?
Yes.
If it's another one that involves me, I'm going to start charging a 10% commission on them.
It might do, Gary.
There we are.
I might as well pre-warn you.
Pre-warned is forearmed.
I will be investigating commissions.
Siraj then to Stokes round the wicket. He's down the wicket and he drives and he's going to take a single. He's going to have to hurry. Gill hurls at the non-striker's end. Stokes felt he needed a run for the effort he'd made in advancing down the wicket and playing that shot.
I think that's the first run in some time. That was where the pressure was building, and it wasn't that far off a run-out chance, was it? So, you could feel the tension been released to some extent by Stokes charging down the track. So,
well, hang on. Root scored a single the ball before.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, certainly Ben Stokes hasn't. No. Ben Stokes has had a lot of dot balls.
He's finally got into double figures. He's on 10 now. from 33. Root back to face. And that's a very pleasant drive. But pleasant drives are not bringing reward at the moment. Quite a defensive field. Unsurprisingly.
What did England start the session on? Do we know?
Well, they were. Is it 98 for 4?
They were I'm pretty sure it's 98 for 4. Yes.
At lunch, so
it was 98 for 4.
So they've added what, 22, 23 in 46 minutes.
Yeah, so it's not too bad. Yeah.
And he comes again. Oh, it's a horrible shot. What on earth was that, Rooty? But he's got away with it. I don't know whether he got any bat on it. It might have gone between bat and pad. But what was he doing there? He was taking that from a foot outside off stump, trying to work it through mid-wicket. Oh, he's not. His concentration has gone.
Yeah, it has. Is that now 20 buys today? I think it might be,
20 buys in danger of becoming the most successful England batsman since 34 leg buys.
There's also a sighting of the rare sighting of the lesser spotted Iswaran in the field. He must be on for Akash Deep, I would imagine.
Yes. I don't know what to make of that shot. In again. Oh, he's hit on the pad. That's it. That's trouble for Root, I'd say. He's got outside the line, maybe.
He's outside the line.
But again, you can argue he's not really playing a shot there. I mean, even more so than the one we were talking about earlier. And he's got less of a stride in as well.
Still saying bat or pad.
It would be a risk for India here, but
gone.
They've decided against it. That might just be a little bit of a let-off.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting point, Hendo, because he is hiding the bat a bit.
Super chat.
He's done it twice now, hasn't he? But that was more. I mean, that was more obvious in a way.
Ooh, super chat, Hendo.
Yeah. Okay.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
It was Jay Grover. I had to wear a summer suit and forgot my wallet. In shame, I am now watching you and smoking, Gary. You disagree about the same thing again and again. Okay. Well, thank you, Jay. That's really very greatly appreciated, as ever. Jay also goes on to say, I'm very concerned about Hendo's back because I love him dearly. His pillow looks diseased, mind.
You think the pillow looks diseased?
Yeah.
This is tucked away into the onside by Stokes. But you really do get that sense of, one thing I will agree with Gary about is you do get that sense of something's about to burst, and hopefully it's not the pimple on my back, because that would be very unpleasant for everybody. But yeah, and England have had moments of fortune in the last few overs. Bumrah in again to Stokes, and that's better. It's a good length ball. It's on the line of the fourth stump, and Stokes chewing vigorously gets well over the top of that, plays it very well indeed.
I mean, Bumrah and Siraj have given England very little to hit here, and when they have tried to hit them, they've had to make the play by sort of charging down the wicket. Both Root and Stokes have done that. It's a testament to how good the bowling is here.
Yeah. And this is the thing. I think that India's bowlers are able to keep the pressure on England's top-class batsmen better than the other way round. Bumrah into Stokes, and he flays at that. It's just evaded gully and flown down to third man. Now, I'm not going to shout about a lack of third men for India because that hasn't happened that often today. That is 4 runs.
But
now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
But the bowling has been so tight that once he got width, he had to throw his hands at it, and it's not a million miles off the same shot that got Crawley out.
Yeah, except Crawley had 2 gullies.
Yeah.
And the pace was slower, so there was less pace on the ball.
But he was throwing his hands at a wide one because they've been so restricted.
I think we're making excuses for Crawley being crap. Onto the back foot goes Stokes, defends that into the offside. There is no run. I think if England do get over the line here, I can't actually see it at the moment, but if they do, I think it will be another stay of execution for Zach Crawley, which I don't think he deserves.
Well, I'm sure England won't drop any players if they win. If they lose, it'll be an interesting discussion, I think.
Well, I think there'll be a hell of a lot of pressure on them to make a change if they lose. Yes.
Yeah, there will be, yeah. Not least because they've got to win the next 2 test matches.
Well, precisely. Bumrah in, bowls onto the pads again of Stokes, and Stokes is very annoyed with himself that he hasn't laid bad on that and picked up some free runs, really.
Yeah, he's annoyed partly because Bumrah is tiring now, and the absolutely iron control of line and length that he's shown so far in this spell is beginning to diminish. So Stokes has been waiting for that leg side delivery to punch through mid-wicket. He got it, and then he missed the punch. But he lives to fight another day.
Well, the most important thing now is to see Bumrah and Siraj off, because then they have to find other options. They cannot lose a wicket before these two finish their spells. That's the end of Bumrah's 11th over. Figures of number 31, 129 for 4. Tony.
Stravan Reddy Gadam says, hello sir, Akash Deep gone off the field? Yes, he has. We think it's a groin issue. And Eswaran is the man who is in his place. Lockie 6 says, I'm sure I heard the pillow say help me.
like the incredible shrinking man. Help me.
Fluffy says, my donkey has sciatica, it's a pain in the ass. Indeed. Joe makes India frustrated. Yes, he does, says Nitin Deshpande.
Well, he does. Yeah, but
Paul Stratton says, looks like Bazball's run its course for our batters' techniques. Time for Bazball 2. Proper test cricket with bat and pad together. Not this farcical. Crap.
Well, here we go. Siraj bowling to Root. And down the leg side, may have brushed the pad. If not, I think that
more
Buys is going to become by far the leading scorer today.
More
apart from Root. It's gone for 4. I'm going to play a 4 jingle anyway because I think that may have just flicked his trousers.
I agree with you, Hendo. I think the traducing Dhruv Jarrell with that one.
But 4 runs of any sort is very welcome for England. Doesn't matter how they get them.
England may employ a backstop, not just for the spiralling top edge, but to stop all these boundaries.
Yeah. We are going to. It must be 24 now. Is it 24? 28?
I think it's 24, maybe even 28.
It's, performing brilliantly, this new young middle order batsman. And Rishabh Pant is standing up there and saying, ha ha, I don't have to do any work, I'll be out here to knock off the winning runs. This is defended by Root into the offside. 133 for 4. And yeah, while I take the point that this is probably an easier time to bat in terms of what the pitch is doing and what the ball's doing through the air, this morning I would have said to you, if one of those jumping deliveries had got a wicket, you can't legislate for that. But England threw away at least 3 of those wickets this morning, and they've thrown away another one. No, says Paul Rifle, and so does KL Rahul. But what has happened to Root? I mean, he's playing all round these deliveries at the moment. If it's not his back that's playing up and he thinks he's got to play a few shots before getting out, has his concentration just
I think he's taken his cable net off, Hendo, and it's completely
taken his cape off.
Cable net.
Oh, he's taken it off?
Yes.
Ah, yes.
And since then, rather like Samson shorn of his hair, he's been all over the shop.
I mean, it's a good ball, but it's a very un-Root-like shot. It's bat away from his body.
Completely out of shape, not balanced. It is. It's, a man who is on his way to the podium of the most runs in Test match cricket is playing like a novice.
Well, he's slightly down the wicket to that one. Didn't seem to really know where it had gone. Got, again, a thick inside edge. Maybe a bottom edge. He's looking right down at the foot of his bat.
There's a drinks break coming up in 5 minutes, and I think he really does need to recalibrate a bit here, Root.
A good decision by KL Rahul, because to signal that it hadn't taken the edge, it flipped the top of the pad, as we see on replay. Can Root get to that? Get to that drinks break?
Well, it does look about 50-50 at the moment.
Yeah, Siraj in again, hits him, brings it back, but too high once more. Real struggle for Root at the moment. A few words from Siraj.
Root just seems to have lost his timing. It's like his feet and hands and everything's sort of jerky. It's like a badly animated marionette.
I mean, there's plentiful movement off the pitch there from back into him from Siraj.
Yeah,
but
the bowling's good, but Root's an all-time great batsman. It's not so good it should make him look like a Sunday afternoon player. It is at the moment.
Let's think about it. I mean, how soon did he come in the first innings for England? This one he's going to get runs for through mid-wicket. A bit of a chase for Bumrah. He's going to pull it in ultimately. And do they settle for 2? They do. Root goes to 33. 135 for 4. That is the end of the over. Tony, anything tickled you?
Yeah, Jeff Perkins has drawn together 2 themes involving the Rock Hudson and Midsummer Night's Dream. He said there would have been no pucking between Macmillan and wife.
No, that's true.
Nitin Vishpandi says wicket keepers yet to come. Yes, Jamie Smith, you're absolutely right. He is. What poor play by England, says Mr. Steve. You're not wrong, Mr. Steve. Funny game this, says Alistair Breda. Match is not done yet, says Horror Insan. That's an interesting name. Horror Insan. Have some patience, says Horror Insan.
Indeed. I agree with that. Let's have a look. We've got the first sighting of spin.
Jadeja,
now, this will be quite interesting. To see what is happening with this pitch in that regard. It's going to be bowling from the nursery end, where all the jumping really of the ball has been happening in this Test match. And here's his very short jingle.
They need a more controlled Jadeja's on.
Who was the beard in Macmillan and Wife then? Who played the wife?
Oh, do you know what?
It's Susan somebody. Susan St. James.
Yes, it was Susan St. James, yes.
I suspect I might have had a little bit of a crush on her.
Surely not.
Age.
Did she ever know?
10 and a half, or whatever it was.
No, she probably didn't.
Did she?
No.
Did she write back? And did she write back?
I never sent the script to her. Probably on the basis that it was utterly terrible.
Did she turn up when you were? Did she turn up when you were wearing a red rose under the clock?
No. Back goes Stokes. Chops into the offside. Will take a single square.
Dear Nigel, my husband doesn't seem to be terribly interested in me. Whereas I understand that.
I was hoping that she might be taken with my flowery prose that I put into her mouth. If you'll pardon the expression.
Yeah.
I literally was going to say nothing there. Leave that to you.
The pillow talk is somewhat truncated.
Well,
so
someone's asking if your pillow has a name. I think it was Stephen Kelt.
Well, it was called Samantha Fox last week.
There you are.
I didn't name it. It was named by the Twitter sphere. Jadeja to Root forward in defence. Back very close to his body. He's got a man at silly point and a slip. Silly point, more a silly mid-off, perhaps.
Yeah, that would explain. Home thought.
Oh, he's brought out the reverse sweep. There's a big appeal for LBW. Well, there was obviously bat involved, but whether it was first might be open to conjecture.
If this is pad first, I think it's out.
No, well, there's no even hint of a review.
Well, I don't know.
They're thinking about it now.
I think they are thinking about it.
All eyes on Shubbers.
I mean, I think the thing is with that review that I had earlier, which was actually, they're a little bit reluctant now. No, bat first, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so good decision.
It explains an earlier tweet which said Samantha Fox crushed by gorilla. But now I can see where that came from.
Forward comes Root and strokes this very nicely for a single out to square cover on the boundary.
Does feel a bit Sunday Sport, that headline, doesn't it?
Which headline?
Samantha Fox crushed by gorilla.
Not so much. Yeah, Sunday Sport. Yes, definitely. Not in the least maligned and missed Sunday Sport. Jadeja over the wicket to Stokes. Stokes right forward, big stride, head over the ball, and played into the covers.
Change after this over?
I think so. Yeah, indeed.
It will be.
It flies by.
He's gone for the sweep. He's got his leg outside off stump, and he's going to get a leg by as that springs away down towards the third man area. So unusually, it's a leg by, and 4 runs off Jadeja's first over. Who's in on ball by ball then? And who else is on, Tony?
It's Gary, it's Messers, and it's Steve.
Okay, that means I can have a break. In the meantime, I will play you and tell you a way to give money to Gorilla Cricket.
We need
Alternative cricket commentary. Bringing you laughs, bringing you jingles, bringing you joy. We are Gorillas. We need your Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket.
Yes, so we're at the midpoint of the day. Very much India's session this morning. England have fought back, somewhat unconvincingly, it has to be said, at times. But Root and Stokes are still there. You do have the feeling, Steve, that what happens, it was the start of Stingray. Was it anything can happen in the next half hour?
Anything could happen, yeah.
And
the Indian bowling, I think, was very good.
It was.
They kept the lines and the lengths pretty.
And I hope that England take a view on that, because they haven't tried anything. They haven't tried a bouncer attack. They haven't tried anything clever. They haven't gone round the wicket unnecessarily. What they've done is they've put the ball on a line and length, sort of top of off stump or there and thereabouts, and just invited England to deal with the variations that are coming through in terms of height, pace off the pitch, and so on. And it's been a struggle.
And I think they've thought that if England are going to play rash shots, then we're just going to bowl good lengths.
Yeah, you miss, I hit.
Absolutely.
It was good enough for Harry Brook, who's the world's number 1 batsman. Why would it not be good enough for the rest of them? Jez, have you got any tweets coming through there?
Indeed we have. Paul Stratton says, think Joe has had enough of keep bailing out England out. Sorry, I'm not very good reading. I'm getting feedback in my headphones. Needs some major help from anyone. He can't do it every knock. Well, he has been doing it for 10 years, I reckon. Frank Rockefeller says, cricket always expresses a Peter principle if you include injuries. Bizarre. Nick Vicker says, hi everyone, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Bring back Dom Sibley. Fluffy says, Siraj looks a dead hamster away from sobbing. Suda Hooge says, just offer Root money to play golf and he'd declare himself unavailable. Ooh,
harsh. Is Root a big golfer? I know some of the others are. I don't know about Root.
Well, he made himself unavailable
for
Yorkshire
didn't he?
match.
Oh, yes, of course.
To go and play with so-called celebrities.
Yeah, probably for money, probably for some of the sponsors that he has. And, you know, a cricketer, as indeed I'm looking up at the pavilion now, I remember Craig Keyswetter hitting a 6 to win a one-day international into the top of the pavilion, not quite over the pavilion, but into the top of the pavilion. And his career was finished, I think, a few months later when he got hit in the eye by a bail. So I'm not going to deny the opportunity of cricketers to make their money while they still can play the game. And there are plenty of examples of cricketers who've lost that ability to make money from the game because it's a precarious occupation.
Indeed. You'll be pleased to know, Gary, I've put a timer on the drinks break, and if it goes over 4 minutes, I'll be sending a stern note to the ICC.
Well, I'm pleased to hear that, and I hope demerit
strongly
points
worded letter
will be awarded all round. In green crayon,
So the other observation I was going to offer is that Root took his jumper off.
He did take his jumper off, yeah.
I'm surprised you didn't mention that.
Well, we did, I think, mention that, because I think
you mentioned he had it on.
Hendo
noticed taken it off.
No,
okay, Hendo.
I think Hendo was the first to spot
Nothing
it.
gets past Hendo.
Yeah. And Gautam Gambhir still has his comfort blanket of a Duke's ball. No doubt he's softening up in his palm of his hand. But yes, so whatever was ailing Root, which he was attempting to assuage by wearing the jumper, it ails him no more. Is what
or the sheer volume of sweat being
the sheer
generated
volume of sweat
might have changed his mind.
Flintoff was very good at pressing the helmet down, if you recall,
yes,
and
just
a great fountain of sweat would come from the Flintoff skull. Yeah.
Oh, we have a super chat before we start again.
Oh, here we go. Have we got the
Fluffy
jingle?
sends us $2.
Go on.
For the Sam Fox Super Fund.
More pillows.
Thanks, Fluffy.
Speaking of players who are no longer resting, Akashdeep is on the field. So we're about to begin again. I'm not sure what the timer said there, Jez. It's
4
down
minutes,
the leg,
55 seconds.
down the leg side. Every ball after a break in plays, the first ball back appears to be going down the leg side. This time it wasn't tickled for 4, just dribbled out into the leg side, and a leg by is taken. I don't know what extras are doing, but I suspect extras are England's top scorer at the moment. Not absolutely certain of that.
They must be close.
Yeah. There's a slightly cloudier sky there. The shadows have disappeared a bit at Lord's. I mean, it's not as hot today in Ladywell as it was yesterday, but there is a closeness. There is a kind of temptation to think there's going to be storms tonight.
Yeah, it's 28 degrees and 47% humidity at Lord's.
Yes.
Yeah. Still plenty of empty seats inside the ground. There must be some very good Pims and Lemo being served in the bars. This is defended by Joe Root, who I hope has recalibrated, because that's the most convincing forward defensive we've seen from Root since lunch, I would suggest, Steve.
Yes, yes. Yeah, I mean, playing at this standard, keeping up that concentration has got to be such a challenge.
It is a challenge, but then Test cricket is hard, which is why we watch it. You know, the Tour de France is on at the moment, and people say the Tour de France is hard. But if it wasn't hard, we wouldn't be watching.
I guess
it would just be a bike ride. 141 for 4 England. Stokes has 15 off 43, and Root has 36 off 85, and those strike rates will tell you what a struggle it's been. Siraj is in. He comes down the track, does Joe Root. There's an enormous appeal from Siraj. He knows no other way. That hit him outside another set, I would suggest. But the Indians are looking at it. They're gonna refer one of these, because they've had so many referrals they've turned down in the last half hour. And he goes for it. I think he's hitting him outside, way outside off stump.
I think so too.
So Shubman Gill has called for the referral, but you felt the kind of pressure building. They couldn't keep having these LBWs turned down and referral. It is Joe Root, so the identity of the batter may play a part, but this is a referral in hope rather than expectation. I think he comes down the track, does Root. It has hit him on the. Oh, it has hit him
actually,
on
that
the.
Could be in line, actually.
Yeah, it's hit him right on the outside of the front pad. It's hit him in front of middle. This is going to be close. It may just be umpire's call. What had fooled me there, Steve, is that he came down and outside the off stump. I thought it hit him in the middle of the pad. It's actually hit him on the edge of the pad. This is a better shout than we expected, and Joe Root's heart rate must be fluttering a little. We're seeing it now. Hit him in front of middle and off, and it's umpire's call on leg stump. It's a very tight one. They are the swings and roundabouts. At Edgbaston, it was Chris Wokes. At Lord's, it's Siraj, who now is going through the full repertoire of, if you've ever seen it, they have these training movies in silent movies where they ask them to go through all of the emotions because, of course, it was silent movies, and Siraj is going through the whole gamut.
The whole gamut in one delivery. But I thought he got further forward than that as well.
I did as well.
I didn't think that had a lot going
But
for
of course,
it. That's very close.
That's why they do that. Come down the track is that it doesn't absolutely take LBW out of it, but it does take a bit out. Well,
Yes.
Siraj, he is the Abanazar of Indian cricket here. If he was in Panto, some of these reactions, even the 8-year-old child would think it's a bit much. He's in again, and Ben Stokes clips him off the pads. That was the shot he was trying to play before, when he was so angry about missing out on the leg stump delivery. He can't hit the fence, but that's because he punched it rather than drove it, and he picks up 2. He goes to 17. Root has the 36 he had, and England are a gross 144 for 4. Don't often hear the word gross as 144 these days, do you? No. Cricket's a game of old measurements. You know, the pitch is 22 yards because I think that is a pole. I think that was a pole. It's all done on the basis of the length of the furrows, showing the rural routes in Hampshire on Broad Apeney Down of this wonderful game of ours. That's why the pitch is 22 yards. I think it's called a pole. Jez, are you familiar with the fact that the 22 yards comes from a pole in the old English measurements of a kind of furlong and a pole? As this beats the bat of Ben Stokes, who actually, it was a short ball and he just dropped his hands. Again, it swung quite significantly in the air after it passed the batter, didn't it?
Indeed.
Dhruv Jurel did well to take it.
I think Messi is struggling with his headphones. Are you there, mate?
I am.
Oh,
the Dalek. The Dalek has come back.
Dreadful sound when I'm not on.
Yeah, gentlemen, could we have some cold pressers applied, please? What I do think is quite funny is whenever the Daleks come there, I'm reminded of Victor Lewis Smith, his short-lived television series where he would have the gay Daleks would come on, and they were very funny, the gay Daleks. Siraj is in. This is off the hip
better shot.
of
Much
Stokes.
better shot.
A lot of control. It goes down to long leg, and they're through for a single. Jez, we'll hopefully have you back in the land of daytime TV rather than Doctor Who in a moment.
Thanks, Gary.
Yeah, probably best to stay quiet until we've done it, because your voice is very, very disrupted. It's the end of the over. 38 gone. England are 145 for 4. The lead is very easy to calculate, Steve.
It is when it's all even. But that was a good spell from Siraj.
It
I
was.
wonder if he's going to do many more.
Yeah, he certainly puts everything into it. I mean, he knows no other way, to be fair.
Yes. I'll try a couple of messages. Can you hear me at all?
No, we can. Jez, just give a little bit of time for this to settle, and it really isn't audible. We know someone is talking, but we're not sure what they're saying. We have a change of bowler, and I'm about to jingle him up once I can find the necessary information. This is punched by Ben Stokes to mid-on, who is inexplicably conceding a single, because it is this man. I think it's the first time we've seen him today. But maybe he's not. Maybe he's not here. Oh yes, he is.
Washington Sundar.
Well, Washington, Steve, Washington Sundar, but Washington was in your eye line last night. You'll have to tell us a little about it.
Yes.
Sundar is in, right arm off spin, it goes down the leg side, and Root just tucks it into said leg side no run.
Yes, Hamilton was amazing, absolutely amazing show. Very powerful story and very powerful characters.
And great songs too.
Fantastic songs.
So here is Washington, and it goes back, does Root. I don't know why he went back to that one. The ball didn't turn, but Root ended up sort of in a crabbing position and got a kind of inside edge onto it. Again, that's a most un-Root-like position to find yourself in, isn't it? Yeah, we're used to Root's footwork being decisive. We're used to him coming forward or going back. who's caught on the crease there, perhaps beaten in the air. Sundar's in again, and this turns into the front pad of Root, but he's well forward, no chance of LBW.
How's that? Does that sound better?
Oh, much better,
better,
Jez. We'll be having your socials
brilliant.
at the end of the over. Yeah, well played, gentlemen. Well played. Here is Washington Sundar. It's indeed his first bowl of the day. And Root gets one that he goes back to and he just punches it to mid-on, who is again, inexplicably, conceding a single. Why would you not want to keep the pressure on?
Yeah.
It's Jasprit Bumrah at mid-on. I mean, there's nothing a spin bowler wants more than to have 6 balls at the same man.
Yes. There's a little bit of turn there, isn't there?
Yeah, there is a little bit of slow turn. And we're seeing the replay because it did take the pad previous delivery before.
Yes.
And it did go onto the arm, but not the gloves. So never a chance of a catch. This ball is defended, no run, and we have your socials, Jazz.
Well, Stephen Kelk could clearly hear me. He just says, message Ed, I am Rod Hull. Where is my jelly?
Amazing.
Paul Atkinson says, I feel the test is in the balance now. If Root and Stokes make a decent partnership and we can get to 300 to 350, game on. If we lose quick wickets, we could capitulate. India would pick off the runs. And Jay Grover sent us £2.
Hooray!
Another super chat. It says, for Victor Lewis Smith's gays Daleks.
It was TV Offal. TV Offal was the show. Anybody who is sort of moving past middle age, this is how it happens, is that you try to remember something and it takes 20 minutes and then it comes back. So TV Offal was the Victor Lewis Smith show.
Steve Bruce says, Gary looking very Eminem and gangster with the cap.
Oh, gangster. Gangster, wow.
That would go with the hip hop.
I wear this chef's hat. I'll tell you in a moment why I wear it. As Jadeja is in, this is down the leg side. It's not taken by Dhruv Jurel, who's had a fraught time behind the stumps as any wicketkeeper would on this pitch. Yeah, I don't like the kind of aggressive phallic peak that you get on baseball hats. So this does what a baseball hat does, but without that peak sort of intruding on anybody's physical space or what do they call it? Private space?
Yep.
Personal space. That's the one.
But it doesn't stop the sunlight coming.
No, it doesn't. But I've got the glasses for that.
Okay.
So
spin at both ends.
The lights are a bit higher here than they used to be at
yeah.
Sydenham, so it's not quite the issue it was there. Yes, spin at both ends.
Now, yes.
Jadeja in. It's taking time to set his field here for Joe Root, who has a forward silly point and a slip, and that's just defended to said forward silly point, and there is no run. I'd be very, very tempted to have a leg slip in there because Jadeja's one that goes on with the arm has always been a good weapon for him. Root comes down, he just turns his wrists on this, gets it into some of that open space on the leg side, but I think that's Akash Deep now back on the field, who, yes it is, who picks the ball up at mid-wicket, returns it. Root goes to 38. He has calmed down, I think, in the last 10 minutes or so. Stokes on 19. He seems to have been there an absolute eternity for that 19.
Yes, indeed. 48 balls.
Yeah, 48 balls. It seems more, though. He seems to have crashed a few drives, had a few tickles on the leg side, and still, somehow, he only has 19. Of course, this was the precursor of his 135 in the Ashes, so over the wicket comes the left arm of Jadeja, and Stokes defends to short cover, and there is no run. It's always good watching Jadeja because
he's box office, isn't he?
Yeah,
I love Jadeja.
He goes back there to Stokes and defends. It's not only the attitude, but his variations have to be subtle. He has to work over a batter because he's not a great turner of the ball. He's not a great flighter of the ball. But he's got, I think, the thick end of 300 Test match wickets, so he knows what he's doing. Ooh. He uses the crease there, and Ben Stokes is down for a premeditated sweep, and he just about got a bottom edge on it. Goes down to long leg. That seemed a huge amount of risk for a single. But that's what he got. 40 overs gone, 149 for 4. Stokes has 20, Root has 38. We have your socials.
Well, Mark feels very let down. He says, Bessie, you're skipping all our good messages. This is very Dalek behaviour, villainous. I'm sorry, Mike. I had to make a strategic decision about how to make up for the lost time, and I just thought, well, I'm going to leave out a whole slab. I'm sorry.
That's Messi.
So, Sravran Reddy Gadam says, Sir Pant comes out to bat in the 4th innings. Any complaints coming from England? Oh, I've no doubt there will be. Jay says Gary needs some chains. Show the weight rose wealth.
This ball is defended and there is no run. It's Washington Sundar bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Stokes. Jez, speaking of Daleks, with the facial hair there, you're not a million miles off the Master himself, I think, there.
Ooh, well, which version of the Master?
Well, I only know the early one. This ball is pushed to back to the bowler. There is no run. You know, I stopped watching Doctor Who when I was 14 or so. Because so I only know the 70s version. Who looked a bit like Kreskin, I think, from memory. Here's Washington Sundar, and this is defended into the leg side by Ben Stokes. He's a one of those unusual, well, one of those spinners that you do get, Washington Sundar, and that he's very tight. Yeah, well, there's a bit there. Yeah, thank you. Hendo is showing me the Master on his phone. He bowls tight, but he doesn't look like he's going to take a wicket. This is defended, and there is no run. He kind of doesn't look like he's going to concede a 4, but also doesn't look like he's going to take a wicket. Is that fair, Steve?
Yes, and I think Stokes is being very watchful as well.
He is. He is.
That sweep, yeah, I think it was premeditated, but he was bang in line.
Yeah, well, 4 balls gone in this over, all dots. Will Stokes have the... Yes, he defends this one as well.
I think he's very confident of the bounce from the spinners.
Yeah, but does he have the mental fortitude to play out 6 dots? Because that
is the challenge.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's said of this England team that they can't do that, and the captain has to lead from the front. Will he be able to do it? No, he goes back because he did get a ball to hit that was wide of the off stump, but he had no timing, as batters haven't had the whole match, and it's fielded in the covers. It's Maiden, Washington Sundar, who now has conceded just 2 runs from 2 overs. England still 149 for 4. Jez.
I just looked up the 70s version of the Master, and I'm a little taken aback.
Well, I mean, I'm only working off the facial hair. That's all.
Frank Rockefeller says Archer bowls 40% faster than Wokes. Could be his day tomorrow.
40%.
To all intents and purposes, he bowls twice as fast, in my view.
40% faster. Jadeja's in. This is down the leg side. Root's not going to miss out on that. But showing England's safety first frame of mind, he doesn't whip it over the square leg boundary as Akashdeep did, if you recall, from Archer. He just pushes it to backward square. Applause emanates from the crowd because the England 150 is up. It's been tough going. It's a morning of losing wickets and an afternoon of defensive cricket. Yeah, well, it's proper test cricket. As he goes back to Stokes, a quicker ball from Jadeja hits the footmarks and turns considerably. To his credit, Stokes had his second line of defence there, inside edge onto the pad.
I think that's why he's being so watchful. This is the inconsistent. Up to that point, not many had kept that low. Oh, he's gone for...
Yeah, he's gone for the premeditated reverse sweep, but what he does do with that is he gets his front pad well outside the off stump. And this is one of the instances where I think the premeditated reverse sweep, the left-hander, left arm over, as long as you're confident you've got your pad in the way, it's a free hit because you're outside the line of the off stump. Anyway, a leg by, single, get more extras. Root just goes down, he just touches the ball really into the vacant space at point, and all of a sudden England have starting to get some singles here, along with the extras, which have done particularly well for England.
Will be our highest scorer. They do look very happy with singles at the moment.
Yeah, just push that into the offside. Stokes pushes this into the offside. It was probably one there, but they're not going to risk it. And there's no single taken. Jadeja often catches the TV directors out because he's so quick between deliveries that they can't insert much. England 152 for 4. Jadeja wide on the crease, left arm over the wicket to Stokes, who kind of didn't time it that well. It was a mighty swing of the bat as he was attempting to slog sweep, but no timing. Goes out to deep backward square, and they
kept very
take
low,
a single.
didn't it? He kept it down.
He did.
So he had that much control, but yes, it was a mighty sweep for just trickling out.
Just a single, 153 for 4. Jez, any more allusions to Doctor Who?
Brown in Brisbane says, afternoon from a very hot Paris. Yesterday I visited the Frog and Roast Beef at Gary and Tony's recommendation. They need their expense accounts to drink there now at €9.50 a pint.
Well,
that's about London prices.
It's not in the centre of London, and the Frog and Roast Beef isn't quite in the centre of town, but it's not far off. It's probably about the same price. And of course, you always pay a bit more for beer in Paris, but you pay a bit less, I think, for wine, I would suggest.
Okay.
But it's a place to go in the Rue Saint-Denis, for sure. Here is Washington Sundar around the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, who shows him the maker's name. And there's a little bit of wondering about whether to steal a single, but they didn't. There is no run. What else is going on in Paris? What's on the agenda today? The Musée d'Orsay, perhaps, or Les Halles, or Champs-Élysées.
Air conditioned, actually.
Yeah, air conditioning. That's right.
This is punched by Ben Stokes to extra cover, and there is no run. Yeah, I wouldn't fancy walking up the Eiffel Tower on a hot day. I have done that, but no more. It's Washington Sundar is in, and this is punched by Ben Stokes. It's a kind of punch cut, isn't it? Goes square on the offside where the man sweeping does the job, and Stokes gets himself another single. He's
nice easy single.
Yeah, 22 Stokes here, certainly. Well, it's not an un-Ben Stokes innings because we've seen him with the slow start and the explosive finish.
Yes.
Roots on 40 from 95.
And again, I think he's reading the conditions.
Yeah,
the game doesn't necessitate.
Yeah. Washington Sundar over the wicket to the right hand. He's out. It goes down to sweep. Bowled round his legs, I think, or did it come off the bat?
I think it's round his legs.
Bowled round his legs. That's the danger of the premeditated shot. It's another poor shot to get a wicket from England. It wasn't really there for it, but hats off to Washington Sundar. He was the one bowling all the top balls, and he gets his reward.
The crowd says.
Don't touch anything.
The crowd says you're out.
That feels a big moment in the game.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
That was a beautiful ball, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, you shouldn't be bowled round your legs, though.
Just did enough, didn't it?
You just shouldn't. I mean, if he'd stood up and clipped that off his pads, as Ben Stokes has done to the leg side deliveries, we'd all be saying single to England, and
that's
you
right.
know the game is still in the balance. Now, surely the odds have shifted India's way, but it's been perhaps England's most consistent batter in this series. Is coming out to bat. It's a hell of a lot to ask him on the back of a huge performance at Edgbaston to keep wicket and bat with a crucial innings in the first dig to deliver another crucial innings. But if there's one man that England think can do this job, it is this one.
Hey there, Jamie Smith, are you a good keeper or batsman? Either way, all your hopes of getting a game are fucked.
Do you remember seeing Gemma Redgrave, wasn't it, in Georgie Girl?
Georgie Girl, yes.
All around Covent Garden and Carnaby Street.
Yeah.
In and out of Mary Quant shops and all of that, yes.
It was a bit like Ab Fabs, really, wasn't
It
it?
was very Ab Fab, yeah. I think Ab Fab owed quite a bit to Mary Quant and Lynn Frank's PR and various other inspirations.
And Bananarama, I believe.
And the Bananarama, yes. Yes. So, well, it's India who are on fire rather than the wheels on fire at the moment. So 154 for 5. You have to think, where are we? We're almost ready for a change. We're half an hour before the tea break. These two have got to be together at the tea break, you have to think.
Well, we've lost one wicket. You do feel that this is the real big wicket for us now.
Yeah, I mean, it's this wicket gets into the tail.
Indeed, and neither of them can shepherd the tail to some extent.
And we know Chris Wokes has got 100 and stuff, but he's not looked.
He's not looked like it, has
He's
he?
not looked the Chris Wokes of old.
No.
So surprisingly, only one slip and a short leg for Jamie Smith. He goes back and skews a little as he was turned round by Washington Sundar, and there is no run.
He was very watchful on that ball.
He was.
Played it as late as he possibly
He
could.
was. He always ended up playing French cricket, which is what happens when you play it so late that the ball is on you.
It's almost past you, yeah.
Yeah. Comes down the track to this one, though, does Jamie
ball,
Smith, and he is a confident young man and punches this to Nishish Kumar already at mid-on. Gets himself off the mark. England are 155 for 5, the 155, my favourite bus, Elephant and Castle to Tooting. Gentlemen.
I'll do a couple of messages while we change over. Paul Stratton says, as much as Ben Stokes always has to play, I think captaincy has diminished his natural match-winning performances with bat and ball. And Paul Atkinson says, I also feel we haven't nailed down a decent opening partnership since Strauss and Cook. I have no confidence in one of our openers. He's staying around. Sorry, in one of our openers staying around and accumulating runs. Show my age, but boycott's pissed. And I shall leave you there. Thank you very much.
Messrs. Marvellous. 155 for 5. Welcome back to Owl.
Gentlemen.
Worried of the Wirral. Thrown up by Jadeja, defended by Jamie Smith, who's on 1 into the offside. And there's no run.
Just when you thought that England might be getting on top a little bit, they lose a wicket, which is unfortunate.
Well, 1 before tea, probably acceptable. 2 would be a disaster, really. That one's pushed to mid-on, then to take a single.
Yeah, I mean, 1 in the session, you know, you've done pretty well if you get through a session without losing a wicket, or just 1. But, you know, India have just shown a kind of cricketing intelligence that I feel England don't seem to possess.
Stokes, slip, and a slightly short backward point. Silly backward point. Sorry, backward square. No, there's no run.
Pace of the game kind of rewrites the time and motions of how many runs and how many overs.
Yeah, it does rather. You're right. That one's guided down to deep backward point. They'll take another single. I mean, it's tricky. I can't see this ending in a draw now. So surely the odds on the draw lengthen massively. Jadeja's going to skip in. That nips back to Ben Stokes, but it pitched right outside of off. So no real concerns there as Stokes lunged forward. In fact, I think he might have been outside the line as well.
Turned a fair way though.
But yeah, and that's out the right arm bowler's footmarks, isn't it? That was popped up. Jadeja shouting for LBW. I don't think umpire Shafadullah is overly concerned. Indeed, he's not.
I saw that Jadeja was signalling it was height. I thought he got outside the line anyway. Who's on socials? Is it me or you?
You are, Hendo.
Oh, I'm on socials. Right, where did we get up to? Have we had Root? Root was born with a cricket bat in his tiny hands. Joe Root is the key wicket. Well, I think, yeah, that's come and gone. Huge hands, the biggest. He's from Sheffield, says Joe Grover. Big steel hands, says Stephen Kelk.
Big steel. Oh, 35% tariff on them straight away then.
No, Joe, the old man. Don't know what that means. Root of the giant sausage fingers, says Lockie 6.
Washington Sundar. Into Smith, who defends in front of his off stump. No run. Did we have Jay Drover's super chat? I'm sure we must have done.
I don't know. I may have. I hope I haven't missed one. I'm sure Jay will be on to us if we have.
Let us know, Jay, if for some reason we missed it. I spotted it while I was queuing up the studio setup.
He might just be doing that to claim a free one.
Onto the back foot goes Smith. Defends towards mid wicket. No run.
To be fair, I think we can give him a free one anyway.
Well,
after all,
basically that's just an ordinary message that we'll read.
That we'll read ahead of everybody else's. Yeah, absolutely.
Sundar in again. And that's pushed out to mid-on. Well, mid-wicket rather, no run.
I think Washington's a very skillful bowler. A very good all-round cricketer.
Well, I don't disagree with you. In he comes, it's full and it's straight and it's driven quite pleasingly from the fullish length by Smith out to mid-on, takes a single. The score is 159 for 5.
I do like to see when messages are retracted, because is that sort of personal embarrassment that you said something you didn't really want to say?
Could be. I mean, on WhatsApp it happens all the time, but that's because you suddenly realised you've posted something ridiculous onto a family group rather than your cricket group or something. That one's steered to point by Ben Stokes off Washington, who cannot tell a lie, is bowling quite nicely.
Yeah, there's screws feel tightened.
It's been quite tight most of the afternoon, to be fair, but...
And he comes, forward comes Stokes, no run. Stokes, has been very, very watchful, whilst others around him have been a bit lax.
50 for 3 will do that to you?
Well, yes it will. Yes it will. Yes,
well, I mean, the thing about that is that it kind of makes you wonder what they were thinking this morning. It was almost as if they'd given up hope of the pitch settling down and had decided to try and hit as many runs as they could while they were out there. And now, in this afternoon session, admittedly we probably got two of the best techniques out there, or we did have, they just settled down and played proper cricket.
Jadeja in, smartly guided to point, deep point by Jamie Smith, who will take a single, moves on to 5. 184 did he make up at Edgbaston, not out, yeah, and then 88 off 99.
And a half century in the first innings.
Yeah, and an extraordinary partnership with Harry Brook. It's they're going to need at least a score of either of those would be good. The 184 would be excellent, but how long would that take? That's defended by Stokes.
Well, I mean, if anyone's going to get them quickly, it'll be Jamie Smith.
But I mean, you do see a case taking shape where they will want to bat him higher in the order, I think.
Yeah, but not too much higher.
Reverse swept by Ben Stokes down towards what would have been third man. Is third man, I think, just because it was a reverse sweep. Have I got them right? Geography? Yes.
Yes.
And they took. Did they take 2, Hendy?
No, just the one.
Just the 161.
Again,
5.
You've got Jadeja bowling left arm spin to a left-hander into the footholes, and he's playing a reverse sweep when the ball might just pop out one of those footholes. And for one run, it just seems a poor return for that shot.
That one is outside of the right-handers, off stump and moving further away. So Jamie Smith has nothing to do with it. Yes, he can score runs fast, but he might also have half an eye on tea time. That's defended. They'll get a single though, because it was just sort of guided to point.
I was watching a bit of the Australia test last night and talking about intervals coming up. Cameron Green, I think, has scored about 6 off 30 balls, and they brought on Warrican to bowl the one over before the interval, left arm spin. He defended the first 4 and then launched an enormous strike at the next one.
Oh, that's an attempted sweep from Stokes. I think again he was outside the line of his off stump when the ball hit him.
Yeah, launched this amazing heave at the 5th ball of the over, and was lucky that he didn't get hold of it, because he would have put it straight down mid-on's throat. As it was, it bounced before mid-on. Anyway,
62 for 5 off 46.
Did you know that at some point in his life, Joe Root was as tall as Ben Duckett? Really?
He might have just leapt from 5'7" to 5'9" and missed out 5'8". You never know.
That's not how height works.
You have to at some point go through 5'8", do you?
This isn't Bob Bob Beamon and the 28-foot jump.
I think I might have been reading some tweets that have already been read, because I've just seen one that I'm pretty sure I heard while I was off air. So I'll go lower.
Lower, higher, higher. Washington Sundar.
Hello, Hendo.
Oh yes, Washington Sundar. He's got a slip, and he's got a short backward square, and that's driven again very pleasantly by Smith, who's gone through. Who's that misfielding? Is that Siraj? That's going to make him even chirpier, isn't it? If you want to meet somebody with a ready smile and always sort of placid, relaxed attitude, then Mohammad Siraj is clearly your man.
He's well balanced.
Tumbling,
got a chip on both shoulders.
And that misfield's not going to make him feel any better. And he can't shout at anyone else for it. He can't shout at the batsman.
He's got through a lot of work.
164 for 5.
He must be tired.
Oh, he's bowled him.
Yeah.
He's gone absolutely clean through Jamie Smith. Off stump peg back. Another wicket's fallen for England. They're not going to get for tea. Probably. Well, I'd like to hear what Al thinks, but I don't see a huge amount of hope left for England. Where do you sit on that particular case, Al?
Definitely second.
It's a great ball. It's an arm ball. It's beautiful
Certainly
delivery.
Shot through. He squared him up. He was nowhere near it. And goodness me. He looked good, but not for long enough. Chaps, I would say a lead of 200 is not looking nailed on by any manner of means, is it?
Not at all. Not at all. I mean, there's Wokes was out first ball in the first innings. He got a few in the first innings at Headingley, I think. But it's a completely different situation, this. And I suppose what does Stokes do? Does he go into Stokes, turbocharged mode? I don't know. I don't think it's that kind of.
I don't think he'll do
wicket.
it so long as he's got Wokes for company. I think once Cars is in, he might flick a switch and tackle things differently.
Cars got 54 in the first innings, batted really well.
Well, he did. This is true.
Batted well. I mean, you can't say Wokes batted badly. He just got out to his first ball. Wasn't there long enough?
Well, here comes Chris Wokes. Can he wind back the clock to 2018 when he got that 137 not out against India here at Lord's? I think the answer to that is no, but it's a funny old world. You just never know for sure. We're going to watch that ball from Sundar again, who pushes it
straight
through. Was the arm ball, and
playing for a bit of turn, mate. Yeah, well, he played down the wrong line.
Neither
as much
forward
as
nor
anything.
back.
I think he's played down the wrong line. It maybe was an arm ball or just went straight on. And he might have been playing for a little bit of turn that wasn't there.
The other thing you could say about Washington Sundar is if it came to a chain off between him and Jofra, he looks his chain looks pretty sorry for itself, doesn't it?
I hadn't noticed it, to be honest.
Well, exactly. That's my point.
That's not a chain. That's
It's more of a necklace.
Yeah, it's a
pendant. It's a pendant.
It's a pendant. It's
a pendant. 164 for 6. It's right, 2 slips on the forward short or the backward short. Thrown up, flicked by Christopher Roger Wokes to mid-on, and there was no run, so he survived his first ball.
Now, this is the thing. England couldn't get 2 wickets in a row, generally speaking, but here we have Washington Sundar.
He comes up, nips back to the right-handed Wokes, who has to hurry to turn it towards leg. He does and gets himself a single.
Now, you may not think it's very important, but in terms of what he might offer with the bat, but we did see comment from the ECB about Shoaib Bashir about an hour ago.
Was this the update?
This was the update that he will bowl, but he may not bat. So England are potentially 7 wickets down.
Yeah, well, I think may not might depend on who's in if and what the score is come that 10th wicket. That's defended well by Stokes, comfortably enough into the onside, no run. I mean, should England be 230 and Stokes on 140? I don't know if my maths is right there. It would be bad if he didn't come out to bat, wouldn't it? So that's pushed into the offside, no run.
Depends on the damage.
Well, it's his left little finger, so it's not. He's a right arm bowler.
If I broke your left little finger and then asked you to hold the cricket bat, do you think that would work?
That is a fair point. The voice of reason from the Wirral.
Malcolm Marshall, I'll take you back. Broken arm. Colin Cowdrey, broken arm. Too soft these days. Get out there.
Right.
Stephen Kelk says, every reference to stumps now makes me wonder whether we're talking about stumps or, stumps in inverted commas.
That was ages ago.
Oh, my God. All right. Well, I'm miles behind then. Let me catch up. I mean, if someone won't tell me where we're up to,
I think
tricky.
Messrs did, but I wasn't listening. Sorry. I always wish I'd listened to what my dad told me.
Oh, my God. This has gone miles back. What's going on here?
I think that's just yes. You just need to scroll further down. Do you have the scrolls? Or is that just the way you're saying it?
It's just the way he walks.
I've gone past the gay Daleks anyway.
165 for 6, not the gay Gordons. That's pushed away into the offside by Christopher Roger Wokes. Not sure if that's a smile or a grimace on his face.
You might as well call him Esquire at the end.
Christopher Roger Wokes Esquire, defended by Christopher Roger Wokes Esquire. Back towards Jadeja.
Jay, do you want to tell me the last super chat you had read out so that I can get just a little bit of a grasp on where we were with the tweets?
That's defended, pushed into the onside. England are playing Australia in 1938, where Hendo had gone back to, I think, on super chat.
Yeah.
Wow.
165
That
for
is
6.
harsh.
Well, I'm not sure it's Hendo's fault. Somehow the whole thing had swung backwards. That's worked nicely out to mid wicket. Did they take a single? It's hard to tell.
No,
they didn't. Washington Sundar, spin partner of Ravindra Jadeja, was the man who fielded. Still those two offside fielders in close attendance. That's guided out to short extra. No run. England under the pump. Then they're nowhere near enough runs. Too many wickets down. Too many poor shots. That's slapped, but slapped straight to point. Again, no run.
And I suggest going back to Jay Grover's super chat, £2 about Sheffield prices, and the tweet above that from Brian in Brisbane.
Messi genuinely is like God, isn't he? Appears out of nowhere.
I know. I think he actually is God. Messi
almighty.
Eurostar departures after lunch on Rue Poissonnière. Not good going to Eiffel Tower or Champs-Élysées due to Bastille Day security preparations. Sheffield prices mint for £2. Why can I afford to super? Why I can afford to super chat? The big bag of doom just got a bit more full, says Stephen Kelk. I think that's
Washington Sundar throws this in, chucks it down really at Stokes to try and push it through, but he pushes it to mid-on and takes a single. It's a funny ball, that. It looked like he got that all wrong somehow, Al, that delivery.
I've got to disagree with Kieran Roseblade, who says Stokes is about to throw his wicket away here. It's coming. He's overrated. Come on. Ben Stokes is possibly one of the greatest all-rounders England have ever had. He's won games on his own.
166 for 6.
I will not have it.
Hendo's.
Shall you not?
I shall not.
Not happy at the thought. That's in any.
Do you say nay, sir?
Ben Stokes' achievement should ever be belittled in any way.
There are plenty of people in the England team who are overrated. I'll give
All right
you that.
then. If I gave you both them, Flintoff, Stokes, put them in your order, Hendo.
Stokes, both and Flintoff.
Okay.
I think Stokes.
Al, what about you?
I would agree. I have this nagging doubt that Flintoff is unresolved potential.
Yes. My only has Ben Stokes won an Ashes?
Well, no.
But Washington Sundar throws this up. Ben Wokes.
Ben Wokes. But do you? I
Well,
mean,
is that-
won,
is
what
that
do you mean
how
by
you
won an
judge?
Ashes? I mean, do you mean as a captain?
Full stop. I'm trying to think. As Ben Stokes played in an Ashes winning series. Did he play in 2006? Let me see.
No, that's a bit old.
2019. He obviously did because of we know, but that was a drawn series. I think that was defended into the onside.
He had to come back from Australia, didn't he, on one occasion? But he must have played in that 2015 series because that's when he was taking great catches off Stuart Broad and when they were bowled out, Australia,
Yes,
for
he
60
was.
odd.
That's well defended by Chris Wokes. Very
That can't be
solid,
the
very
barometer.
correct. No, I didn't say it was the only barometer. However, I think for 95%, and I completely made up that statistic, of English cricket fans, it's a big consideration.
About how many?
And what
how many-
makes them great? Down the track comes Wokes,
Shot.
clips that
Lovely.
beautifully away through mid wicket. That was classy,
really
Al.
was. That really was superb. Moved his feet, got to the pitch of it, and then placed it beautifully.
It was excellent shot. That, just a little hint of flamingo back leg as well when he did it. Only a flamingoette. It wasn't the full raise of the back leg. Right, 3 men round the bat now. Oh, my word, he's forced onto the back foot. It popped up, possibly just slightly outside the line of off and too high.
Indecision seems to be the killer on this wicket.
Certainly does. 170 for 6 after 49. 170 the lead, it's not enough. Possibly the 6 is 7.
Eric J says, I'm off to watch some quality batting at Headingley. Yeah, probably right. Is Johnny Bairstow playing again? Bring him back. Paul Stratton says, even an out-of-touch Joe Root scored as many as our top 3 combined. Talking of beer prices, I'm back in England next week and hoping to take in an Essex match, says Nick Vickers at Chelmsford. Does anyone know how much a pint is at the ground? I don't. I do know that at the Oval it's £8.50.
Oh, is that even for a county game?
Yep. Oh, yep. He sounded like the man from the Farce show then.
Yes.
No, absolutely. That was my reaction.
Jadeja swept by Ben Stokes, left armour to left-hander, pulled down to long leg, and they take a single.
Moira Palm is suggesting it's 10 quid. Really? I'd be surprised if it's more expensive than the Oval, but you never know.
We're watching this, the bounce and turn that Washington Sundar is getting, which is quite prodigious.
Are you allowed to take in your own food and drink?
No, I don't think you are at Lord's, of course, which is pleasingly tolerant and clever about it. But they're a bit more. Oh, that was a terrific ball from Jadeja. Goes past the outside edge of Chris Wokes, thumps it into the gloves of Jude Jarrell. There was no run, but what a ball that was.
When you turn the ball and you also bowl it as quickly through the air as that, it's so
and also
difficult.
It doesn't get the same bounce as
No.
that one's well defended by Wokes. I mean, Washington Sundar is appreciably, I think, getting more bounce than Jadeja is. Bowling from which ends? He's bowling from the. Jadeja's coming in from the nursery end.
No,
isn't he?
I don't think so. No, he's coming in from the pavilion.
That's worked away down to fine leg. They take a single. Hendo, could you do ball by ball for me for 2 moments? I have to quickly take a call.
Oh, okay. 173 for 6. Wokes moves on to 7. Stokes 26. Mark Arnold says England have to adopt the village green Laura approach now. It's hard to see them lasting until stumped. To me, it's hard to see them lasting until tea. But we saw plenty of the village green this morning. Forward comes Wokes. He's got a man at silly point, silly mid-off, somewhere between the two. In front of him, he's got a slip for the one that turns sharply. And he's bowling very tidily indeed. He's in to Wokes, who plays a nice stroke into the covers past the man close in, and that is the end of the 50th over of the innings. England 173 for 6, 50 overs bowled. Well, Al...
Teetering on the edge.
Teetering on the edge, absolutely. I don't know, 200 has to be the minimum, doesn't it? And I can't see 200 being defended with the way England have bowled in this series so far. It's going to take a monumental effort from them with the ball, a much more disciplined effort, I would argue. What do you think?
Well, if you had Anderson and Broad and Graham Swan, say, in the same side, you might be going, oh, hello, we're in this game.
Oh, totally. Totally. No, I think that's, yeah.
50 overs complete, 173 for 6.
Blimey, that was a quick call.
Yes, it was just my other half. I just needed to check it wasn't an emergency.
Oh,
It
okay.
wasn't. Washington Sundar round the wicket, onto the back foot, and guided to short third by Ben Stokes. There was a man there, and there was no run.
The only saving grace might well be the rate of runs.
Thrown up beautifully by Washington Sundar.
Has been so slow for both teams that maybe 270 can't be chased down in 2 sessions, 2 and a bit.
Well, 270 is another 100 runs, and
Yeah.
possibly only three
That's
three
not
wickets
happening.
left. And that keeps low by Sundar. Stokes was alert and was able to push it away.
Washington
No run.
really fancies getting Stokes with the ball that he got him in the second innings at Edgbaston, which is firing in that arm ball that really moves
He did
and just
straighten
keeps
it.
going, and very, very full.
I thought he straightened that one just a tiny bit.
May
as well.
have done that one.
Round the wicket he comes. Forward comes Stokes, back to the bowler who does well, it wasn't really nifty footwork, it was slightly clumsy footwork, but it was effective.
Because even when Stokes gets a stride in, or a bit of a stride into that one, if it's pad first and his bat is just alongside pad, then he's in danger.
Can Stokes continue to rein himself in? At some point they're going to have to cut loose. He goes onto the back foot to defend that in front of his off stump, and there was no run. So I'm thinking about the players' shirts. Actually, we've got a 55 in Ben Stokes, we've got a 66 in Joe Root, we've got an 88 in Harry Brook, and I've got a funny feeling India have got an 88 as well. Is that one? Oh my word! That turned and what a
Jumped.
snorter that was.
Yeah.
Either too hot for Jarrell as well, who dropped it. We don't have a 77 though. Is it Siraj? Is Siraj 88 in the Indian squad? I'm sure there's two
Gents.
88s.
I haven't been taking it in, I have to say. The numbers...
Gents, your
Right, we need to put the cold press on. Can
Cold
someone
press,
do the cold
please.
press?
Cold press
Who's there to do
is
the cold
required.
press?
Let me do some tweets.
You're breaking up.
So are you. £1 of flesh is the price of a beer at Chelmsford, according to Fluffy3. Tony's going to sort out the ice situation while knocking at least 2 fans over on his way to the fridge. He may be able to get something out of the fridge, but it'll render us too hot to trot by disabling both the fans that we've got in here. 173 for 6. Might this be the last over before tea? It well might be. It's going to be Jadeja, in theory, taking the ball away from Wokes as the fan takes another battering from Tony. This is moderately entertaining. Possibly more fun than the cricket. Oh, hang on. We've got a man putting on a helmet now at silly mid-off. We've got 3 men
Jadeja
around the
in,
bat.
round the wicket, defended into the onside. Cold press has been placed under laptop. And there was no... Oh, they took a single. Took a sharp single.
did they?
173 for 6. Wokes on 8.
So they did.
Ben Stokes on 26. 174 the lead. That's very easy to work out. And we can go for some more of your messages.
Is that the end of the over? No, it's only one
Oh,
ball.
it isn't. It's only one ball.
Yeah, but I'll say, Mayank
me
says
completely.
this could end in a draw. England just need to bat till lunch.
Right, that's interesting, Mark.
I
Yes.
think that is tongue-in-cheek, surely, from Mayank.
I suspect so.
Jay Grover's talking about the Human League.
Well, from Sheffield, aren't they? And that one's nicely turned off his hip by Ben Stokes. They'll, walk. Probably the most casual single you'll ever see in your entire life.
Oh,
He nutmegged whoever the man
that's
is at
Jazzwell.
forward short. Is that the Jazzwell?
I think it is.
Well, he if it stood like that, he's not going to stop a pig in again on, is he? Because that was just bloody feet miles apart. 775 for 6.
I finally got to Jay Grover's latest super chat.
Latest was about 1976.
He might have done a few more since then. Who knows? We'll find out. I'm going to read through a load of tweets once we get to T.
Cue you up for the end of the over. Jadeja in beats a little tentative prodette from Wokes. Well, let's be kind to him and say he pulled the bat inside of it, but goodness me, not by much.
A very good backing group, the Prodettes.
The Prodettes.
Yeah, very fine.
Nurse Prodworthy and the Prodettes. 175 for 6. 3 men around the bat, Jadeja around the wicket, and defended by Wokes. Jadeja skips, and quite balletically fields off his own ball.
He was nowhere near that. Nowhere near.
And Jadeja's in he comes again, defended into the offside by Wokes.
I mean, we've had a long period here now of the spin twins, haven't we? And they've bowled superbly.
Well, they have. I think because the pace was dominating so much, that forces Wokes again onto the back foot. There's no run, and I think that should be T. I don't think we'll get in another over. It looks like the players are all saying that'll do. We're off for our buns, our strawberries and cream, salads, cucumber sandwiches, whatever else. What else do you reckon's on the menu, Al?
He's not
He's
speaking.
miming. He's miming his input here. I have attempted to put the cold press under the laptop, so it may just take a bit of time.
I'll name that tune in, I don't know how many. I have retracted many messages, says Joe Grover with his latest super chat. Sorry for not getting to that earlier. It had gone off the screen or it's way down. Lots of talk about people who are bald.
What? Not having that.
WhatsApp deletes quickly because of government scrutiny, says Paul Stratton. Cricket is such a spontaneous game, the art of the game overrides all the plans. Brian in Brisbane says, I too retract a few messages because on my keyboard the full stop and send keys are side by side, easy to send too early. Speaking of the pink ball test in Jamaica, says Jonathan Seafelt, I'm missing West Indies test in England this summer. Hypothetical, if West Indies had access to all their talent pool for tests, could they compete versus England? Over the years, yes, I think they really could. I firmly believe that. There would be much more of a team spirit, wouldn't there, if you had a more regular squad. It seems they chop and change, especially with their batting. The bowling's been reasonably good, although, of course, nothing like the West Indies of old. England have skipped doomed and gone to fucked, says Mayank. Woi Pom says we're doomed, although it doesn't do it in caps, so I retain some hope. Messages says retracted messages are the ones that seemed like a good idea at the time until you actually see them in print. FFS says Lockie 6. These purveyors of unedifying self-relief won't get 200. Jesus. Mike says time for England to shut up shop, spend 7 minutes per over pulling out, doing some gardening and pretending their hand hurts. Only way to save this test. I have to say, at the risk of sounding anti-Indian, Zach Crawley did one thing. We've had a little bit of play acting, a little bit of tantruming from India pretty much throughout this test, and yet we are supposed to slag England. On this occasion, I called it, says Paul Atkinson, and it looks like a defeat now, I have to say. Andrew Casal says this test match is so difficult for England now. So it's all coming through. There's more. Let me see. Paul Stratton, never mind everyone. We've got Bashir who turns it square. Lol. To bowl India out on last day. Could happen. Beer should be drunk at home, says Stephen Kelt. The savings compared to drinking in bars can be used to buy more beer. It's actually an interesting point because for a while I noticed that there were a number of Eastern European workers hanging around the end of my road drinking beer in the freezing cold. And I realised why, because obviously they'd just gone into a shop or supermarket and bought 4 beers for the price of what one would cost them in a pub. But there you go. But Ben Stokes horror, 100 loading, says Horror Insan. But Mayank says no break for tea, just Hendo read all these messages as punishment for being so far behind. Lucky C says the man is useless without Samantha behind him. It's true. She supports me in all I do. Hendo reading the latest messages. Victory 35 says that Butler and Stokes will probably bat the super over.
They've relieved Mafeking. Oh, sorry, I thought that was your latest message.
No. And Lucky Singh says, I don't know what that's all about. Torah spin wicket dart, though. Anyway, that finally is the end of the tweets for now on YouTube. We do mean that I can escape my punishment for at least 10 minutes, and we will be back in.
Well, 98 for 4 is where England were at lunch. By tea, they were 175 for 6. They'd lost Smith and they'd lost, tellingly and importantly, Joe Root, both to Washington Sundar. It's going to be a tough old evening session for England. If they're batting at the close, probably there's hope. If India are in, I doubt that there is. Al, can you have one more go at saying hello?
Or even bye-bye.
Perfect. The cold press
back.
has done its magic.
I should just read one more tweet because it's quite funny. It's from Jeff Perkins. He says, does Gorilla add extra time for a slow message reading rate?
Yes.
We'll be back very shortly indeed.
Okay.
Super Chat Cash, Super Chat Cash, Super Chat Cash.
To give a lot of rope to people who play in his team. So I think that's why I think he might be a good combination of the two. But the biggest worry remains, how is his personal batting form going to affect that captaincy? I think that clearly remains.
And that's the acid test. I'm just looking at averages as captain for India. Virat Kohli averaged.
Yeah, he's extraordinary. I mean, compared to any captain in world cricket ever.
As part of 55. Tendulkar, Gavaskar, Dravid, Azharuddin, always in the mid to upper 40s, and then I think 50 odd for Gavaskar and Tendulkar. Then if you look at, is he batting at 4? Shubhas, I think he is.
Shub McGill bats at 3, doesn't he?
I think he's down to. I think they've said he's down to bat at 4.
He might.
Then you're looking at Ganguly, Tendulkar, Vijay.
Well, there's Karun Nair who would probably come in at 4. But I don't know how that lands.
Big shoes to fill, though. Big shoes to fill.
Who is going to open with Jaiswal?
Rahul.
Yeah, okay, Rahul's going to go back to opening.
Yeah.
Okay, that's probably sensible.
Yeah.
That's what he opened last time, didn't he? Actually, in England.
That's
so
right.
That's probably good.
He used to be a regular opener until Rohit came to the side.
Yeah.
As an opener.
That's true. So who are you going to? So let's go. So let's go through first test, first game, first. So
Shardul at 9.
Okay, Shardul. He's a bit of a waste of a bowler for me, but hey, there you go. Especially in England, didn't do particularly well last time. I happily have him in the side.
Yeah. But he has this thing of he's very expensive and he looks like complete crap, and then he takes wickets.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, he can do occasionally. That's fair enough. Presumably, then you've got.
And he can bat. So,
he can bat. I'll give him that.
And he's been in fantastic form in red ball cricket domestically.
Okay.
He's been playing really well. As a batter as well.
Okay, and then presumably you got Siraj and Bumrah, the two experienced bowlers, so you've probably got those on the side. And who gets the other place? Arshdeep Singh for the first test, or Akashdeep?
I would pick Arshdeep, but I don't know whether the team selectors will pick Arshdeep. So they've got the choice of Rashid Krishna, who I would not take in England. They've, I think, just brought Harshit Rana into the team. I have no idea why. I would go with.
They're saying it's back up. Didn't he do okay?
For Bumrah, I guess. Yeah.
Pace, probably, isn't it? I mean, if I'm looking at Crick Info, I love this. Arshdeep Singh is left arm medium fast, but Prashi Krishna is right arm fast medium. I haven't quite got. Is that 1 mile an hour difference? Makes you fast medium rather than medium fast. But Harshit Rana is down as right arm fast.
Yeah, he is. He does have pace. And
then you've got Kuldeep.
But he's not an obvious inclusion in the test side.
Took one for 99, I think, at Canterbury.
But just for variety, I would bring in Arshdeep and see how he goes.
Yeah, it might be quite good. He's left arm over as well. Exactly that. Right.
Move the ball away from the
exactly,
right,
and get some swing in if there is any, which there probably will be because it's England. Although in this heat there might not be, but who knows. So yeah, it's going to be interesting, whatever, isn't it? I mean, what's Eswaran like? Having Manu as a batter.
He's a good batter, but I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be place for him. These are all top order bats, and you've got to find that right 11. So I don't know if the first if the first 11 clicks and Ishwaran is not in there, maybe get a chance later in the series. But I doubt he's going to be first pick.
Yeah, it's 68 and 89 against the Lions, so he's definitely been in some decent touch. Is it Eswaran? Is that how you say his name, Eswaran?
Eswaran. Yeah, but he was opening there, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't. Yeah, it might well have been. So
how played the test, did he?
No.
So I don't believe.
And how many tests does Jasprit play? Does he play 1, 3, and 5, and they rest him in between?
No, I don't think that's. See, that's what Bumrah was saying, that he doesn't know which tests he's going to play. He's just said that he's going to play 3 out of 5, but he doesn't know which test he's going to play, and which is the uncertainty he didn't want to bring into the captaincy.
Well, yeah, you see, I think there's a decent break after the first test, isn't there? There's one test, and then you've got about 10 days off. Yeah.
And would you want him particularly at Lords? I mean, there's a lot of conditions around Lords which potentially would favour, which is the second test.
It's not, it's the third test, this Lords.
Is it? Yeah, you're right. It's Leeds, Edgbaston,
Lords,
then Lords, Manchester, Old Trafford, Oval. And then, of course, finishing at the Oval.
So where do you think, as forget the fact that you're English fans, so where do you think Bumrah should ideally be playing? Which test should he be playing from a condition standpoint?
I would probably say 1-3-5. Because you can, the first 3, you want,
which is Leeds,
you want to get
Lords,
your best side on, which would be Leeds, Lords, Oval. Makes sense to me.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense to me. Well, Manchester's a pretty. Well, I mean, Manchester's a pretty good.
I was just going to say Old Trafford. Why not Old Trafford?
Yeah, you might want him at Old Trafford.
Did we learn anything from the 2 Lions games? It was a fairly strong Lions team. And there's quite a few players who were playing in that. I don't know what happened in the inter-squad game, which I think they were playing at Canterbury. But a few players certainly stood up during the Lions matches. Eswaran would be definitely one of them, for example.
Yeah, Karun Nair.
Karen should have. I mean, he made a double ton, didn't he?
Yes, the first innings, I think.
Yeah, he made a double ton in the first innings of the Canterbury game, and he made it fairly quickly as well, about 280 odd balls. So there must be one or two players that came out of that who would have probably should have nailed on their places based on those performances, or would have affected the way the Indian selectors think. And he would, I would argue, be Jaiswal. I think made a few, didn't he? Made 60 odd. But I mean, he's already nailed on. But it was interesting how those were proper games with the right number of, with 11 playing 11, and it was a good England Lions team. Sometimes teams come over and those games it's like 13 aside, and they're simply thrown together just to get time on the park. But you had a feeling with those there was more riding on it, and it was played in that way. So I suspect India will have learned quite a bit from playing two very competitive games against some of those for some of that team. And Shardul Thakur might be one of them, although I don't think he particularly shone. He took a couple of wickets. I don't think he did anything massive, did he, Thakur?
I can't find the bloody scorecard for that.
I think they'd probably pick him on the basis of past performance and his domestic form.
He played at Canterbury, 2 for 105, and none for 40 at Northampton. Doesn't scream he should be playing. Whereas, like you say, if someone stands tall and gets a double ton, it's very hard to ignore against what was a pretty decent England attack, I think.
I'm just looking at the matches with the England Lions. So Ishwaran was playing at number 3, and going the way he's played, maybe if he comes in at number 3, then Gill goes to 4 and Karun Nair goes to 5. And then you've got Pant and everything else. So that's a likely lineup as well.
I mean, interestingly, wasn't it? I mean, both games were a draw. The Lions managed to score 587 in their single innings in the first game.
Yeah, the Indian bowlers didn't really do a fantastic job at that.
So okay, shall we look at England just for a little bit? What about that number 3 position for England? There is Ollie Pope nailed on.
Oh, well, I think
can they not ignore Bethel, which they were making? Stokes was making noises, wasn't he, about he's going to be our number 3 for India? So, what do we think?
No, well, yeah, but he quickly poo-pooed that and cleared himself up literally within about 2 hours, didn't he? I mean, I don't think. I don't think they changed from the last test. Now, whether that's right or wrong, I don't know. I mean, Pope could be ejected. And Bethel given a chance to come in at the number 3 spot. I mean, Attendo states Pope is probably better off at 5 or 6 as a batsman anyway. And the problem is, if you're going to go in with Jamie Smith, he's just 6 or 7. I mean, this is it. I mean, how far down do you go? I mean, you've got to fit in, presuming you're keeping Crawley. You're going to have Duckett's undroppable at the moment. 3 is your one position if they stick with Pope. I mean, your 2 positions that are up for grabs in England side, you'd have to say are Pope and Crawley, right? And both scored tons in the last test. So, as per normal, they set themselves up against the weak opposition to be picked for the first test against better opposition, which you can't argue too much against it because you can only go on what he's last performed, right? Crawley, it has to be said, maybe shit at county cricket, but a bit like Michael Vaughan, seems to be able to step up when it comes to test matches. Bit hit or miss, but you can imagine he'll have a fairly decent summer, funnily enough, and then Root obviously at 4 is on fantastic form as per normal. Brooks at 5, Stokes at 6. So there's your top 6. There's only 2 positions up for grabs, which Bethel can take one of those.
Stokes might be interchangeable at 6 or 7.
Yeah, and 6 and 7. Exactly. And then you've got the bowlers. Presumably Wokes comes back in. He's at 8. Probably Bride and Cast comes back in that first test with a bit of luck. He's got a bit of experience at least and hits the deck hard. Atkinson's out for the first test, isn't he?
So Overton,
Tongue, Overton, Potts. I would go with Jamie Overton.
No Potts. I don't think there's a Potts for the first test.
Isn't there? He's not in the
No.
squad. Let me have a look at the squad then. I assumed he would be in that squad, but
no, he's not. I can tell you your options.
I'm just looking now.
Back up are going to be Shoaib Bashir. Sam Cook is in again, but do they look at him and go English conditions?
Well, I think if you've got Chris
All
Wokes, you don't
experienced in
need
that.
Sam Cook either, do you? I mean, it's one or the other, isn't it? So if you've
It does
got
feel like
if you've
one.
got Stokes at 7, you want Bryden Cass. They're going to have Shoaib Bashir because they're going to go on the spin.
Wasn't Troy Bashir absolute rubbish recently in some match?
Yeah, he's always rubbish in county cricket because no one. The thing is, Stokes lets him have his head and doesn't mind if he gets hit a lot. You know, he got 6 wickets in his last test.
Where was that?
You know, he goes for a few, but he does take wickets. And
Where was that match?
We played Zimbabwe and Nottingham at Trent Bridge.
Oh.
But what I will say about Shoaib Bashir, he does seem to be learning to give it a little bit more air. He was noticeably less flat against Zimbabwe than he had been recently. I mean, his big problem for me is he just doesn't give it any air. And once he learns to get overspin on the ball, which he's doing, and give it a little bit more air, he's going to get hit because people are going to target him. But he's 21; he's got a lot of time to learn. And he seems to be learning in Test cricket. You know, 12 games this year in Test cricket, and probably 2 in county cricket. But who cares? You know, if he learns and he's good, that's fine by me. So that's 9 players. So it leaves you 2 bowlers. I would be tempted to.
Well, we're back. Welcome back to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Gary, and next to me is Steve, and we've got messages down the line from outside Lords, I think you are there, Jez, also known as Western Australia. The match situation is 175 for 6. Joe Root is out for 40. Ben Stokes is holding the fort on 27. He's in the company of Chris Wokes, who at least in part has been picked for his reliability in bolstering the late middle order. And has he got a job to do? Partly because Washington Sundar, whose bowling was somewhat unheralded, has bowled absolutely beautifully, Steve.
He certainly has. He's got the ball to stick a bit and move, which definitely caught out Jamie.
Yeah, Jamie Smith, a
Jamie
little
Smith,
bit
yes.
of fatigue in it perhaps. If you're going to play back to a spinner, you have to watch the ball all the way onto the bat, and he just played for the spin. When the spin wasn't there, it was through him before he had time to react. But Ben Stokes is there. The question is, does Ben Stokes start to launch it? Does he turn into the monster of Headingley 2021? Or does he continue to play with some circumspection as he is at the moment? But, well, it's a positive start. He tossed it into the footmarks, did Washington Sundar, and big slash from Ben Stokes. But there is no run. How do you think England are going to approach this, Steve?
I think more of the same. I think this is attritional cricket.
Yeah, this is just pushed by Ben Stokes as if he's listening to you there,
Well,
to that man at
They just
cover.
don't need to lose wickets, I think is the big thing.
There it is. We're wondering what it was about Washington Sundar that made him look so much more threatening.
Yes.
Because he's
The
not a big
drift.
turner of the ball. It's
Yes.
drift. He's getting
Yes.
considerably more drift than Ravindra Jadeja. He's in again, and yes, there's drift and dip, I would suggest there.
Yeah.
Watched by Ben Stokes on the back foot. And the thing about drift, and especially dip, is that it makes you unsure whether to come forward or play back. And England certainly are playing back here to deliveries from Washington Sundar that perhaps they could get forward to. Not much attack in the field, though, just the one slip. Sundar's in round the wicket again to the left-handed Stokes, who pushes it to the man at short extra, who I think is the captain. And there is no run. 175 for 6. Stokes has 27. Wokes has 8. And it's very easy to calculate lead because that is the 175. As Sundar's in again, and that one goes on with the arm and is a bit quicker. This is good bowling. Stokes keeps it out. It's very intelligent bowling from Washington Sundar, who I heard last night played as an opener at under 19 in age group levels for
Wow.
India.
Yeah.
So it's a
He
second
can bat. Yeah.
second string bowling. But dear me, looks the pick of the Indian spinners today. Stokes reaches for that, skews a bit off an outside edge. For some reason, there's no gully who probably would have caught it. Instead, KL Rahul is at backward point, and they're through for a single. 176 trombone time, and your socials time.
So, some congratulations from several people for Hendo doing such a marathon job catching up messages before tea. Clap for Hendo getting up to speed on the messages, says Stephen Kirk. Perko says, does Gorilla add extra time for a slow message reading rate?
Very good.
And Stephen Kelk says, hit them where it hurts, lower their beer allowance.
Joffre's up there on the players' balcony with a hoodie on and a hoodie up. He's very much looking Lisson Grove rather than St John's Wood there, I think.
Yeah. And Jay Grover says, hooray, Gary. Lovely, really.
Yes, I always appreciate that that regular greeting I get from Jay Grover.
I'm feeling the love
on the mic. Yeah,
that's nice.
As we see the
change. Oh, I'm surprised.
Oh yes, let's jingle him up, because this could be well crucial, as the young people say. He's got to be here somewhere.
And now then, Marty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
Round the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, who starts off with a fullish ball, and Stoke pushes rather than drives, and it's fielded at mid-on. The number of pushes rather than drives, Steve, that tells me that there's still such suspicion about this pitch.
Yeah, yes.
I mean, he would have driven that.
Yes, in other circumstances, yes. I still think he's worried about the wickets as well.
Yeah, he is. Bumrah round the wicket again, a little shorter, and Stokes looks to try and pinch a single to the not-so-short mid-wicket, who is Akashdeep. And, no, that's not, is it? It's not Akashdeep. That's, yes, it is Akashdeep. But, again, a little hesitancy between the wickets. Not as much as India's Keystone Cops performance between the wickets yesterday, but Wokes sends him back, and the Stokes-Wokes axis are hoping to be as sturdy as oaks for England. Bumrah's in again. It's a unique run-up. He's in, and Stokes gets a half volley. There's a little bit of inside edge onto the pad there.
Wasn't a clean shot.
No, not a clean shot indeed. Lee Harvey Oswald got a clean shot. Ben Stokes didn't. So your view is that England are just going to continue at sort of 3 and over at best?
Yeah, I think they'll be happy with that. They'll want to bat out the day. I think that's what they're looking to do.
Yeah, I suspect that's it. But I do think if Wokes does go, I think Ben will have to release the bats.
England might have enough runs. I know that's a crazy thing to say, but
absolutely. You do get the feeling as Bumrah's in again, and he drives to Stokes here. He mistimes it. There's a very quick single taken. I think he would have been in, but this is the reluctance England have to turn down any single at all, because they know it could be very tight at the end. It was Shubman Gill, I think, who did the fielding. It was an attempted run out. We yet to see the replay. We'll see it now. It was Shubman Gill. Gathers it well, throws it, and yes. Oh, no, it probably... He probably would have been in. It was a full dive from Ben Stokes. Bumrah is pointing to where it should go.
That was close.
Yeah, it would have been one of those tight ones. No, I think Stokes would have been in, but not by much.
Frame by frame, that's what we need.
Yeah. Oh, no, maybe. Well, it's all immaterial because he missed. But it shows Stokes' anxiety getting the full dive out there for that.
Yes. With his dodgy groin.
Yeah. I've got a feeling this is going to turn on crucial catches. I think if someone can pull off a half-chance run-out like that, or if they can pull out a blinding catch, that will be the difference here, because I think the sides are going to be very close at the end. As Bumrah's in and Wokes plays a half volley, but again he can't get it past, or again England can't get it past short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Yeah, you do get a feeling a big steepling catch in the outfield that's taken, or a blinding slip catch. We've already seen a couple from England, or taking that run-out chance. Stokes was partly impeded there by Bumrah, but entirely unintentionally. Bumrah was perfectly within his rights to stand where he did. Stokes' job is to get round him. Bumrah's in, that's down the leg side. That's tumbling stop by Dhruv Jarrell, who's had a lot of work to do on this capricious pitch. There's been a lot of extras. I'm sure somebody would be able to tell us soon exactly how many. But there won't be many innings with more extras in 177. But that was the end of the over, 177 to 6, Jez.
As Sidahu says, it's more time than runs at the moment.
Yeah.
And Lockie says it's squeaky bum time. To which Jay says, you and Steve are all about the arses today. Lockie also says, I'm just hoping to see Samantha back in one piece.
Yeah.
That's presumably the pillow that Endo is using.
Here's Sundar in again, and Ben Stokes attempts a big crashing slug sweep. Gets a bit of an under edge, but it's still enough for one of the rare ones of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
I mean, I do think it's about time, but as England have shown with that extremely tight single that Ben Stokes ran, and now that aggression there, they want to make sure they get some runs here as well, because both are important. Stokes clips this to mid-wicket, and there is no run. They're certainly not sort of going for declaration runs against the clock.
That's true.
But they want to take absolutely everything on offer, because 20 runs you can carve out from singles or from slog sweeps or something like that. That could be the difference at the end. Of course it could. But there's a slog sweep and he's bowled. Dear me, that's the aggression there. That's too much. I mean, he's bowled brilliantly as Washington Sundar, but that was not a good shot.
That's a third slog sweep.
Yeah, the previous one he didn't middle, and he went for it again.
It's hard to know what to say with that. It's hard to... It's just a good straight ball. It drifts in, and he missed it by a mile. It was not there for the shot. It was yet another premeditated shot. And if England lose this match, which they are odds on to do now, they'll have to look back at some of these dismissals and say, were our minds in the right place? Were we thinking clearly when we decided to play those shots? I don't think they were, Steve.
Yeah, it's disappointing. He was hanging in more than looking the dominant Stokes that we're used to. And maybe he can't maintain that role for such a long period of time.
I mean, it's... You look at it and you think, now's the time, it's after tea, it's the second choice spinner, you've got to get after it. But that kind of denies the fact that it's so difficult batting on this pitch, and it denies the fact that Washington Sundar has, despite the fact that they have Jasprit Bumrah in the side, Washington Sundar's been the best bowler for India.
Yes.
And you've got to show him a little bit more respect than that, I think.
I did wonder earlier if India missed a trick by not bringing them on earlier. I did think the pitch might have more for the spinners. But, I mean, they were bowling very well, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
They certainly dried up the runs significantly.
I mean, he surprised me just how well he's bowled. He wasn't particularly great when he played for Lancashire, but England are right up against it now. But the man who's batting now made 50 first time round, so...
He'll swing the bat, won't he?
Stick your hopes of victory up to broadcast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the bribing comes a-calling, all your fools will be falling. Stick it all right up your Bryden cast.
And he defends this first ball with consummate ease. Washington Sundar has 3 for 18 off 8.4 overs, and they are not undeserved figures.
That's right, that's pretty good stats.
He's a tall man, bowls off spin, but it's the drift and the dip that he's got which has made such a difference. This ball is defended by Bryden Carse, and there is no run. If England could conjure 50 from these three, last 3 wickets. 230 feels
that
score.
That would be competitive.
It would
yes.
be competitive. He's in again. He comes down the wicket, does Bryden Cast, and will he get one? He will get one. A punch drive to the man who, inexplicably to the new batter, is at long on instead of mid on. It's the end of the over. 182 for 7. Are we getting some expletives about that shot?
Yes, a number of reactions. Stephen Kelk says, "Oh, for fuck's sake!"
Well, quite.
Yes. Leah says, "Bye, Ben." Sudahu says, "Good shot, Ben."
I mean,
and Lucky Singh says, "Go sweep."
I mean,
Lucky Six says, "Washington, risk of doom."
In this innings alone, there's been lots of clean bowls at the first innings to the second innings, but in this innings alone, the world #1 Test batsman has been bowled middle stump. The world's leading run scorer of active batsmen has been bowled round his leg stump, and England's captain has been bowled middle stump. You can't allow that. You just can't have those 3 dismissals in these circumstances. And that has bowled Bryden Cast, but that is a ball that's getting lots of players out. That is Jasprit Bumrah doing his Waqar Yunus, a leg stump, toe-crushing half volley. Bryden Cast was late on it, but no blame attaches to him. That is a ball that will get lots and lots of players out.
And who thought?
On your bike, mate.
So we'll let that raspberry go through.
Yeah.
The Indian plan is clearly to bowl at the stumps.
It is.
Not give them any room, bowl at the stumps.
And I don't know how many have been clean bowled in this innings, but it was 5 the first time. I think we're at least 4. We may be 5 this time. And it's just not good enough because it shows they're not lining up the ball. I say as a batter, okay, Bryden Cast is a bit different, but as a proper top order, middle order bat, you can be LBW, but you should not be bowled. You should have enough lines of defence in there not to be bowled, except in extreme circumstances. And we haven't had extreme circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, some of the balls have nipped in. But, yeah.
There's been a bit of nip, but not a huge amount. Oh dear.
I was absolutely hoping England would still be batting this evening. Because, of course, I'm planning to go to Lord's tomorrow. That's right.
Who have we got coming in next?
Have you got a ticket?
No, I'm going to be lining up.
Break your heart, hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart, in your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
Queues might not be as long as they would have been
if England was still batting.
Yeah, according to half an hour ago. Well, it's Jofra.
Well, it's going to be very interesting to see where it's at tonight.
Well, yes. Say WAG 80 before the close of play might wrap things up.
Good job he's not playing.
Good job he's not playing.
The inconsistency in the balance that I think creates considerable difficulty for India.
I think so.
It's not going to get better, is it?
No, I mean, I did say at the start of the day 2:20 an hour before tea, an hour after tea, and it might not be so far off as Jofra goes groping for this one from Jasprit Bumrah.
Although now it's looking optimistic.
It looks optimistic, but
I'd settle for it, that's for sure.
Oh, I think every England fan would settle for 2:20 now. And fair play to Shubman Gill here. Comes back after tea. Which bowlers are you going to use? Well, I'm going to use the world #1 bowler, and I'm going to use my best bowler in this innings. He has Washington Sundar at one end, he has Jasprit Bumrah at the other. That's good play. Quite why this time yesterday Joe Root was bowling all those overs, I don't know. Jofra, is he taking on the pad there, or was it a bit of bat? It was certainly leg side. There's an appeal, but it was going both over the top and wide of the leg stump. So it looks like another extra.
Another extra, yeah.
Yeah, extras have been doing very well for England. Jofra yet to get off the mark. We'll just see it again here. Ball tails in a little bit, taken on the knee, but no chance of an LBW. I tell you what, if there was some bat, I think Jofra would be holding it up and telling the umpire. I know I would.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, Hendo has posted quite a nice rant on our WhatsApp group. If somebody is prepared to post a sufficient super chat, I'm happy to read that out and give everybody the benefit of it.
This is swivel pulled down to Siraj at deep backward square. England get another run. Chris Wokes goes to 9. We're seeing again from side on the hideous delivery that Bryden casts. Absolute classic leg stump Yorker. You'd have to be both a fine batsman and very much in to get that, and Bryden casts is both not a fine batsman and very much not in. It's third or fourth delivery, I think. So Bumrah's in again. He's got Jofra at the other end. It's another Yorker, and he's caught, or is he bowled? No. Nobody's quite sure what happened there. I mean, I thought it bowled him. There was a huge celebration from Dhruv Jurel. Has it gone through the stumps? Nobody's quite sure what's happened. They don't know if they're going. Oh yes, they have.
They're going for it.
They have referred it. So I presume they're thinking it's for a catch, but it looked like it was going to hit the stumps to me.
I thought he got a bottom edge.
I mean, they keep pointing at the stumps there, so that
Maybe it hit the stumps.
Yeah, maybe it's hit the stumps, and that's what they were concerned about for reviewing, saying there is a sound, there is a deflection, but it might be off the stumps. They're soon going to learn.
I don't think he hit it. I think it went under his bat, and he hit the ground.
Yes,
you're absolutely right.
Absolutely right. Yeah.
It was certainly passed very close to the off stump, but Jofra was on the walk when he hit it. But no, it's gone under the bat.
Very close. It's extremely close to the bottom edge.
Yeah, it's the Gazunder ball. Do they still have the Gazunder ball in Australia? The one that goes under the bat. And that's a review burned. I think that's the end of the reviews for India, is it? They certainly seem to have had a fair few. You could understand why they did that, because it did look kind of out.
No, they've still got one.
Still got one.
India has one.
It did look kind of out in lots of different ways, but it was actually gone under the bat. Well, Bumrah has, not so much suddenly, but he's certainly pulled out these lethal Yorkers against the tail. And he's in again. This is not a Yorker, but it takes Jofra. He's got to have an arm guard on. If he breaks his arm here,
it's a scary
what's he
thought,
doing?
isn't it? Yes.
The ball jumped at him. It hit him, I think, somewhere around the body. Anyway, it's the end of the over. 184 for 8. Jofra's had a fraught time with 4 balls. Chris Wokes has 9.
Jay Grover has come to the party with a super chat of £2. He says, "Send me money." I can guess what he says, and what Hendo says is, "Jesus H. Christ, England, no discipline, no strategy. Throw away important wickets early on, then try to repair the damage quietly. But then, having got into a position from which victory becomes an outside chance, then throw it away with pathetic restoration of that early indiscipline. Utter shit show."
Well, as that scene in the church in Blazing Saddles, who can argue with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Gabby Johnson's tirade in the church, if you recall. Here is Washington Sundar, right arm over the wicket, and Chris Wokes shows the maker's name, and the maker's name is an old-fashioned grey Nichols with the red stripe. Do you remember those?
Oh, absolutely.
Remember the scoop? You know?
Yeah, I used to play with the grey Nichols.
Yeah.
In the 60s, every single Test captain endorsed grey Nichols.
Yeah. I've got it in the back of my mind. The red stripe down the front and the longer one down the back. 2 if it was a scoop. As Sundar's in again, that was the front of hand, I think. That was the Karen ball. It looked like a Karen ball to me. And Wokes played it competently.
He is being watchful.
He's got a short leg, forward short leg, backward short leg, and a slip to deal with. And this is a slower ball, and Wokes waits for it and then just lays a dead bat thereon. And there is no run. Yeah, he's got to get his own eye in. He has faced 29 deliveries either side of T, but he can't just block these back because he's only got Jofra and Bashir at the other end. But he does take a single off the 5th ball of the over. He'd have been happy to do that. I think Shubman Gill missed a trick there. He should have brought Jadeja in stopping the 1. So it'll just be 2 balls for Jofra to survive from Washington Sundar.
Because in my time, the Grey Nickel Spats all had the Sussex martlets on them.
Oh, right. Yeah, they based down in Hove or that neck of the woods?
No, in Robertsbridge in Sussex.
Washington Sundar is in again, and Jofra just knocks the ball back, and it is no run. Of course, you can't really tell bats these days because there's a deal, but batters say, "Oh, I want my one that's been made for me by an 87-year-old artisan for years," and so they just put a different kind of stripe on them or a different maker's name. As Jofra defends, it's the end of the over. Another good one from Washington Sundar. England 185 for 8. Jofra yet to get off the mark, and Woke says 10.
Lucky Six says sends us another super chat of $2. Says vote 1 Jay Grover. As for the hyped rant, rubbish. S. Sam had a bit of a rant himself. He said you can polish and shine it with superlatives as much as you like, but a turd of an English team remains just that.
Well, I mean, can you really say that? I mean, the number of test matches and series that have been won in the last 2 years. I mean, England have not lost this game. They have a 25% chance, according to WinViz, which I suspect is a little overstated. But they're not out of this game.
Definitely not out of this game.
You know, the rush to condemn. Well, it's the nature of social media, isn't it? As
it's an issue of cricket supporters.
Yeah. Bumrah, sports supporters. Bumrah tries a slower ball, and Chris Wokes waits for it and just dabs it into the leg side, and there is no run.
Do we know if Bashir is still fit? Because I think he could actually get some success on this pitch.
Well, the
ECB said he'd bowl but not bat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, right. So this is the last wicket partnership, is it? Well, I suppose
it's there to be believed.
Yeah. He's not likely to score many runs.
No.
But yeah, it's not his bowling hand that's broken, so he has to bowl, I think. This is down the leg side, very full, attempting for the another Wakar-like toe crusher.
He does look
Bumrah, but he didn't get it.
Yeah, he looks the favourite to take the last wicket, I think.
Yeah, I think he does. He's fiddling about with the Velcro on his boots now. It was 89 miles an hour. The fuller balls do tend to register higher speeds on the gun because they do lateral. He's seems a bit discomforted by his knee, and Shubman Gill, I think,
or Shubman Hill, Gill shaking his knee.
Yeah,
it was discomforting.
Is he calling for the physio here? If so, I think he is calling for the physio. I think Zach Crawley should run out to Shubman Gill and do that. You're not allowed to bring the physio on.
Has Messi become a Dalek again?
It's the knee. This doesn't look good, actually. A bit of magic spray on the back of the knee and on the hamstring. Let's have a look, see if we discern anything. No, it's just the effort through the crease.
I'll do the cooling.
Yeah. Cool. What's that Spark song? That's Cool, Cool Summer or something. Cool, Cool something. I can't remember. With Jane Wielden of the Go-Go's on it. Well, we're talking about the Go-Go's because it's stop at Lord's. We had many of these delays in the first 2 days, but I think this is the first one we've had here. I am indebted to our very own Messi Jez for sending us the regulations about treatment on the field, which we understand is limited to 4 minutes before the player is obliged to leave the field for treatment, and if you believe that, you'll believe anything. Well, that is the regulations, but if you believe they will be enforced, you will believe anything. Yes, running repairs. It's not as hot in southeast London today, but it is hot, and the computers are not hothouse flowers. They wouldn't get on very well in queue. That's an impossible delivery to keep out. Chris Wokes goes back when he should have been forward, but that has jagged a mile off the seam to take the leg bail. I mean, you really can't do much with that, and that will give Wokes some heart because he won't be bowling it as fast as Jajprit Bumrah, but that moved a yard.
Oh wow!
Oh, it's a bit of an inside edge as well, but it moved a long way.
It moved a long way. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Wokes is not a full-time batter. He's a handy lower middle order batter, and that's too good for him, inside edge or not. But England have lost another batter to a ball hitting the stumps, and this really isn't. It really isn't good enough because professional cricketers shouldn't be bowled as often as
I think
this.
that did nip in.
It did nip in. It nipped in a fair old bit.
A lot.
Oh, and Bashir is going to bat.
Yeah, Bashir is going to have a bash.
So the ECB cannot be believed.
Well, I think we know that already, don't we?
Yeah, and I think, I mean, my betting is Hendo's noise is off. He has some news on it. I think you're on next, Hendo.
Oh,
so you'll be able to. You'll be able
We're
to
actually due a change.
enlighten us at the end of the over, I think. It's all happening as who was it? Bill Lorry used to say, I think, Jez. It's all happening.
Yes.
So we're trying to keep up with it, but Bumrah has been irresistible after tea. I don't know what he had. 3 Weetabix perhaps.
Yes, an extra Weetabix
for
his
tea.
But that ball did nip in quite a bit.
Yeah, it was.
I think that was.
Yeah, it was a beautiful delivery.
I think so.
It was a beautiful delivery.
Oh, 3 balls to come.
Shoaib Bashir in a very, very white shirt, looking like it's just come out the packing. In fact, if we look closely, we might see the folds, even in the kind of fabrics that they use for these shirts, which are pretty much man-made. As Bumrah's got 3 balls at Shoaib, I think that'll be enough. Let's see. It does bounce for the first time, as Shoaib was getting out the way of it even before it came down. My bet is a Yorker.
Yeah, I'd go for the Yorker,
which I think he might keep out, and then a length ball, which I'm going to say will be a steepling top edge.
Yes, and if he can get any movement, it's pretty much curtains.
Yep. So
you'd think he'd bring in a third slip or a fly slip.
Yeah. You
like
would,
that.
but
for a tail ender,
I'm pretty certain he's going to bowl a Yorker. It's been a trump card
it's going to be
in this session.
Leg side, I would say.
And Bashir will be doing very well to keep it out, although he's probably expecting it. It is the Yorker, and he is expecting it, and he does keep it out. So if my 3-card trick is right, this will be length
Yep.
that he'll have a swing at, and he'll either miss and it take the off bail, or steepling edge. Yes, yeah, he was absolutely waiting for that. It's the M&H, is that Middleton and Hall or something? I'm not very good on my bat makers. I was never a bat fetishist. In fact, I played cricket for many, many years, and I never owned a bat.
Wow.
Never owned a bat. I used to take one out of the club bag, and I mean, I was only using the edge, so, you know. It's the end of the over. It's the end of this particular group of gorillas, as Bumrah is in. It is length. It's an attempted shot by Shoaib Bashir, who played a ball on a 5th stump line from about a yard outside leg stump. He missed it. It's 185 for 9. England are not down and out, but they're struggling.
So I'll do some messages while Hendo's taking up residence. Yakin G-Man says, an Indian bowler a serious threat to a British batsman? My oh my, how the decades have changed. Mike says, England still have a 25% chance. I think they should really cling to that, bat to the end of the day, and then hope tomorrow is totally going their way. Paul Stratton says, hope our budding Shane Warne finger is better. We know Bash turns it square. Game over before tea tomorrow. Then the inquest and necessary cull will begin.
I put Brian
Stephen
May in
Kelp
front of the cull.
Says, Bears 4-1 series prediction in favour of England. It's looking a bit shaky. I'm going.
Al, it's
it's going to be Washington Sunder. First ball defended into the leg side by Jofra Archer.
Are you on socials now?
I don't know. I must be.
Sorry.
Pass me over the... Because I was so good on
Sunder
socials
in
before.
again. Defended back to the bowler. And no run.
Hello, Al. Sorry, I didn't realise you were on. Towards the end of a long, hot day here, it's hard to keep on top of the detail, but England have had a poor attention to detail in this innings.
Length ball again, just defended. And this really is now just a passage of time before the innings comes to an end. It's these lot won't get another 10.
No, I wouldn't think so.
This one though on the hip, played out deep square leg.
There have only been 7 higher run chasers at Lords in Test matches. Now, there's been a lot of Test cricket played at Lords. That's a bleeding obvious thing to say, and I'm always wary of highest, run chasers, because if a run chase ends on 230 for 2, they probably could have chased 400. But it's interesting that there isn't that much precedent for chasing over 200 or even over 186.
Well, England aren't completely out of it. I mean, if they are, find some inspiration, who knows? But
sketchy forward defensive brings no run.
I tell you what, Ben Stokes, he should have won the toss and bowled. That's why they are losing this match. Should have won the toss and bowled. Oh, it only works the other way. Only works the other way. I am being facetious there.
My facetious detector was off as the 5th ball of this over defended back to the bowl.
6th?
Oh, apologies. They all look the same after a while.
Well, I think it is instructive, isn't it, to say that the last 6 England wickets have all been bowled. In the first innings, 5 were bowled and 5 were caught behind. And in the previous test, what was it? Was it 6 ducks in England's first innings? There's something deeply wrong at the heart of this
there's
batting.
Something rotten in the state of this Denmark. Yes.
And also, and that's supposed to be England's strength. But if you will hand wickets on a plate to a good side, you can't expect to win.
It's all gone a bit Dalek-y as Bumrah is in.
Al, you've gone Dalek-y. We're going to have to do something with the. We're going to have to do something with the computers. Can you just hand over ball by ball to Hendo here, just while we sort out your voice?
Hopefully my voice is sounding okay for the time being. Bumrah, 2 for 33, finally got some wickets. He bowled very well earlier without reward in that column. 2 slips into Archer, slower ball, clever one. He inquires about a leg before. Much slower ball at 72 miles an hour. It was angled down the leg side. Shoaib Bashir was thinking about running for the single, and Jofra Archer, the senior batsman, in some respects, although he hasn't played a test for 4 years, declines it.
Al, do you want to come in a game? We've had issues with keeping the computers cool here. It's not your end, it's our end. So try again now. Oh,
can't hear anything at the moment.
Let's see how this works. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Up if you can.
Yes, fire away, Al. Oh. So your voice
is... about a 10-second delay.
Yeah, there's a big
that
delay.
That ball by Bumrah was defended to mid-on by...
I think we're going to have to pull the plug on this. It's,
No, you carry on.
Yeah, I think it's really difficult. Jadeja has gone down to a kind of fly slip, or third man in from the boundary a little way. Is this going to be the short ball? No, it's a good length delivery on the line of off stump, well defended by Archer, and there is no run. What are you pointing at?
We're going to need someone
Gents,
for this.
if you get a third one in, I'll sign off.
Okay, Tony, if Tony's awake. He was having a little snooze earlier.
Sorry, Tony.
But we'll bring Steve back into the fold. It looks like.
Yep. We'll need someone for your socials.
All right, gents.
Yeah, sorry,
Thanks,
Al.
Al. Sorry about that. It's the way it goes. It's the way it goes. 186 for 9, England. Barely seen out 60 overs of this innings.
Thank you, Steve.
The lead is also 186. Bumrah is on approach. That slight sort of lean to the left as he comes in. Archer does quite well to get down on that, kept low. He's got a long way to come down with that bat.
What do you think of Archer playing without an arm guard here? Because he is getting his hands low because he knows the threat is the Yorker. But if one jumps at him, and we saw plenty do it in the first session, a broken arm, he's not just out of this, he might be out of the next tour. He's had enough injuries not to be inviting them.
It doesn't seem entirely sensible, I agree. Bumrah again in bright sunshine, looking for the Yorker, ends up being a full toss. Nicely driven by Jofra Archer. There's a plaintive dive at mid-off, can't stop it, and England into the 190s, and that is cause for ironic cheer.
That's a bit harsh.
Amongst the England faithful.
I think the crowd were very pleased that Jofra got in behind that and he drove it very successfully.
I don't think it was an ironic cheer at Archer in the least. It was a very good shot. High left elbow. Hopefully the unguarded high left elbow. But I just think it's that kind of gallows humour is
maybe there's a
enough.
bit. I mean, Shubman Gill, it's a bit of a theme with this Indian side. Again, somewhat camp in his full-length dive, nowhere near the ball. Steve's in on your socials. We'll bring him in at the end of this next over.
Washington Sundar into Bashir, and he squeezes this off the outside edge. He looks at Archer and he sees Archer saying, yes, I'll come for that. And, I think Washington's a danger to both these batsmen, but Archer is taking responsibility, which is good to see, and he's quite a decent batsman.
Look,
Archer.
every one of these runs is critical here. They're not easy to carve out, and this is, I think, likely to be a tight finish.
In comes Washington. That's a flatter one. That's, if anything, turning into the leg stump area. Archer goes back, works to square leg.
And you might be thinking, how can you praise two international cricketers for not doing something stupid? Well, I refer you to the batsman before.
This is defended back to the off-spin bowler, and there is no run.
He's almost a dip and drift bowler because he doesn't get much spin, but he gets drift and dip, doesn't he?
I mean, that's how he got Stokes in the in the second test. This is defended into the offside. Now, I did pick up some chatter on Twitter about some plan coming to fruition with regards to Ben Stokes. I don't think there was a plan. I think he just, they know if they bowl straight, that eventually an England batsman will miss one.
Well, they will if they do so many premeditated shots, which are fine for T20 when there's, you're in the last 3 or 4 overs or you're in the power play, but you can't do it in a test match. It's just too dangerous.
Washington in flatter one. He makes a bit of room for himself and then works it with the bottom hand into the onside.
And to be honest, I think in a match where respect may be an issue with some of the send-offs and time wasting and stuff like that, I actually think it is a little bit disrespectful to think you can just hit these balls off these bowlers wherever you like.
Yeah, I agree. That's a quicker ball, and Archer does quite well to play that in the end because he
did
on the walk back to square leg and got the bat down as a bit of an afterthought.
He's played 21 deliveries, Archer, and he's batted well. But we have your socials.
Yes, I have no idea where we got up to. So Suter Who said you're never out of it until you're out of it. It's very true.
It ain't over till it's over.
Yes. Mark Zip says it's funny how now that wickets are falling, the ball hasn't had to be changed.
Very
good.
Paul Stratton, that's right, echoes as well. Suter Who is getting annoyed at the Brewdog advertising. Yeah, we have no control over that, I think.
No, absolutely not.
Jay
I
Grover,
think it's around the ground.
Oh, I see. Siraj wanted to change the ball after Bumrah took 3 for 23.
Yeah.
Well, Siraj,
it wasn't the right ball for him. It was the right ball for Bumrah.
Yes.
Right, we'll come back to your tweets very shortly. Bumrah is going to continue. He's got a chance to bowl at Bashir, and he does, and he hits him on the pad. He's following him outside leg stump. And, well, he's certainly showing some heart here, Bashir.
He is.
191 for 9. It means at the moment that India would require 192 in lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of overs. If you say you get 90 on the final day, how many more have we got today, potentially? It's, quarter to 5? So we've got another hour and a half, say, should a wicket fall now. And almost does, but they're going to get through for a single. It's a hit and run from Bashir. Just dabbed it into the offside. Felt like I was playing in someone's back garden then, watching that. And as soon as he dabbed it, he took off, and Archer responded.
Yeah, England will have about 20 overs bowling, I would suggest, if a wicket falls in the next 5 minutes.
Although, if a wicket does fall in the next 5 minutes, I imagine that England will do everything they can to make sure it's nothing like 20 overs.
Oh no, they'll want to bowl tonight, surely.
Yeah, but I mean, I suppose it depends. I suppose it depends how good a start India get off to. But yeah, that's only just around the corner, I think we have to say.
Yeah, I mean, England will have a new ball tonight, and they know that the ball has done more in the morning. They're going to have 2 bites of the cherry, a new ball, and then morning bowling conditions.
Archer gets right in behind that one, plays it well up to mid-on. And now we're expecting our tail enders to do a job that batsmen far higher in the order should have done.
We're not really expecting them. I know, I take your point, Hendo, but they've shown, as you've said, great heart, not necessarily great technique, but they've eked out 7 between them, and those are 7 very welcome runs.
Well, I'm not denying that at all.
Yeah.
I think you're misinterpreting what I'm trying to say. Maybe I'm not explaining myself clearly. In comes Bumrah again. Onto the back foot goes Archer. I think he's actually shown quite good technique.
Yeah. I mean, nobody's expecting them to get this to 250.
No, of course not. But all I'm saying is that the attitude of the way that Archer is playing, which he's trying to stay out there.
Yeah, that's fair.
Compared with what we saw earlier. This is what I mean about the lack of strategy. It seems to sort of change every session.
Well, they're just doing what they can to survive, aren't they? And they're doing it well. But yeah, that's a fair point, Hendo.
Bumrah in to Archer. Looks for the Yorker again. Doesn't get hold of it. And Archer's annoyed with himself. He's hit it reasonably well, but not as straight as he wanted. And he's picked out mid-on. There is no run.
This is a more emotional Jofra than I recall. I mean, he was very much the cool customer. Very seldom gave much away in his first sort of iteration as a test player, and both with ball in hand and bat in hand, he's showing much more of his feelings than previously. I like it.
Bumrah in, down the leg side, please, some more buys. No, well taken by Jarrell. That could easily have got away from him because it was a really difficult take on the bounce, on the half volley, down the leg side, one-handed. But he's pulled it off.
Godfather says, Yahoo! England, what happened today? Did they choke?
I would like to play the choke jingle, but we get dinged for that.
Oh dear. Carl Pahelier says India is winning the series. Well, they're not technically winning, but they've got a good chance here.
Still 2 tests to go.
Yeah. Yank Gaman wants to bring Siraj on for Wash. Nitin Deshpande says 250 runs are difficult if they make it.
If England set up a target of 250, I'd
be amazed.
Yeah. I might faint in shock.
Flabbergasted.
It's going to be Washington Sundar to bowl to Bashir. He's got 2 to his name.
Never would my flab have been so begasted.
Indeed. 3 men round the back, 2 on the leg side. He's in and he's down the wicket. He's bowled. He's bowled. He was playing down. What's the newest line? The Elizabeth line. The Elizabeth line. When everyone knows that the Northern line is more reliable. So England are all out for 192. 7 batsmen bowled.
Yeah.
Well, I don't I don't know if there's anything more I can say.
I said 220 an hour after tea. We're 192 50 minutes after tea. So, in one sense, it's predictable, and it's predictable because England have tossed away too many wickets. They'll say it's the way they play. They'll say it's what's brought us success. They'll say the batsmen have got to be positive, and all of those things are true. But there's been some poorly conceived and poorly executed cricket from England. Conversely, Washington Sundar and Jasprit Bumrah have bowled absolutely beautifully.
It's true, and let's not forget Mohammad Siraj. He had he's bowled with great spirit and a certain amount of aggression, to put it mildly, today. From an England perspective, I just don't really get it, because yes, you can talk about the fact that they've had success this way, but this is a series they desperately want to win. And the conditions have not helped them as much as they would expect in a home series in a summer this year. So you don't give away your chances. You do, at least, especially when there's been a little bit of bad feeling between the teams. Surely the thing that team wants you to do is fail against them.
Yes.
And that is exactly what England have done with the bat today.
Well,
there's been some good bowling, but in terms of how many of those early wickets in particular were taken with good balls, very few indeed.
Not enough. Well, to quote the show last night, England have thrown away their shot, Steve. But what have you got on the socials? I guess they're angry. Angry!
Well, there's a little flutter coming in. Lockie6 says 200 would have been a moral victory.
Very good.
Paul Stratton asking if anyone knows if the so-called injured Pant can bat at 5 again.
Oh, he will definitely bat.
Still can't believe he can't keep wicket, but can bend a damaged finger round a batting ball. Very strange.
Well, what he can't do is field. I don't mind him not keeping wicket, but I think he shouldn't be having a day off.
I know. I mean, there is a...
If they're the regs, they're the regs.
There's a loophole there, isn't there,
yeah,
basically?
There's something wrong there.
I mean, it's not the kind of thing that happens very often, but it is a bit of a loophole, yeah.
Jeff Perkins is auditioning for the Bold and the Beautiful remake.
The Bold and the Beautiful? Was that a daytime soap or something?
I have no idea what it is. Stephen Carroll, 10 down, time for the beer before staring at the abyss of defeat. That's a cheery thought, isn't it?
Yeah. Any more?
The time to look for the abyss of defeat is when they've only got 10 runs left to get.
Isn't there a scene in the Day to Day, one of the sketches there, when he says you're washing away the grime of defeat or something, because Alan Partridge, although I'm not certain about that, but this is why we have you on the socials.
Absolutely.
You can enlighten us.
David is taking the opposite approach. He's saying we have to keep the faith. A Jofra Pfeiffer before stumps, and you're right up for the beer.
Oh, well, absolutely.
Go harder.
But you're asking a man who's been out of Test cricket for 4 years to come in with one of the greatest comebacks in sporting history
on a
to win a game.
Dodgy wicket.
Yeah, but it's
everything's possible.
None of the England bowlers got the ball to do a great deal.
Ben Stokes did.
Well, Ben Stokes Stokes was one of the better bowlers for sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, what England must do is they must take a leaf out of the Indian bowlers' playbook.
Yeah.
They must not waste deliveries wide of fourth, fifth stump, and they must not go down the leg side.
Yeah, absolutely.
They absolutely have to make Indians batsmen play as often as possible.
So John Kevin is saying that he's really starting to dislike Bashir. Starting.
Harsh.
Okay.
Yeah, these number 11s who can't keep out Jasprit Bumrah and Washington Sundar has already got 3 for 22. They're useless.
Especially when they've got a broken finger.
Especially with a broken finger.
Yankin Gaman says India can really use an LFM to really round out the lineup. What is an LFM?
Left arm fast medium.
Oh,
well, they've got one in the squad.
Yes, of course.
Is that Arshdeep Singh?
Arshdeep Singh, yeah.
Yeah. S. Sam says it's time for real cricketers to bat.
Yes.
Cricket.
Well, England have got some real cricketers. It's just they pretend not to be.
Well, the most basballing of the Indian team is the man who will probably take the first ball, who is the Jaswale. So it'd be interesting to see his approach. It'd be interesting to see if his edges fly over the slips, or whether, as has been the case really since his century, he fails to solve the conditions that are foreign to him.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously is a fantastic player. Still has a bit to learn in different conditions. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that these are conditions that are particularly foreign to him in a way. If it was under lights and a gloomy Lords, that might be trickier for him. I mean, he got a good ball from Archer in the first innings. But he's the kind of player who does ride his luck a little bit in the way of.
Come on, Steve. Steve, you're a guest. You're also going there tomorrow. Come on, put your nail and colours to the mast. What do you think England's chances are?
Oh, they're certainly less than 50%.
Yes,
but they're definitely in with a chance. Maybe 25 is putting it a bit strong, but there's an outside chance, and we do have some game-changing cricketers. The likes of Stokes.
I think some of them should change.
Well, there is that.
But that might be.
I don't think you should ever write off in a competitive game like this. I don't think you should ever write off totally. It's unlikely.
You're never going to get far in this game by being reasonable and sensible.
Well,
like
that'll teach me.
You got some more stuff?
There is a few more. Paul Stratton is asking if Pant gets another knock. Will this happen again in Old Trafford? And I suspect it will.
Oh, I see. But whether he'll be able to sit with
just repeat,
feet up.
That's right. Repeat the whole process. Yes.
Yeah.
Nitin Dashpand says, "I think Stokes is the key. If he gets early wickets, the match will become very interesting."
Well, it's whether he'll bowl early, because he certainly won't open the bowling. But I think he might have a dash before the close.
I think Stokes should come on first change. I think he should come on before Bryden Cast.
Oh, I do as well.
Because he might just produce some magic. You never know.
Yes, he is. He's done it before. There's a lot of discussion about the injury regulations, which I'm not keeping up with. Yes, Millionaire B says if England steal 3 early wickets, India might start panicking. My Indian colleagues keep reminding me that India are always close to a collapse. So there is some hope there.
That's an interesting one. Lowest target successfully defended by England. At Lords. England defended 182 against Ireland.
Oh, yes, I remember that game.
And they bowled them out for 38.
Yeah. Jack Leach's finest hour.
Yeah, indeed it was.
Leah, it will be interesting to see if the Jaswale will show up, or if he'll have to trot back, emitting a jazz wall.
Yes, very good. Yeah. Well, Joffre's had a lot of time in rehab to consider what it will be like when he comes back into Test cricket, and we saw the huge release of emotion with that wicket from his third ball. He would also have dreamed of the opportunity of having an hour to slip the leash with nothing to lose, because if he goes for 40 or 50 here, that's the nature of it. He's a fast bowler, but he must bowl as fast as possible, and he must bowl in a way that asks questions of the Indians. This is what he dreamed of. Joffre, this is why you did the work. Please deliver.
Yes, Locky 6 says English bowlers can do this. They need a shit ton of drugs to do it, but they can do it. I'm not sure that would help, actually, but there you
go. Well, we have talked about cricketers in the past, how brilliantly they've played when hungover, so who knows?
Well, both of them famously gave, is it the greatest all-round performance in history when in India, it was a one-off match, I think, where he made 100 and took 13 wickets, apparently entirely hungover the whole time.
Yeah. Yes, a lot of support for Ben Stokes. Yankin Gaman. What if Stokes pulls a Botham? But it was Willis, wasn't it, who did the bowling?
It was Willis who got the 8 wickets at Headingley. Botham got 5 for 1. Not at Lords, though. I think that was...
We have a super chat.
That was the next
Can we have the jingle,
Trafford,
please? This is worth...
okay, I'm just trying to
worth
find the marketing.
Thank you, Jay Graver, for the £2.
Super chat! A super chat from a huge YouTube hero. They're awesome and smart and they're playing their part. Super chat, super chat, super chat.
Jay Grover says, "Cross thou legs, Gary."
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. That's perfectly fair. It's a long day. here. But yes, indeed, manspreading. It's an ugly, ugly thing on the tube, I promise you.
Sherry says that Crawley should be dropped.
Well, there'll be a lot of that about.
Not before this innings.
Well, let's have a look. The draw is 0% according to WinViz, who is
I agree with WinViz. I can't believe this.
Magical AI.
I feel uneasy now.
No, I do as well. I feel as though I should have a shower.
Yeah.
24% England, 76% India,
Yep.
0% the draw. Are we going to do one over, or are we?
Where's Tony?
We're going to step outside, love. Let me find you a place.
I think technically it's me on next, actually.
I think me too.
I'm pretty sure it's not me, though. That's
no. Okay, well, let's get Tony into the middle.
If Tony's right, I'm happy to cover Tony for half hour, for a minute or two while he's sorting himself out.
There's a couple of socials. We'll get them out the way. Good Father says India must not regret those 32 extras now.
Oh, is it 32?
Yeah.
32 is a proportion of 191. That's a lot, isn't it?
It says a lot about England's batting, doesn't
It
it?
says a lot about the pitch.
It says a lot about the pitch. It says a lot. I don't think all of those were buys, were there?
Not all.
Not all of them, but
Few,
a large proportion. Yeah.
There was a fair few.
Yash V. Jaiswal is going to bat, averaging 52 in Test cricket. He could probably do it on his own. 3 slips, no gullies. Now, I like this. A deep backward point, extra cover, mid-off. And it's not Jofra Archer starting from the pavilion end.
Ben Stokes was warming up.
Oh, right. I didn't notice that.
He was warming up.
Well, here comes Wokes. Round the wicket to Jaiswal. Bowls, and it's left outside the off stump. Now, I like the idea of Jofra bowling from the nursery end because that is where the ball has most misbehaved with when it's new and hard. And we like things new and hard. I'll just jingle up the bowler.
Wokes was fit, got out of bed, went and had himself a net. Found this way that his healed it healed. Passed the test and he went to the tee.
Rising delivery beats Jaiswal outside the off stump. Good from Wokes.
Yep, good start.
Based on what I've seen of Jaiswal in short form cricket as well, I'm kind of inclined to think I might have a very fine third man, or you might want to call it a fly slip. So he does like that uppercut if he gets a short ball. In comes Wokes. That's not short, that's good length, and it beats him again outside the off stump. And Wokes, who's been a little unfortunate, I think we have to say, in this series, as well as not being at his best at times. That's a corker. Still that one to go away from Jaiswal. Something's tickled Tony.
Already, yes.
Whoa!
It's from our very good friend Peter Svidler.
Oh, right, okay. Well,
the chess grandmaster.
He is indeed. Can he give us some advice on how to win? Outside the off stump, this one dies on its way through to Jamie Smith. Tell us what he says.
Well, he says, what's the verdict on today then? This is how they play. We should take the good with the bad, or please use brain every now and then, pretty please.
Probably
the
C.
third of those.
Yes, I'm going to please use
We're
brain
all going
occasionally.
C, Peter, 100%.
Because this hasn't been pure baseball, has it? I'm pleased to say.
That
could have been carnage.
It's been the worst of baseball, which is my new book. Pushed up to mid-off by Jaiswal. It goes for a little walk after playing that.
I think you were talking about them, but I also found all of the successfully defended low totals, lowest successfully defended totals.
Yeah, 182 for England against Ireland. 2019.
Correct. Those lower. Australia defended 124 against England in 1888.
But of course they did. It was against England. It was against England.
Yeah.
Here is Wokes to complete his first over. Onto the back foot goes Jaiswal. Punches the ball, but doesn't really time it. Up to mid-off. End of the over. Maiden. Decent start from Wokes. India yet to score.
Well, there's more. 183 England defended against South Africa.
But that was in the black and white era, wasn't it?
Well, it was 1955. What is it? I think that's the only other ones under 200 on that list.
Right. Well, we are going to see Jofra Archer. He's just rubbing his hands in the dust in the crease.
He's got a cap a bit like Gary's.
Is it a cap or is it just his hair?
No, he has a cap under his other cap.
Oh, I see. Sorry. Okay. Jofra is going to bowl. Let's jingle him up.
He will break your helmet, break your heart. Hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart. In your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum. Jofra, Archer, Archer.
Nice 50 test wickets. No pressure, Joff. He's bowling to KL Rahul as he's in and tucked neatly up to mid-on by the Indian opener, who scored 100 in the first innings, is in fine form. 10th 100 of his career. Let's just push that average up above 35. 35.22, and I mean 35 is the new 40, 41, 42, isn't it really, in Test cricket? I think we've argued that before.
The ball was at the wicket, at least.
Yes. Oh well, we have to be grateful for such things. Jofra in. Oh, he's chipped that down to long leg. The long leg is 2 square, and KL Rahul, whose jingle goes like this. Gets a 3-piece. So that was offline. Really didn't want to give him that. 3 slips, a deep short leg, if that makes sense. He's in again. Oh, down the leg side, pulled. And who's down there? Is that Sam Cook, I think? Which signifies to me that maybe Bashir is not yet on the pitch.
It is Sam Cook, yeah.
So, well, maybe they've decided they're not going to bowl him tonight. But anyway, we shall see. So Rahul onto 5, and Jaiswal back down to face his nemesis from the first innings, man who dismissed him with his 3rd delivery. Shall we jingle up the batsman? Don't think we have yet.
From Surya in Uttar Pradesh, Yashasvi Jaiswal.
3 slips of gully, forward short leg, and Archer gets within touching where he's supposed to deliver from and pulls out. Rahul has all 5 runs so far.
Yeah, Jofra needs to sort out his radar.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. This will give India confidence, and it will cause a slump of the shoulders from England if Jofra doesn't get it right. He's in, bowls, and he's gone for a big pull. It's gone way up in the air. Is anyone going to get under it? Yes, they are. It's Jamie Smith behind the stumps. Archer has got him again, and Jaiswal, is he gone for a pair? I believe he has.
That's brainless from the Jaiswal. I don't know.
Well, it's nice to know there's some brainlessness outside the England cricket.
It was just that bit of extra pace.
Yeah.
It was on him too quickly for the shot he wanted to play. Look, he looks
Just
like
went
it.
straight up, didn't it?
I mean, I thought that was dropping down somewhere beyond the bowler, and it might have to be a mid-off or someone to come around and take the catch. As it was, it's gone behind the wicket. Simple catch for Smith.
Only just behind as well. It
Yes.
was impossible to know exactly where it went.
But it was, it was a very poor shot.
The cameraman was struggling as much as we were.
And you know, perhaps Jaiswal has been found out a little bit in this test, facing really, really sharp bowling. There aren't too many as quick as Archer.
He made 13 in the first innings, so it's not a pair.
Jaiswal?
He did. He was caught Brook bowled Archer. You were right about.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I was thinking it was a pair because he was out third ball to Archer, but he'd already got those 3 boundaries off Wokes, hadn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. So my apologies. Absolutely right, but it still hasn't been an impressive test match for him.
Oh, we've got a super chat if you're interested.
I'm very interested.
Do you want to play a celebration for it?
Go on.
Or we want to. Okay, it's Jay Grover.
Super chat.
After Kelvin
No
Lockie's
shipping unlike the bucket hat.
After Kelvin Lockie's talk of arses, my overheated brain cannot take Gary's CCK. I'm a liberal man, but Scouse and Mash is intolerable.
Scouse and Mash?
Scouse and Mash, apparently.
Well, it brings Karen Nair to the crease. He's been a little bit unlucky, I think, since he got recalled after his 7 years. Archer in. Oh, he looked for the big loopy in-swinger there, I think. But it didn't really go, and he laughs about it afterwards, as does Karen Nair. I thought Karen Nair looked fairly good against Archer in the first innings.
Slice and mash.
Well, we're wondering what these things are. Jaiswal didn't even bother to look behind him. He realised he had given his wicket away. Oh, down the leg side, just nibbling. Threatening to be quite a good ball, but it went too far, really, or the angle started a little bit wrong. However, Archer, as he did in the first innings, has got a wicket in his first over. He just needs to get a lot more. 5 for 1. Steve?
Jay Grover says, Jeremy Henderson, thankfully Tony is more modest in the trousers department. He will not scare the children. Well, I don't know quite how to take that. One, you're either making some assumptions, or you're simply talking about the type of shorts one is wearing, which I would prefer to think is what you're referring to. Let's hope Southey gave a bowling masterclass in the break. Bowl effing straight. They miss, you hit. Ain't rocket science, says Paul.
Yes, good.
Jay Grover, Lockie the 6. If only she swings with Gary. Good, George McPherson, this is going to be an easy win for India. Shravan Reddy Gadam. So I think easy win for India. Yes, you're not the only one there. Lockie 6J, goodness only knows what she's. I don't know who the she is in this case. So I'll swing on by. The Jaiswal got 13 in the first innings.
Yeah,
yes,
no, sorry,
Messrs.
I was totally wrong.
That's
I forgot the awful first over from Wokes.
Jonathan Seafelt, there's a name I haven't heard for a while.
Yeah, he was on earlier.
Since earlier on today.
Wokes is into Rahul, and he aims a drive at that. Wasn't fully in control of it. Goes towards extra cover where Stokes fields. Now he's got 2 slips in the gully and a leg slip. I'll try and bring you the rest of the field. Let's have a look. Deep square leg, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, cover point rather than an extra, I would say. Presumably no third man because England don't believe in third men. In comes Wokes and he's left that. Oh, and it must have missed the off stump by the width of Tony's
Fine.
I was going to say Todger, but then
so by right away then.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah,
delivery.
missed by a foot. Oh dear.
I have to say,
Gotta have a laugh.
boarding house scraper putter, as Grubby would call it. The miss, not my club.
Oh right, sorry. Okay, yes. Poor old Chris. It's just not quite going his way, is it? The England crowd are getting behind them. Well, they need something. He's in again onto the front foot, into a way swing. But it's probing near enough to the off stump that Rahul was forced to play, which is a big improvement on the new ball yesterday, or the second new ball.
Yeah, Wokes has definitely got the memo. He's bowled the first 9 balls pretty tight.
There's a little bit more
Watch our
vim
catch deep, Chris.
and vigour. He's in again, straight. Forces Rahul to play to mid-wicket on the back foot. Applause from his captain. 193 is the target. And India have lost Jaiswal. Karen Nair at the crease at the other end. I shall give him a little jingle in a moment. Wokes from the pavilion end. Running in, bowls. Oh, he's hit him on the pad. Appeal for LBW. I think he's got outside the line.
Yeah, I think inside edge as well.
Perhaps, as you called it, an inside edge. There are people coming together, but no one is making
not a lot of interest.
A decision
Yes.
to review it. So we move on. It's been very difficult for umpires from that end. Stonewall LBWs, 3 or 4 of them that we've seen. He's not very far outside off, unless that is a genuine inside edge. Yeah, sort of marginally, really. But yeah, it's been difficult for the umpire standing at that end to judge how much movement down the hill there's been. This is left alone. And that is the end of the over, Steve. Oh, sorry, it's Tony.
It is me, yes. Jonathan Seafeld, who we heard from earlier.
Yep.
Says, noticed it's an all shorts moment on the sofa, wondering what the AC situation is in the studio. Sent from a coffee shop in Texas where everyone must blast AC to the point I even carry a jacket in midsummer. There is no air conditioning. There's windows that open. There's a door we can leave open, and that's it.
A couple of fans, one of which is not actually
two
pointing
fans.
towards
There are
us.
2 fans.
But since you disabled one of them by sort of bundling
I think I can
through
do something
them,
about that.
No, it's still going.
That one is the white one.
Oh, okay. Well, Steve's going to.
The black one is, the white one may not be.
Spot of flan surgery. Fan surgery.
Nice full swinging delivery, met with the full face of the bat by Karen Nair. Wokes, who's just finished an over, has to steam after that
perfect.
towards the nursery end. I think they'll settle for 2. That was good from Karen Nair, and this is Karen Nair.
Give me a bow and Naya, cool stylish Naya, swinging, slashing, classy batting action. Gurun Karanaya, triple century holder. He'll maybe one day, maybe he'll play away from Indian Naya. Against England, he spanked him. Oh yeah, it's Naya.
That is a brilliant jingle. Let's hope Karen Nair stays in the team. Short ball, very short indeed, and he sways out of the way of it. He has got the technique for the top of the order, Karen Nair. He's just been unlucky not to go on. I have to say, with my English hat on, I hope he doesn't go on in this innings, but I do like him.
Leah definitely hopes he does. Oh, Yasavi. How do you say his real name? Yasavi. What have you done? Anyway, Karen now has a chance to improve his stats with another red inker.
In comes Archer, bowls, and a good leave outside the off stump. There wasn't a huge gap between that ball and the stumps, but it was well judged.
Anyway, I didn't disable the fan. I accidentally misdirected it in my rush to get to the fridge to get one of the cold presses out.
This is true. But
whilst I was sat here shouting to everyone in the green room, can you get a cold press out the fridge, please? And fuck all happened.
And that was but you did manage to fall over them 3 times.
Well, I did, because I was in a bad mood about the fact I had to get up at all.
Archer in, bowls onto the back foot again.
Oh, hello.
Very calmly played by Karen there into the offside.
I don't know why that's so funny. I mean, if you say, would someone mind getting the cold press out the fridge, please? It's not exactly something you can misinterpret, is it? The total lack of inaction just happened to boil my piss for a moment. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I had to stay here and comfort Samantha.
Well,
she'll need it if your arse is on top of her.
Archer bowls and bouncer, which
that was a
Karen tries to duck under, but actually takes a body blow. Doesn't seem particularly perturbed by it. The 86-mile-an-hour missile hitting him on the shoulder.
Just a scratch.
Yeah, I mean it's nothing more than colliding with a couple of fans on their way to the fridge. In fact, Tony made that look a lot more painful than being wrapped by Jofra Archer. Anyway, a splendid entertainment on the pitch or off it. Looking for the big swinging Yorker, but dug out by Karen there, and there is no mid-off. Bryden Cast has to chase it again. A couple of runs to
we
at
can't
the
see
over.
Steve apparently.
Can't see Steve.
Any chance the green room? No, forget it.
I think you are.
I'll go and do it, mate. If you want a job done.
We're just watching the fans.
I'm actually,
Here go the fans.
I'm actually looking forward to what inanimate objects will go next. 9 for 1 off 4 overs. Steve, have you? Oh no, you haven't got the tweets.
I haven't got the tweets
because Tony has to do everything.
But that was another good over from Archer. He definitely is getting the ball to move a little bit.
Yeah, he's a good over, but you felt like Karen Nair played it with a great deal of calmness.
Yeah, but that short ball I think will rustle them up a bit. Wokes has been a lot more accurate, I think.
Yeah, 2 maidens from Wokes, would you believe? He's running in now to bowl to KL Rahul, and that's too wide. A wasted delivery. It gets a clap from Ben Stokes, but
it's not a wasted. No, it's not wasted. It means the chances of play tomorrow are still increased. I see every sense in this.
You should now be able to see the magnificent Steve on the YouTube screen. Although actually, hold on.
It's a 3-man studio effort, this at the moment. Wokes in another wasted delivery, which will take us to tea
But that did
tomorrow.
come in. Yes, that's right. That did keep a little low.
It kept low, but it was nowhere near straight enough.
No. It
England
wasn't
will
threatening.
know. Here, two more wickets for not many runs tonight, and they'll
They'll
sleep
feel
thinking
confident.
we are still in this. I wouldn't say
game, yes.
confident.
Yeah.
So it's a massively crucial period of play.
Yeah, but there's a sort of, I don't know, zen feeling about some of these Indian batsmen. He's put it down. Chris Wokes. Well, that could have been the moment. And it's gone down in the follow-through. Wokes is normally pretty good on that.
Are they the catches that's going to lose the match?
Well, possibly. I mean, he's
pretty
chipped it back. It's a very acceptable chance.
It was
it's comfortable height.
And height. It's just gone through them.
Well, what can you say? In comes Wokes. Can he make up for it? Into Rahul, who goes onto the back foot and then plays a glorious shot, as if to rub fill salt into the wound. He's put that away beautifully through the covers for one of these.
2 + 2 is no man.
It's almost as if he was saying, if you refuse to take your chances, I will make you suffer.
Well,
make you pay.
Essentially, very much so. Steve Williams says Karen Nair this innings has a chance to prolong his Test career or end it.
Or get another 7-year break.
My Yank
Comes
says
back every 7
60
years.
or 65 all out is possible for India.
Wokes in. Oh,
Smooth
that's
as a
an
shot ball.
absolute buffet bowling, I'm afraid. A big floaty, slightly swingy half volley, the kind of ball that England would have sent to Gully to be caught. It's put away, absolutely smashed by Rahul for another of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
It's kind of a microcosm of England's summer so far. Well, certainly since the second test.
We look good for 3 overs, and then
Well, you know, a chance goes down and then he's smashed for some
Yeah,
consecutive fours. This is defended up to mid-on. That was a very good over for India. Rahul is on to 13. Karuner has 4. India 17 for 1 in the chase of 193.
I can almost hear Lockie Six sighing when he goes, so it's come to Todgers. Game over. Paul Stratton, Mayank, are you drunk or on something?
Well, if
Kohli
you're drunk,
was
you're
a
on
good
something,
chaser.
aren't you? You're on alcohol.
Oh, Kohli was a good chesser, I think, Nitin Deshpande's saying.
Oh.
This is the test for Gill and Rahul. No, I think he does mean chaser. I was just getting confused by the fact that Peter Spidler was on earlier. Gopala Krishna says, interesting podcast is 10 seconds faster than my live stream. So if from 10 seconds from now you're going to hear me saying hello to you, Gopala.
Let's wait.
Brian Bisbane wants Nair is still contracted to Northamptonshire, so we're hoping his form will improve.
Archer, it's another half volley. It's beautifully played by Karuner. He just opened the face.
Oh, no.
Bryden Cass has chased over that, crashed into the boundary sponge, rolled over it, and the runs are flowing.
I'd like to see that again.
I think he saved it and kicked it over.
He did.
Yeah.
I think he flicked it back and his trailing leg kicked it over.
Look at that. Look at the position of the bat when Karuner played that.
bounces off his knee. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, we'd have saved 1 run if you were lucky. It's not going to make that much difference. Archer, maybe the short ball a bit more. I don't know. That's a good ball. It's moved a little bit. It struck him on the pad. They've run through for the leg by, but there's a little bit of danger there in that. Bryden Cass, who's just recovered from rolling over the boundary, was the man throwing at the non-striker's end.
Super chat.
The only good thing about the game going to tomorrow is the potential for super chats, in my opinion.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
It's for the estimable Richard Peel and his super chat of $1.99. It was for my work on the tech.
Much appreciated.
Very much.
Archer in, bowls to roll, and that's a good ball. It's quick, it's full, it's hinting at moving inwards, but Rahul, those 2 lovely boundaries, feeling a little bit more confident in himself, plays it well.
I'm having to look up a bit of tech speak 3-letter abbreviations here before I read out this next message.
Good speeds in this over, 89, 87 and 89 from Archer. So in again, looking for the full ball, and again Rahul opens the face. There's plenty of room there for him to take advantage of anything over pitched, and take advantage he does. I think I'm going to play this.
Waiting for this guy to bowl. What's the fucking hold up? The overrate sucks. Still waiting for this guy to bowl.
Yeah, it's Gary's lament, but I think we can all lament what's going on out there at the moment if we are England supporters.
We're just waiting for him to bowl at the stumps. I think that's the problem.
Well, I think he's trying to get the ball to swing, but they're over pitching too much. This is outside the off stump, and when you are attacking so much and you over pitch and it doesn't do enough, you know, it's almost a free hit for players of this ability,
and particularly when it's outside the off stump.
Well, 26 for
Lots of
1.
room.
Well, what have we had? 4 boundaries in the last, I think, 7 balls.
We would have had Crawley out by now, if that makes you feel any better.
Yeah, true. I mean, there's only 1 man guarding the offside in front of square. Found the edge. It's short of 3rd slip, but
it's a much better lens.
A moral victory. It's the end of the over.
Oh, another one.
6 done. 26 for 1.
Nitin Deshpande says, please tell us about the pitch. How's it going to be? Well, it's keeping low occasionally. It's not particularly quick, which is England kryptonite. They can never play on slower pitches. and it has been taking some turn for both Sundar and Jadeja. If only we had an experienced spinner. We don't. But and the one we do have is injured and not likely to bowl tonight. Steve is so slim, says Messrs. He seems like he's watching 2.5 Men. I'm assuming we're the two, Hendo. It's a bit harsh, but I'm guessing that's the case.
Yeah, Messi, tuck now. I mean,
yeah,
well, exactly. That was my point. England need more than 1 point, it seems. Wokes is going to bowl to Karen now, I think, for the first time.
Scary lead that was.
Leave. I'm going to have to play another jingle. I'm going to have to play this one.
What's tickling Tony?
It's a super chat from Jay Grover. Support for Tectony and his adequate knob.
Do you mean
Tony? One in a million.
He is, isn't he? Outside the off stump.
Special in so many
pushed
ways.
up to mid off. Let's hear the rest of that.
Tony, once in a lifetime, getting technology right.
Can we have a jingle about him stumbling through, sending fans flying? In his desperation to get a beer out the fridge.
No, it was not a beer. It was
I know it
cold
wasn't.
press.
I just want to make it even worse. Defending on the front foot by Karen Nair into the covers. I'm getting mildly hysterical. I should probably go off and have a cold shower. 26 for 1.
I think Gary's taken over the controls.
He's coming in.
Lord help us.
Who's
Well, it's all gone a little bit Pete Tong, hasn't it?
I can have a half an hour off if you like, because I'm due back at 6. So.
Oh, hang on. Let's have a look. Let's see what was supposed to be happening. It might be. What time is it?
It's coming up to 5:30.
5:30.
Wokes in again. Good ball.
That's right. It should be you, me, and Gary.
All right. Well,
you
tell you what.
Stay. You stay there we are. Then we don't have to move, and Steve could just go and put his feet.
I fancy a beer though. Steve
Well,
wants to stay. Steve could stay, and I could have the beer.
Well, Gary will have to be at the controls then, because I'm not shifting from this chair. Otherwise, something will go flying.
You might knock the small table over.
Exactly.
Jingles would go down.
Oh,
2 balls remaining.
Stay where you
this,
are.
Wokes
Gary will bring
over.
you a beer.
Someone bring
On
me
the
a
way.
beer then. There is only one person who could bring me a beer. Oh, lovely shot. Good fielding though by Pope. He's quite angry because having stopped it, he's parried it. Mid-off, who was trying to back him up, was out of position, and that's where the ball went.
Can you bring Hendo a beer on the way, Gary? Thank you.
A lager, please.
A lager.
If there is one. I think there might be a Stella in there, but still for consumption.
I'm not sure. Are you sure there's anything actually in the fridge, Hendo?
It's not looking promising.
I can see
Here we
he's
go.
found something.
He's done it. Wokes in to Raoul, who defends. Thanks very much, Gary. That is the end of the over. India 27 for 1.
So are you staying or going?
I can stay.
You're staying.
Yeah.
Gary's coming in. I think you're supposed to be doing social as well, Hendo. In that case, there you go. Gary is settling seamlessly into his seat. And after all that excitement of fans and the like, what actually is the score? England seem to be going really beautifully with the ball. Got that early wicket from Archer, got rid of Jaiswal, who was attempting to pull him, and it just came onto him too quickly. And at one point they were about 5 or 6 for 1 were India, and we were thinking, oh, this, who knows? Since then, Wokes has dropped Karen Nair, wasn't it? It was Karen Nair.
Yeah, I mean, the catches are so critical in these chases.
No, it was Raoul. It was Raoul.
Oh, it was KL Rahul. Anyway, Jofra Archer, 1 for 17 off 3. Seemed to have his radar and then lose it. Can he re-find it again? He's bowling from the nursery end. England expects Jofra. What have you got? Short and floaty outside of off stump, but just full and floaty rather, out to point by Karen Nair. Well, no, it won't be a triple century for him this time, because all India require is 193. They have lost a wicket though.
Yeah,
And Stokes is limbering up, Gary.
He's definitely looking to swing the ball, Archer, and maybe he should just pull his length back a bit and sort of go for the rib cage a little bit, because they're getting used to it now, aren't they? They're watching that swing.
Yeah.
Every so often it's worth digging in a short one. What's he got this time? Oh, full of shit again, wide of off stump. Karen Nair can leave that. Gets a round of applause though from Ben Stokes, who's still doing his limbering up.
Yeah, I think he's
stretching that dodgy groin of his.
He's going to be on soon, I think, Stokes.
Were Bashir out there, Gary, I would have been tempted to give him a couple of overs tonight.
At most a couple of overs. It's always worth a go, but it's a new ball. Got to make the new ball count.
Well, that is also very true. 3 slips and a leg slip. Archer in on the legs of Karen Nair, who just pushes it to mid-wicket. It's fielded by Chris Wokes, who, even though they say if a catch goes down you just got to put it behind you, it will be niggling him.
It must
It
be,
will be
especially off
niggling
his
him.
own bowling.
Go on.
I know I used this phrase quite often yesterday, but it is noticeable that the Indians are playing within their silhouette where England played outside their silhouette.
This is very wise and true.
But I have absolutely no idea what it means.
Well, what it means is that they're playing compact as a batter. They're compact, so there isn't a big gate. They're not chasing wide ones.
Well, there are the Grace Gates. They're big, as that's pushed out towards short mid-wicket. Wokes fields again.
And there's the Alex Stewart gates, isn't there, at the Oval? I think the Rachel Hayhoe Flint gates at Lords as well.
There may well be. There may well be. 28 for 1. 2 balls left of this Archer over. And really, just as he did in the first innings, I mean, these things are relative. After an initial burst of the first couple of overs, he just seems to be a little less pacey. That's a good ball, though, defended in front of his middle and off stumps by KL.
That is a good ball, but it looks an ordinary ball because KL Rahul's technique is so strong. Onto the front foot, full face of the bat, no gap between bat and pad. It's standard issue.
He's playing inside his silhouette, Gary.
He's playing inside his silhouette, yeah.
Or was it his serviette? No, his silhouette. Definitely his silhouette.
Look, you can have the vanilla and the cliches on the BBC.
Wickets. Back to the bowler, who fields in a lively manner from within his silhouette. It's the end of his 4th over. It's the end of the 8th over, and it's 28 for 1.
Got some tweets. Keep praying, says Alistair Brader. Paul Stratton says, lucky for Wokes, Bear isn't commentating. Jago over sent a super chat. Sorry, I didn't read it earlier. Support for Tech Tony and his adequate knob. Banana Brooks says, yes, Chris, those are your hands. Get Stokes on now. Cannon fodder is returning rapidly. I am both drunk and on many things, says Jay. We did have a really nice tweet that I need to find. Grace's Gaming Life, talking of Grace Gates, says, I only found you guys yesterday and I haven't put Sky on once since, and I probably won't.
Oh, that's very kind. We're delighted to have you with us.
You're allowed to have the pictures.
Can you put that up on a banner somewhere?
Chris Wokes comes in. 2 slips now. That gets Karen Nair into a little bit of a tangle.
We should remind you that we are saving...
Bounces off into the offside.
We're saving you from Tufnell and Vaughan on TMS.
Hey, you leave Tuffers alone. Middlesex man.
Every other ball... he's played that nicely. And we don't do that here.
Well,
we say he played that within his silhouette.
We do.
Yeah, we talk about silhouettes.
But we're self-aware, and therefore we flag it up before we say it.
It's a brand of ladies' sanitary equipment, I think.
Really?
Silhouette, isn't it? That's defended into the offside. And there is no run. 28 for 1.
Lockie the Sixth says, I've hired one of those more affordable Hemsworth brothers to rescue Samantha. Who are the Hemsworth brothers?
Well, Chris would be one of them.
But
They're
who
actors,
are they?
Aren't they?
Oh, are they the
Australian actors?
Oh, okay.
Aren't they in the Superman movies? Or are they? No,
I'm just not sure.
Famous Five or one of the interminable franchises. Right, Karen Nair It's full and it's whipped nicely off his toes by Karen Nair. It's being chased out to the mid-wicket boundary. I think Bryden Carse is the man who will haul it in.
Yeah, England have played
Indeed it is.
two fast bowlers in this
They'll take
series, in Bryden Carse and Josh Tongue, and they both run really badly.
What, you mean in chasing after the ball?
Yeah, in chasing after the ball. It's like Alex Ferguson said of Jordan Henderson that he didn't run very well. Well, both Bryden Carse and Josh Tongue really labour.
Well, they're big lads, that's why.
Yeah, they are.
I mean,
They
he
could
does
still
look
run
like he's
better than
wading
that.
through treacle, to be honest. That's full, and it's beautifully driven, but driven straight to mid-on by Karen Nair.
I think
There's no run.
I think you would say that Bryden Carse is a far superior fielder to Josh Tongue.
Well, I think I'd be in with a shout of that. I mean, Josh Tongue is a terrible fielder.
It's true. He
Playing
is.
straight, talking. That's the thing there. Karen Nair is not doing what Gyswell conspicuously failed to do, and playing straight for a while. That's kept very low
What can
from
you do with
Wokes and
that?
surprised Jamie Smith, and he did all he could do, which was turn himself sideways, stick out a leg, and hope it would hit something, which it did.
And
there was no run.
One of the other WhatsApp groups that some of us gorillas are in, there was somebody said they hadn't seen the cricket today, but 26 buys is ridiculous. You know, it's really bad. I replied saying they did well to keep it to 26, and that's the reason why it's almost impossible to keep wicket with this bounce.
Wokes in over the wicket, full, driven sweetly, again to mid-on, again fielded by Jofra, and no run.
One of these.
YouTube Brad, Super Chat.
Brian in Brisbane says, $2 Australian on your way. Tony, don't be shy. Read out all that super chat. Messages, GC measurements, cat's whiskers, bear's paw, Hendo's pillow, Messi's goose, Gary's hyperbola, and Tony's todger.
Oh, please.
I think Tony's Todger finished third in Grand National in 1974.
But it went completely unnoticed.
It couldn't quite get over the last fence. So
Oh, well.
For one. Right. Here is going to be the England captain. He's going to be bowling from the nursery end. He's replacing Jofra.
Okay.
He's replacing Jofra, yes, he is.
Here we go.
Ben?
He's got two slips,
Ben
a gully.
Stokes.
There's a man at cover. There's a man at extra cover. There's a, I think, a long off.
No, mid off.
A mid off, I beg your pardon.
Needs a short leg.
He's bowling to KL Rahul, and he's dropped the ball. And he's sort of scurried on with the ball behind him. He's not the first one to do. Somebody else, somebody in the Indian team did that today. I think it was Siraj.
Yeah.
Came absolutely belting in, hell bent on creating mayhem, and left the ball behind somewhere.
Fortunately, we both saw the funny side.
Well, what does
he actually
do?
put his hand in his
Chris
pocket.
Wokes is in the way. Yeah, so as he goes past Chris Wokes, he just seems to.
No, his thumb
get it in
got
a
caught
tangle.
in his pocket.
Ah, wouldn't make a very good pickpocket then. As Chris, in he comes, does Ben Stokes, decent ball. KL Rahul could watch it by just a little hint of movement away, but nothing frightening, and sadly, depressingly low bounce, Gary.
A depressingly no ball.
And it's a no ball as well.
Yeah. I'm not going to bother to jingle. I should try and squeeze some tweets in between balls as much as possible.
Away.
I'll do that after this next one.
Yes.
Because we are getting behind again.
Right, he's going to attempt the first ball, proper ball of his over again. It's played with nice off hands, and it's beaten gully and gone between gully and slip down towards the pavilion at third man, and it will be 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
As many potentially criminal mastermind has said in interview, no comment.
Yeah, probably best. The Duckster it was. Who's the man at gully? Does he anticipate it?
Well, it's not so much that, it's the missing field placing.
They're not like your Wimbledon goalie. What's his name? Bishop? What's his first name?
Nathan.
Nathan Bishop. That's the fella. Over the wicket comes Stokes, left alone again by Cal Rahul. He knows where his silhouette is and doesn't want to go outside it.
I think we've got some silhouette talk.
Don't
give up. This is not it. Alistair Breeder, who seems remarkably chipper for an England fan. Maybe he's not an England fan. Ombre Nueva says, after a question from my daughter, I have an answer to a question raised earlier in the year. Oh, yes.
What?
Shadows are when there's direct sunlight, and it's shade when there is no direct light source. Yeah, I do remember that discussion. It was a while back.
And that makes perfect sense to me. In comes Stokes. No, it does. It's very logical. Pushed out towards mid-off. No run.
You were the man who came up with the split-second answer to that question, if you remember.
I think I might have been, but I've forgotten now.
Yeah, of course.
Well, don't be
If
throwing
you ask me
shade.
the same question tomorrow, I've probably got a completely different answer.
No throwing shade
which
at
I
the
will
listeners.
deliver with equally hyperbolic conviction.
Paul Stratton wonders whether our bowlers understand what the 3 stumps with bails are there for. Tell them bowled on LBW are another option of getting people out. Well, it worked pretty well for India. 7 bowls today.
Yeah, it's just nuts. 5 in the first innings. That one's defended by KL Rahul. Quite sharp from Ben Stokes. I'd like to see how quick that was. That looked pretty quick. 87, yeah. I thought it was of a decent lick.
I mean, I think the difficulty for England, in that little spell from Jofra, he did look for the swing and he may be overpitched, especially when you've only got one man in front of the wicket on the offside. But we haven't seen the ball jump like it did for Bumrah this morning.
Yeah, only did it in the morning, though.
Yeah.
Tomorrow morning, we're in with a chance.
Well, there'll be a few hearts aflutter. I'll tell you why in a minute, because Stokes is in. That's well defended solidly by KL Rahul. Ben Duckett was making ball-moving gestures with his finger. And like a bowler describing what he would do with the ball were it in his hands.
Steady on. Farong will be, I don't know.
Well, precisely. And
beside himself.
Duckett Must Bowl Club.
He'll be getting on his tuk-tuk and racing to the nearest communication device.
Yeah, not to be missed. It'll be front page news of the Times. Stokes over the wicket, in he comes. Oh, that's an absolute rip snorter. What a ball that was. How did that not get something on its way through? KL Rahul knew next to nothing about it.
Almost on key. That was the first one that did something.
What a ball, what a ball, what a ball. Sadly, for England, it brings nothing, and KL Rahul survives.
Nitin Deshpande says, half chance very important now, tense situation. Mike says, Wimbledon heating up. Alcaraz won first set 6-4. Sinner up a break 4-2 second set.
Ooh, good to know.
Just on that previous delivery, though, I don't think Jofra bowled a ball on that length. That was just short of a length from Ben Stokes and jumped. I think Jofra was full of a length the whole time.
Yeah,
he was full of a length, or maybe slightly shorter than that. And also, I wonder whether the height from which Jofra bowls is actually going against him for some reason. Ben Stokes is one of those guys who always he's got a beautiful action. It almost like kisses the surface, and sometimes that does get more out of the pitch.
It also gets more out of the pitch because his arm is over at 11 o'clock, so he's past the perpendicular in his delivery, which I always think helps.
Englishmen have no mercy with each other, especially when it comes to the language, says Frank Rockefeller. Keep praying. No, say your prayers. Don't know what that's all about. One of the few vices I do possess, says Jay Grover.
Oh.
I only hurt Miss Sen and people who really annoy me. Ooh, that's a bit worrying. Gorilla should buy the rights of BBC, TalkSport and Sky and be the sole provider of England home matches. Yeah, I know, but we do need a billionaire for that.
It'd be a bit much for the alternative voice to be the solo voice, wouldn't it?
Well, we could be both at once. Schrodinger's
commentary service.
Jay Grover says, have 2 of my finest pounds.
Oh, Jay, thank you.
And on that line,
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Worshipping unlike the bucket hat.
It just says Thor. One of the that's to do with
Chris Hemsworth.
Hemsworth,
Yes,
yeah, that's
Thor,
my also
yes.
mentioning about that. Fluffy says Thor bought me a beer at the Byron Bay pub. Did he?
Thor did, or Chris Hemsworth did?
Well, who knows? Jay, you're going to be bankrupt after this test. It's looking that way, isn't it?
God of Thunder, wasn't he, Thor? All right, God of Thunder, Gary? Pretty sure.
God of War? What was it?
War,
Dunno.
I'm pretty... Oh, we're watching that Wokes drop. And was it Headingley? He took one infinitely harder than that. And when he got the chance here, and England really, really, really needed it,
That's a
it
big
wriggled
moment.
away.
It's a big moment. It's
wriggled
always
away.
difficult when you're in your follow through to catch the ball, but as court and bowls go, that was about.
Well,
as
it's time for
easy as you
Bryden.
get.
It's Bryden Cass, who's bowling from the pavilion end. Yes, two slips. He's bowling to Karen there. He dabs into mid-wicket and takes a single.
Yeah, Bryden Cass would win the Face Most Like an Easter Island Statue competition for the England team, wouldn't he? I mean, Jaap Stam is the world record holder for sports people in that competition.
I see him as a sort of Sergeant Majory figure. If he had a peaked army cap.
Yeah, that's over the eyes.
Where are you going,
and
you
then
horrible
that
little man?
Silver buckle that's on the chin, but somehow is not on the chin. Yeah, that would work.
Again, he's very, very junior league in the dangly chain department compared to Joffre, but he's in. He's whipped away by Kale Rahul out towards deep mid-wicket. There's a man down there. I think it's Ollie Pope. He puts in a throw to Smith, and they take a single.
Somewhat dispersed field he's bowling to, isn't it? It's not like three
Yeah.
slips, a gully, and a short leg.
Well, England, I think they've just gone past the all-out attack. Let's go for 3 or 4 wickets and
All-out
really get
defence,
back in
though.
this game. But that ship has rather sailed, alas. We're watching the drone pictures of Lords as it goes past the nursery. Still looking a delightful sight. In comes Cass, again whipped off his toes, again down to Ollie Pope, and again they take a single.
To be fair, there are 2 slips, but when the camera panned over earlier, it looked like the field was very much as you would get in a one-day boring middle overs.
Cass's first 2 balls have both been on middle and leg, and both been just clipped quite dismissively by Karen there and by Kale Rahul.
I mean, I think you need, in that ultra-attacking phase, you do need 2 or 3 wickets.
What's he got this time? It's on middle and leg again. This time, though, driven straight back to Cass, who does well to field on the run and low by his ankle. 38 for 1. 2 balls left of the 11th over. Cass's first.
Do you think we're going to have to wait till KL Rahul's got 90 for there to be a bit of panic and us get him out?
Don't know. I'm struggling to see where England go from here, to be honest.
Yep, I agree. That drop, that second wicket, before Rahul started reeling off the drives.
Cass in. Full on off stump. Squeezed out towards second slip. Thoughtful looking Ben Stokes as he's stroking his chin under his England cap.
Yeah, it does kind of make you think that Shoaib Bashir will be an option here. So I don't quite know why, if he's fit enough to bat, he's not fit enough to field.
Yeah, and also, there's no point in getting him on when they've all, they're down to under 100 to win.
Yeah, you need something. Well, this clearly the same conversation is probably going on with other commentators on other services, because we keep seeing Shoaib Bashir. That's just nicely nudged out to short mid-wicket. Archer takes a tumble, in fact coming round from mid-on to fall to his right in field. 39 for 1.
But the other thing about going back to Ben Stokes over, where he did get that one to jump right at the end of it, the fact of the matter is that the technique of the batsman was good enough that he wasn't chasing after the ball and potentially giving an edge. Anyway, Let's have a look at some more tweets. Lockie6 says, thanks for the reminder, Mayank. Tennis time, enjoy the doom, y'all. Josh Tongue, now a genuine all-rounder, says Paul Stratton. Can't bat, can't bowl, and certainly can't field. Welcome to the elite. And Jeff Perkins says...
Well, Ben Stokes, and then we'll find out from Jeff, is over the wicket. That's on leg. It's clipped easily down to long leg, fielded by Sam Cook. A change may come, but it won't be him because he's only on as sub-fielder. That's 40 for 1.
Jeff Perkins says, going back to something we said a while back, does Tony have an artful todger?
Oh, God.
Yes.
He only comments occasionally, Perko, but when he does, they are gems, every single one.
I mean, the game has been characterised, or the match has been characterised by periods like this where it all seems a bit soporific, and then all of a sudden it'll burst into life. I know that's cricket anyway, but very soporific.
In comes Stokes. That's a better ball, on off stump, and fenced, but fenced into the ground by Karen there down to point. There was no run.
I think we've
straightened a little bit, Gary.
Yeah,
I think we're looking at
the previous over. We've just got used to think so much to the bat being on top that when the bat is not on top, we're kind of struggling to find a frame of reference to fit the game. And it has been times where the crowd are quiet, we're a bit quiet, field's quiet, and then all of a sudden, bang, 2-3 wickets.
Right, in he comes, England's captain, trying with all his might to make something happen. That's dabbed to back point again. Karen Nair thought about a run. No, said the Duckster, not on my watch.
And I think that's
flung in a throw to keep him honest.
I think that's why there's been these run-out chances, because it's almost as if the batters suddenly wake up and think, oh, we can get a quick single here, but they're not actually on their toes expecting it, and neither are the fielders. And we've seen a lot of missed run-out chances.
Well, yesterday there were about 4, weren't there, Henry?
There's been a couple today.
You were lamenting them by text to me, whilst also trying to find out about the football that was defended into the offside.
I lured you in with run-out news.
Yeah, he really just wanted to know how Wimbledon played.
Indeed. Mike says Stokes has about 5 minutes to win this for England. That was about 10 minutes ago.
Very good. Very good. There's a succinct match report.
Well, that's interesting. So we're looking at the English seamers' first 11 overs, 3% bounces, 25% short, 45% on a length, and 25% full.
Well,
Gary.
That's kind of my point. 2/3 of the deliveries have been either length or full.
Karen Nair. Well, he can leave that alone because it was wide of off stump. He has no incentive to play that at all.
You just think if you just get the odd one under the armpit into the ribs, just give him something else to think about. I'm not calling for the tedious bouncer attack where all the fielders go on the boundary and go head hunting. Just get a few more that might get them hopping.
This is the last ball of the 12th over and Stokes' second over. 40 for 1 are India. In he comes. That's a good ball too, but it's well defended. With a big high elbow straight back from Karen Nair. 40 for 1 after 12.
If England lose, who's getting dropped, says Mayank. Who isn't? High quality bowler. Don't know who that's about. Can't be England. That's from Nitish Deshpande. Daz Reynolds says, how many overs has Jofra had? Did he have 3? I think he had 3. Paul Stratton says, in that case, get Duckett on. He must fancy it. And Dombre Nuevu, quite happy in the knowledge that he won't be troubling his bank balance, says, I'll give you a £10 super chat if Duckett gets a bowl.
I think that's safe.
And we got another super chat. And
fantastic.
Well,
we'll just let Bryden Cass come in to bowl his second over, which is full and crashed. Oh, misfielded. Oh, Ben Stokes is cover.
Ben Stokes.
And they're able to take. Did they take 1 in the end? I'm sure they did.
Yeah, just kicked up off a used wicket.
But it was one they should not have gotten. Ben Stokes is shaking his head like a man who's. It swung, didn't it? Got a bit of movement in the air.
Yeah, it swung from 5th to 6th stump though. It's needs it to go from fourth or even off stump.
Supposed to be 14 overs remaining tonight. They won't get those in half an hour, that's for sure.
Sure, we have to bowl at both ends.
That swings. Does it take an edge? No, it doesn't. And Karen Nair did chase that. So
Yeah.
England hands go on England heads.
Just a lapse in concentration there
Goodness
from Karen
me.
there. He'd have been kicking himself if he got out to that. He's had such forbearance.
Chased it. On replay, it possibly wasn't as close as the impression we were giving it. But yes, as Karen Nair is gesticulating, it moved away.
Have I got a chance to squeeze
Yes.
Jay Grover in?
Squeeze him.
He says, sorry I'm not a billionaire. I do try. We know, Jay. we
Cast.
know.
That's
out.
That's got to be
That's
out.
out.
It is. Swung in, Karen Nair, shouldered arms. Why did he do that? Why did he do that? It was plumb in front, salmon trout, and Karen Nair is going to have to go. Surely they don't think they're going to review this.
No.
Karen Nair, I think, has just decided, no, he's off. He's off and gone.
The match was soporific, and then Karen there has a huge yahoo at one, miles outside off stump, and then leaves one that's taken off stump out of the ground.
Well, having
Extraordinary.
bowled an outswinger, that was a very, very clever piece of
It
bowling
was.
from
It
Brian
was.
Cast.
It was.
To get that one to move back in the way he did.
Got to give him credit. You really got to give him credit.
He's
It's hit the back pad, isn't it?
pad,
This is hitting
right
middle.
in front of middle.
Yeah.
Bryden Cass has done the trick. England still have hope. Bob and or
Shy.
Shy.
I mean, absolutely amazing decision to leave that.
Hendo.
A lot of talk about Thor in Norse mythology, god of thunder, lightning, storm, strength, and
Yes.
protection.
Thank you.
How can he be? How can he be all of those things? I mean, if you're thundering and lightning and storms, you're not really protecting anyone, are you? Jay Grover says Tony's Shadow's answer were as poetic as it were inaccurate.
If you're flinging thunderbolts at your enemies, then you are, I think, protecting. Well, this is an absolute key moment in the match. England have half an hour at Shubman Gill.
They do.
And they need to make it count. Speaking of making it count, I think we'll do a change at the end of this.
I think we are. It'll be the end of this over. Now, I wonder, chaps, do you bring Jofra Archer back? And
Yes.
Okay, there's that answer. Let's not discuss it anymore. It's categorical.
You have to bowl your best bowlers at the opposition's best batsman in these circumstances. You cannot afford. It doesn't matter if Carson's just set up and then bowl beautifully to get rid of Karen there. You have to play the ace card because it just isn't much time.
Well, the problem is that he's got 3 more balls to bowl in this over, and I don't think Stokes is going to take himself off because he's been bowling pretty well.
Stokes and Archer is who I would go with.
Well, yeah, I mean, Stokes has done that quite a bit. He's yesterday.
But
he
then you'd be
took,
taking a man off who just took the wicket.
Well, he did that yesterday with Wokes.
In comes Bryden Cast to the new man, Shubman Gill, who's full and again a little bit of swings past the outside edge. It's very full, Gary, that one.
Yeah,
did it go past him on the full?
I don't think he picked that up, did he, Shubman?
89 miles an hour. So
Sometimes you
fast and
reach.
swinging.
Sometimes you're reaching for the ball, but that time he was groping for the ball. Like
Yeah, the
as
ball
you
was
say.
past him before
Yeah.
it pitched. It was went past him on the full.
Yeah, I don't think he's seen that. If that had been straight, he might have been in some danger.
Well, there is the light at Lord's. I mean, it's still a beautiful day, but we are starting to see the shadows. We had a lot of talk about Cliff Richard yesterday.
We
so
did.
We've got the shadows as well. No?
Hank and Bruce.
Over the wicket comes Cass. He's done the same thing again and again. Shubman Gill has a wifty wafty waggle of the bat outside of off stump.
You know what that is? Nerves. That's nerves. That's a young
Nerves.
captain who will be hung, drawn and quartered if India don't chase this down. And he has negative thoughts in mind.
Working up a decent head of steam, isn't he, Hendo, as Bryden Cass? They've all been in the upper 80s. He's getting some real swing.
He's
with
getting
this
swing. I
ball.
mean, that started. I mean, it could even be deliberate trying to lure him into that. I'm not sure.
Surely he wouldn't get it,
quite as wide as that.
Well, no, I was going to say, surely he won't do the same again, Shubman Gill. This one's going to be full in at the stumps, yes. And sweetly driven. Possibly over here. It looked like a bit of a half volley. Will be chased down though by Chris Wokes.
And
they come back for 2. It's 41 for 2. At the end of that cast over, it's 43 for 2 now.
I think that's the end of me for this test match. So,
well, can I check my Daleks, though, sir?
Your Dalek is fine.
Absolutely fine, Davros.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Welcome back, Messi.
Yeah, and thanks to listeners, I'll sign off now. It's been a great test match so far. It may be even greater.
Well, I hope it's going to be worth coming back in for tomorrow, but we shall see. There's still half an hour to go this evening. I'm going to hand...
What am I supposed to be doing?
You must be summarising.
Yes, Hender's on ball by ball.
Got it.
Right.
Which means we also need
Paul
to change
Stratton
this.
says, looks like the fire's already gone out of England's attack. Fear a 6 or 7 wicket defeat incoming, and quite quickly in the morning. That was before that very poor piece of play. I don't understand not playing a shot outside the off stump ever.
Well, I just don't think he read the delivery. He was expecting another away swinger, and, well, England released the pressure. Ben Stokes bowls an awful delivery down the leg side, and it's meat and drink to Karen. Sorry, not Karen now, he's gone. KL Rahul. He just leg glances that. Very fine indeed, and it is 4 more runs.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
GPL, did we have any entries today? I hope so.
Yes, we did several, but nobody's going to be anywhere near him.
Oh, okay.
Because England scored 191, so we're up to 238 at the moment.
Okay.
And the lowest pick is 283.
Okay, this is defended into the offside by Rahul. And there is no run. Rahul, he's a bit of a thorn in the side. In fact, probably the 2 finest batsmen in the India side. If you take out Rishabh Pant, who's he's unique, so it's difficult to say. He is great, but in terms of technique, you'd have to say these two are pretty good. Onto the back foot he goes, plays this one defensively into the onside. And there is no run. Yeah, I mean, I think he lured him with the big away swinger. And then that one, Karen Air was completely done by. Didn't expect that follow-up. And to be fair, I don't blame him because, England haven't done enough of that. I mean, if they've tried to, they haven't got it right enough. 2 slips and a gully. In comes Ben Stokes. Bowls and played off the back foot, trying to give it some impetus as he brushes it into the gully roll, but can't. 29 not out.
I was just thinking we should be betting on a tie. The last time we commentated during a Wimbledon final, scores ended level.
In a test?
What were we commentating on?
No, it was the World Cup final.
Oh, the World Cup final.
Right.
Was it Wimbledon final the same day?
Can't have been, really.
No, come
yes,
on.
it was.
That would be
That'd be
blimey.
nuts.
That was nuts.
But things are nuts quite often. Stokes in, outside the off stump. That was a false shot from Rahul. He got a bit of width and he wanted to lean back and maybe cart it over the top of gully. But, missed it. Unfortunately for England, he didn't get a thin edge through to the keeper, which is what they would have preferred. Oh, there's a focusing on Jofra Archer, and it does raise the question as to whether Jofra Archer will be given a spell despite Bryden Cast. Bryden from Brisbane.
Bryden from Brisbane.
Stokes is in, bowls straight, defended. I love Rahul's technique. It's a thing of beauty. There is no run. The ball runs up to mid-on. Messi.
The 2019 men's final went for 4 hours and 57 minutes. Djokovic defeated Federer in 5 sets.
That was almost.
And we were on the cricket.
That was almost as long as Joe Root batted for his 7.
Yes.
In that particular game. Not at his best.
Mayank says to Jay, if he switches his currency to Vietnamese dong or Zimbabwean dollars, he'll be a billionaire overnight.
Yeah, that's probably true. Well, it's not going to be Jofra from the pavilion end just yet.
You can't really be very cool to take Bryden Cast off, given how well he's bowling.
Well, he's into Shubman Gill. He bowls, and he's done him again, has he? Well, they think that's caught behind. There it is! He's got an edge! Cracking delivery. I don't think Shubman thinks he's out.
He's going to review straight away.
Or is he? Decision is reviewed.
Yeah, I don't think he got anywhere near that. Or he's very conscious that it's him.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't look obvious to me. It was a cracking delivery. It was another of those full balls swinging away. It's Paul Rifle who's given it. I said, it's gone so late. He's nowhere near it. Absolutely nowhere near it.
The bat hitting the ground.
It was a bat hitting the ground.
Yes, I think that's right.
It was a tremendous delivery. I mean, you could argue it deserved a wicket, but it hasn't got one. It's too good.
There's a massive amount of daylight between bat and ball there.
Well, that is not out, I'm afraid to say. So England's excitement is cut off before it's barely exited their roaring voice boxes.
Today's Joel Wilson Award goes to Paul Rifle.
Carse in again. He's got his gander up, but then he bowls a rubbish ball down the leg side. Jamie Smith does his absolute best, gets a hand on it, and round comes...
Sam Cook.
Was that Sam Cook? It is leg buys, and India move on to 49 for 2. But that was that ball that we thought he'd got the wicket.
I don't think they did. See, I don't think Bryden Cast did. I think his appeal seemed to be somewhat belated and based on what Jamie Smith was doing, and that's always a bit of a tell.
Yeah, Jamie Smith was very keen, but it was a stunningly good delivery. Carse in again down the leg side. Jamie Smith, though, across to his left, almost as if he was anticipating it, tumbles and takes it. And as you say, Carse is fired up. The last two balls have been poorly directed. If he can just get that first ball again and sort of, I don't know, make a job lot of it, then India could be in some trouble. Can this be reversed at this stage? I don't know. 14 overs bowled. Have to look and see if we can see the shiny side of the ball. In he comes. Oh my goodness, now that has swung, but it's an absolute piece of filth. It's a massive full toss, and all Shubman Gill has to do is present the face of the bat, and that flies away through the covers for 1-0. I guess maybe with the disappointment of that dismissal that wasn't, he's just got a little bit overexcited, got a little bit
going for the fuller ball,
trying too hard, yeah.
And it just slipped out of his hands, and away it went.
Oh, hang on. Well,
there's more unpleasantness going on. What's happening?
Yeah, I don't know what that was about. It does seem to be emanating from the Indian captain as much as anyone.
Yeah, it does.
Carse 1 for 11 into his third over. Running in from the pavilion end. He's in, bowls, and he has a little poke at that one. Goes, I think, between bat and pad. He might have got, if anything, an inside edge, but he hasn't. It's taken by Smith. One ball remaining. And you can't overestimate. Underestimate? Overestimate. You can't. One of the two. How important this wicket of Shubman Gill is, really, to get him early.
Covers all ways of not getting your estimate right.
Indeed. 2 slips and a gully. The second slip is further forward, the gully a little bit further back. In comes Carr's final ball of the over. It's hit him on the pad, and that is given. But again, I think it's going to be reviewed because it could be high.
Yeah, going down leg, I'm not sure about height. Shubman Gill, you're right, has reviewed it, but to me, that looked absolutely
plum, and crucially, it looked plum to Paul Rifle, who didn't take that long to think about it.
Yeah,
which
but
means it's going to have to be.
Paul Rifle has been a bit
as
triggered,
we've seen.
I think, in this Test match, and we've seen so many of those from the pavilion end that end up either just clipping or going over. The fact that it's been given is something in his face. It's quite high.
It's going to be umpire's call is the best hope India have, and that's not a hope because it's been already given.
Yeah, it's going to be out.
I think that looks out to me.
It's flush on the knee roll. It's to the top of the knee roll.
If you look at where the Rothsay logo is on the stumps, it's below where that starts. That gives you best part of a third of the stump still to hit, which it does
is hitting
smack in the middle.
an inch from the top of middle stump. Brilliant work from Bryden Cast. Paul Rifle's probably quite relieved
I'd imagine
that one is given. It's setting this game up. Bryden Cast has finally found some inspiration, and England are back in it, you have to say, to a certain extent. And I wonder if there was a send-off for Shubman Gill.
I would imagine there might have been, although not quite in your face.
No, they all just turn to each other, don't they, and congratulate Bryden Cast. Nothing said, nothing need be said, and Shubman Gill trudges
Be the bigger
back.
man.
Yep.
We have a super chat.
Oh my word! That means I've got to do this.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Mix and Boo's Clip Corner has sent us $2. He says Shuba's in fresh off a massage, and he can go and resume that now.
Now it can't be Rishabh Pant, can it? So it must be someone else. It's
This
Akash.
is Akash Deep coming in as night watchman.
Yeah.
Well, with 15 minutes to go, that's quite interesting. I guess they're also giving Rishabh a little bit of extra time to, if his finger is as bruised as it seems to be, I'm not sure that another night will help a lot.
Might he be a night hawk? Might he be looking to slam a few and
he
seize
might.
the initiative back?
He picked
from
up he picked up Jofra for a 6 yesterday, didn't he? Coming in late. I'm gonna see if I can find his jingle. Here it is. Sorry. What an extraordinary over that was. 2 absolutely corking deliveries, and 4 pretty rubbish ones. But
tell you what, this whole Test match has been extraordinary. It's been excitement. It's been had its lulls, but it's never ever been lacking in some interest.
We've had lull, but not dull.
Perko reckons he's worked out Thor. He says with thunderbolts and lightning, I reckon the Norse are referring to Thor running a protection reckoning.
Tucked behind square leg very cleverly by Raul, who hurries back for the second. That's good work from him. He moves on to 31. Could he be the man that sees India across the line? Of course, he's had a life dropped by Chris Wokes. 55 for 3. England don't have much to play with. 140 more runs required.
An Indo. India is throwing the match away. No, they're not an Indo.
Faith. I think you can argue that Jaiswal's shot was not very good. Now Ben Stokes was furious about the man behind square leg not being far enough behind square leg. But I guess that's his fault, isn't it, for not positioning him? This is defended on the front foot by Raul. It's always good to see England fired up in this way. Especially Stokes, as long as it doesn't get out of hand. Got to control that aggression a little bit.
Well, Steve's certainly going to have something to go and watch tomorrow.
Yeah. How much are they charging tomorrow? Is it free? No.
I doubt it.
20 quid?
Should be.
Strokes in again. Bowls to Rahul, who stokes it up to mid-on. And there is no run. He's running back. He wants to get more overs in tonight. Does Ben Stokes. 55 for 3. New life is breathed into the English Dragon. I suppose so. He's in, he bowls, and that's beautifully timed. It's only going to bring a single as it runs out to deep backward point. Raoul is doing this almost on his own at the moment. 32 now out of 56 for 3. England were 50 for 3 this morning. And we know how that went.
Well, he made a ton in the first innings, didn't he? He made exactly 100.
Yeah, Raoul did, yeah.
And he made 129 in 2021 when India won here. So he's got 2 tons to his name at Lord's.
Well, I think he's finally cashing in the runs that his ability and his technique should have bought him in Test cricket. Root is trying to conduct the crowd. He's giving it the what do they call that? The Icelandic.
Yeah, I can't remember what it's called.
I can't remember what it's called now. It must involve Thor and a few thunder gods. Stokes in bowls. Ooh, now poked out by Akash deep to backward point. Stokes is literally running back to his mark. He's desperate to get Cast maybe. Ooh, can he get 3 more overs in tonight after this one? Possibly. If they get a wicket, probably not. There is Root again.
He's still doing the Icelandic hand clap, isn't he?
He is. He does know that Iceland have gone out of the women's Euros, doesn't he? Stokes is in bowls, and that's quite neatly played by Akash. It's running out to deep backward point, and that's a bit of confusion there amongst the Indian batsmen, because I don't think they wanted Akash to take that run and expose himself to 6 balls potentially of Bryden Cast, but they have done. Slightly muddled thinking there, although you could argue.
No, that's what a night watchman is there for.
Well, yes, in one sense that's true, but yeah, okay.
Well, that's saying KL Rahul's on strike there.
Steve says Karen fails to impress again. He'll be damn lucky if he's selected for the next 2 tests. Eric J just says we demand a shrubbery. Mike will never understand why batters don't at least play a half shot to avoid the look of utter tomfoolery, getting out, not playing a shot. And he says, yes, the Wimbledon final was the same day as the World Cup. Match was so good. Wimbledon and the ICC YouTube channels made a video of the matches together.
Cast in, hits him on the pad, going down leg. Massive appeal from Cast. That's just Cast getting a little bit carried away, and why not? But it's not out, and there is going to be no review. Yeah, of course, Akash Deep. That is his job. But you wonder whether, England might just get through his defences. The way that Cast is bowling, he's really got the wind in his sails. He's raised the mainsail. He's fiddled with the spinnaker and anything else he can think of. Full and keeping low, but this is good from Akash Deep. He gets as far forward as he possibly can.
It's good from Cast as well, though, because he's actually aiming at the stumps.
Yeah,
which is the logical, it's the classic you miss, I hit approach.
Yep, which we've been crying out for.
We have.
We have 8 minutes remaining this evening.
WinViz still has India at 68%, 32% England, and can't be asked to even think about the draw.
Well, the joker in the pack, in a sense. That's hit him on the pad! Has he got an inside edge? I think he must have done.
Down leg again.
Maybe down leg. I think that was tighter than the last one.
There's a lot of playing and missing going.
Oh, he's reviewed it. That's so wrong.
He's going to review it.
That's a waste in my book.
Well, England have got 3, haven't they? They've got 3 remaining.
But they're using it on a night watchman, really?
Yeah.
When it looked like it was going down leg, I think
I reckon he'll get clipping at least.
Well,
it's been given not out.
It's been given not out, so that's.
It
means we won't lose.
They won't lose the review.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
That's a very fair rule, but one it's easy to forget in the heat of
scramble
battle.
seam. It's moved a bit. It's hit.
He's
quite front
I think it
on.
hits his front leg though, and then deflects onto his back leg.
certainly no inside edge as far as I can see. There's clear.
This has got very little going
light
for it.
between. It's height. It's height, I think.
Well, is his front leg in line?
Oh, it is going down.
Umpire's call it is.
Call, no review lost, so I take it back. I knew it wasn't out, but
well, it would have been if Paul Rifle had got his trigger finger out again.
That's why they call him pistol.
Yes, indeed. That's not. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
He's pulling his trousers down.
It's silly games time.
Oh dear God. Jay Grover said there's another £2.
Yay!
He says, Tony's looks like he's pissed himself camel toe. I don't understand that crowd.
Sorry? No, I don't really want to go there, really. Jay, do you ever get your bank ringing you up and saying, you know, on the very odd days, you just keep spending £2 every 23 minutes? What's going on?
This is special investment
needs
scheme.
to be heard.
Well, you know,
what is going on here?
He's having his thigh guard stitched up in some respect.
He's following Mayank's instructions. Mayank had tweeted about 3 minutes ago, said, "Slow down, India."
Well, interesting enough, we're now looking at Crawley on the screen for obvious reasons.
Does it really need 4 people out there, 3 people out there to to work on this? Well, they're giving a drink to KL Rahul.
Paul Stratton says, easy to comment from the armchair, but Wokes' drop catch is probably going to cost us big time considering who it was.
You could be right. You could be right. Well, halfway through this over, we're not going to get 2 more in. It'll be this. I mean, are they trying to make this the last over? They're going to make this over last, 7 minutes?
No.
They can't do that, surely. This is where this would be the time that they really want to get Akash Deep out. Having gone to all that trouble to doctor his thigh pad.
Yeah.
Have to go and take it off. And Crawley to take the catch. There you go. There's your ideal scenario.
Now KL Rahul is directing something. He seems to be directing the spider cam. I don't know what that's all about.
I think he comes in too low and gets in the batsman's eye line. That's what happened to
Yeah,
Joe
but he's
Root.
not actually facing, is he? Maybe he's doing it on behalf of Akash Deep. Who is finally ready to receive the next delivery from Bryden Cast. He's in. Oh, and it's a good straight full ball. He squeezes out quite well up to mid-on. Goes for a walk to waste a little bit more time. Where's a Nindo when you need him?
Well, he's been messaging us. On WhatsApp. He's been messaging us, saying how bad India are.
What does he make of this, though? Now, Rahul has gone down. The wicket is brushing some imaginary turf to the side. And
I'll tell you what Nindo says. It says India is throwing the match away.
No, we've heard that one. Full defended on the front foot by Akash Deep. Now, if I was Bryden Cast, I'd go back, take 2 steps, and bowl the next delivery. And then Ben Stokes can get another one.
This is all getting feisty again. Look at what's going on here. Cast and Akash Deep are in a war of words. I think the body language was Akash Deep essentially saying, come and have a go if you think you're hard enough. Well, I might have misinterpreted it, but it was something along those lines.
Well, this is just getting out of hand, I'm afraid. This is quite an ugly look to Test cricket. Although, you know, maybe it'll draw more people in. They like a bit of a Barney. We've got 3 minutes to go. Cast is in. Oh, a lovely ball goes past the outside edge. He's got something to that. And Paul Rifle says no. Ben Duckett says don't get overexcited. But well bowled this evening. You've done a great job. 4 overs, 2 for 11. He won't get another over tonight, I'm afraid. But Ben Stokes will.
So I'll give you Aninda's message. He says Gill looked like he had a death wish from the moment he walked in. The entire series he's batted with his bat next to his body. Here he was trying to hang his bat around the entire innings. And Nair leaves the ball from the pavilion end, which was pretty much guaranteed coming to him. So he's not a happy lad.
That is quite funny with Carson Duckett. Bryden Cast was working himself into a lather, convinced he might have him out, and Duckett, who isn't normally the calming voice of reason, is he? Comes in and goes steady on
Any
Bryden.
particular lather he was working? Imperial leather?
Oh, probably.
Well, it's all
Cousins,
down to
Pulsar,
6 balls from Ben Stokes.
Cousins, wasn't it? Imperial leather.
Yeah, into Raoul. Raoul goes onto the back foot. We'll take a single, he says to Akash Deep. You've done a good job so far. Can you do it for another 5 balls, please? And Akash Deep is a willing sacrificial lamb. And he will take on Ben Stokes. Now, don't you go even more attacking for these 5 balls? Don't you bring in a short leg? Don't you bring in a leg gully?
Well, they're only going to deal in 2s and 4s.
Well, he may be about to bring in a leg
I think
gully.
they are.
Or
Even
a leg slip.
route signalling.
I don't know, he wants a flannel by the looks of things.
Pete Coleman has got the ideal situation. Listening in from Maribel, watching the sun go down over the Alps.
Ooh,
the
I
beautiful Lel, my
Marvellous.
wifey.
He's
Keep
got
up the good work, Chef.
3 slips a gully, leg slip as well. He's in, bowls a short one. Akash Deep ducks out of the way. I mean, the kind of nightmare scenario for England is that they don't get Akash Deep tonight and he hangs around in the morning.
Yeah.
At the moment, England have got their gander up and you feel that something might happen, but by tomorrow morning, they'll have all have had a night's sleep and it will be completely different. 4 balls remaining. England desperately searching for a 4th wicket. 58 for 3, India. 193 is the target. In comes Ben Stokes. Good forward defensive by Akash Deep. He's a brave old soldier. Akash.
He's got a very correct defence, actually.
Yeah, pretty good. He's willing to get into line, isn't he? That's the thing. Raoul comes down and has a few more words of encouragement to him. This is not going to affect how many overs are bowled tonight because this is unquestionably the last one.
We're done after this one.
Now are they bringing a short leg in as well? It looks that way. The Pope is inserting the all-important protector. He's come in forward of square. Ben Stokes is going to look to get the ball to jump on Akash. In he is again. Hold him! Taken out his off stump. Cracking delivery.
Wow.
Maybe it was the bluff. He said, I'm going to try and dig it in short. Akash Deep got forward. It was just too good for him. And India end the evening on 58 for 4. What a sight that is for Ben Stokes. A single stump, the off stump, lying in isolation away from its 2 comrades. What an extraordinary evening of cricket. Wow. I mean, you would still say it favours India, although, much will depend on Rishabh Pant, won't it? I think if he can come in tomorrow and slap England off a length, then it could be quite easy for India. But that said, England will go into their ice baths with renewed hope. It has to be said.
Well, and KL Rahul, of course, he's got a track record at Lords. He likes batting in England. He averages over 40, I think, against England. He's a good man to have there. Shubman Gill did fail on this occasion. Perhaps, maybe just perhaps, the pressure of taking the series lead at Lords just slightly got to him, not to mention all the publicity and or negative publicity that came after last night's confrontations.
Well, sometimes that kind of thing can actually backfire on you a little bit, and you wonder, as someone who hasn't got huge experience, obviously as a captain, that he maybe overdid it and now perhaps wishes he hasn't. But there was still some ugliness out there this evening. England in general held it together pretty well. But what was it? It was 40 something for 1. It's now 58 for 4.
Yeah.
Karen Nair, LBW to Cast for 14, padding up to a fantastic in-swinger after he'd swiped at an away swinger, and then Shubman Gill, who was given out, caught behind but missed it by some distance, although Cast produced an absolutely wonderful late full away swinger, was later in that over LBW. So Cast has really woken up England. India 58 for 4. It is going to be worth coming in tomorrow. It's going to be worth having your company as well. But before we go, messages. We'll have some messages.
Okay, well, the first thing, I was just going to say there's been 14 wickets today. 8 of them have been bowled. It's remarkable. Jonathan Seafeld has sent us a super chat that is definitely worth a jingle.
Okay, here we go.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
He sent us 10 lovely US dollars. And he says, thanks, Gorillas, for getting me through a day of grading student papers authored entirely by ChatGPT.
Yeah, I was going to say,
I'd gladly give you an A for a full day of engaging AI-free banter.
Wow.
We'll take that.
Extraordinary.
Brown in Brisbane says, bye all, see you tomorrow.
Bye,
Our
Brian.
Eurostar is arriving at St Pancras. We enjoyed some nice food and wine, and regaled the train staff with all things gorilla cricket.
Oh well, I hope you've turned a few French people onto us. That's one of our smallest markets that we're trying to break into. Any more?
We have another super chat from Jay Grover.
Okay, here we go.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
He sent us another £2. It said for old times, to give me bank the fear.
Oh yeah, I would be very fearful if I was in your bank. Any more?
Mark Zip says, thanks for the coverage all. Remember, Hendo, he's got his dander up, not gander.
Is that right?
That's Messi has his gander up.
Oh yeah, Messi has his gander up, but he shouldn't.
Pants down and gander up, as far as I recall.
What's good for the goose is good for the dander.
Yes.
There was lots of quite lively banter between people about whether India or England was naughtier last night or tonight, so it was quite fun. But just lots of people saying thank you, and thank you all for being with us.
See you. Absolutely. Join us tomorrow at about, maybe we'll go on 5 minutes early, 10:45. Lots to talk about, lots to look forward to. It will be brilliant. Tony's going to be working from home tomorrow, WFH, which means he won't be around to provide us with slapstick moments of falling over fans, putting his head in the fridge and not being able to get it out, and various things like that. OnlyFans. He's knocked over OnlyFans. I wish someone would. But until then, thank you very much for your company. Please tell your friends, tell your enemies, tell anyone you bump into in the street or on the train. But until 10:45 a.m. tomorrow, it's goodbye from all of us at Gorilla Cricket.
Goodbye.
Take charge, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in
cricket commentary. This is the best advice to take. Pick Guerrilla Cricket, it's the